Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry united wizards and Muggles against Voldemort. Here is short summary. With Muggles joining the fight, Harry leads a revolution that changes the wizarding world forever, sidelining Dumbledore and ensuring Voldemort's downfall. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The Dark Lord had calmed down somewhat from his incandescent rage of last night. Now his anger burned like a mere bonfire. While that anger was still more than hot enough to consume anyone who fell foul of it, today was all about discovering where his simple plan had gone so horribly wrong. It was lunchtime before his spy was able to appear and kneel before him. That the Dark Lord had told no one about last night's raid until after he had summoned his followers for the attack should have ruled out any leaks from inside his organization. He'd kept an especially close eye on Severus and was certain his spy had no opportunity to warn anyone. The potions master had also stood there last night fighting at his side, and been cut open with some of the stone shrapnel. It was time to hear what Severus had picked up from Dumbledore this morning, since the event had yet to make the daily profit. Well, Severus, what have you got for me? Did that spineless fool Fudge betray us? Keeping his head bowed, Severus was able to honestly provide what information he had to the Dark Lord. First though, he needed to ask a question. Please forgive my presumptuousness, Master, but could I ask a question first? It would help with reporting what I've learned. Gaining permission, Severus asked what the Dark Lord's instructions to Fudge had been. I told the fool I wanted my most loyal Death Eaters brought to the mainland. I also advised using Black's recently discovered innocence as a reason to do so. It was as Severus had expected. I suspect in his understandable enthusiasm to grant your suggestion, Fudge, or possibly Umbridge, took things a step too far and created suspicion within the Auror department. There were 10 of your loyal subjects on that boat last evening, with only 10 Aurors guarding them. That those 10 hand-picked Aurors for this mission were either Muggle-born or half-blood was apparently enough to rouse suspicion and saw the Order of the Phoenix waiting for the boat to dock. I was here when the order call came to Hogwarts, therefore had no knowledge of this to pass on. I gave that fool a simple task, and he couldn't even do that. He took my plan and bastardized it until what was left had all the subtlety of a tribe of charging giants. Have you heard how many of my subjects fell last night? We all saw Bella fall, but how many more did I lose? With his head still bowed, Severus hated being the one to pass on this information. The Dark Lord did not appreciate hearing bad news, and usually vented his ire upon the messenger. There was nothing for it though, Severus couldn't lie about this. All 10 prisoners on the boat were killed. An additional 4 met their end on the dock, with another 6 injured and taken to St. Mungo's. The silence that followed was another form of torture to Severus, his body trying to prepare itself for the curse that seemed certain to break the silence. The voice that eventually broke that strange silence came from a Dark Lord who was barely holding his temper. Are you telling me that I lost 20 of my followers in last night's fiasco? Severus was quick to offer the little good news he had, all in an attempt to try and keep Voldemort's wand from cursing him. Not quite, Master. Umbridge immediately cancelled the Auror guards on your subjects sent to St. Mungo's. She apparently claimed they were probably victims of the Imperious curse. This did not sit well with the Aurors on site. 5 handed their badges to Umbridge there and then, with more Aurors expected to follow their colleagues as the story breaks. That was indeed a surprise outcome to the Dark Lord. What is Dumbledore's position on this? I did not expect any force led by him to be casting lethal curses at opponents. As I have reported previously, Dumbledore's views are being repeatedly challenged within the Order. Black, Lupin, Moody and now Bones are really pushing him into areas he would never have ventured before, all in his attempt to retain control of the organization. The senior Auror who was responsible for providing cover in case you attacked the boat last night is a member of the Order too. He also resigned from the Auror Corps last night, adding another hawk with a lot of time on his hands to the group of Order members pushing Dumbledore. Since the curse hadn't come yet, Severus kept talking. Dumbledore was trying to call an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, with the view to getting Umbridge removed from her position as head of the DMLE. Should Fudge stand behind her, the Minister of Magic could find himself out of a job too. With your return now confirmed, the last thing the Ministry needs are Aurors leaving because of incompetent leadership. Voldemort had initially been delighted to see so many of his followers on that boat. He now realized that very fact had set people thinking. Instead of his Death Eaters springing a trap last night, they had walked right into one. What to do next though was his dilemma. The smart move would be to do nothing, and see how things played out. Since they were so soundly defeated last night, that wasn't really an option. People needed to fear him, not think that their ministry had the situation under control. Tonight he would take some of his Death Eaters and leave the Minister of Magic's official residence nothing more than a smoking pile of ash. The Minister and any of his Aurors being present would certainly be a bonus, one that would strike fear in magical homes the length and breadth of the country. If the Minister of Magic's house wasn't safe, then theirs certainly wouldn't be if the Death Eaters came calling. Dismissing a surprised Severus, Voldemort settled down to think of how he could play these changes to his advantage. Severus got out of there as quickly as good manners allowed. A thoughtful Dark Lord meant someone was going to feel his wrath. Severus said a silent prayer of thanks that it appeared not to be him in the Dark Lord's sights. Poppy had treated his injuries last night, but getting punished by the Dark Lord would undo all her good work. Last night and today meant that Severus had been incredibly lucky twice in succession. He left wondering just how long his luck could last. Cornelius was well acquainted with the phrase, between a rock and a hard place. As he sat at his desk with his face in his hands, oh how he wished that phrase applied here. Cornelius understood his situation was much worse than that. He appeared to be under attack from every side imaginable. His only crumb of comfort was getting his wife to safety. She'd been dispatched to her sisters on the Isle of Wight, with enough gold to take her anywhere after that. Cornelius had first extracted a promise from his wife that she wouldn't contact him after she moved, just in case something had gone wrong with the task Voldemort had given him. Albus was at least right about something. Cornelius couldn't tell the Dark Lord information he didn't know. That crumb of comfort was his only solace as Cornelius now faced up to the worst situation of his entire life. That the Dark Lord had been defeated last night would see the name Cornelius Fudge shoot straight to the top of Voldemort's shit list. That would be a very short list, since the people whose names were added to it never usually lived long after their addition. The Ministry had won a great victory against the Dark Lord's forces last night, yet Cornelius couldn't even use that spectacular occurrence to deflect any of the shit coming his way. With one Auror dead, and the other 9 from the mission since having resigned from the Auror Corps, the Minister of Magic was going to be forced to downplay the event. With the story of what actually happened spread all over the Ministry, and even more Auror resignations piling in, Cornelius now had some idea of how King Canute felt when trying to command the tide to halt. With Dumbledore almost certain to gain the signatures he needed to call an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot, Cornelius couldn't see any escape from this situation. Normally this would be the time when he would call for advice from his closest advisors. With Lucius dead, Albus after his head and Dolores embroiled in this mess up to her neck, even that option was now denied him. As Dolores was currently sitting across from him, Cornelius asked the question he really wanted the answer to. Why? Shrugging her shoulders, Dolores told Cornelius the truth. It's no secret I never wanted this job. I only took it on the premises that you sold it to me, guard Diagon and the Ministry and leave Potter dangling. When I received the order to transfer the prisoners, I assumed our position had changed. The mission would allow me to clean out my department of undesirables, while pleasing our new sponsor at the same time. That's why I increased the number of prisoners, and ensured the Aurors were those of lesser blood. I had nothing to do with the ambush, and the senior Auror who organized it is now no longer with us. Dolores, we've so far lost almost a quarter of the Auror Corps. Last night was a massive defeat for the Dark Lord, yet we have since lost more men than him, and I doubt if the resignations are over yet. You know who will now be looking for blood, and the only people who stand between us and him can't leave the Ministry fast enough. I thought we weren't going to stand up to him. That's Potter's job. Harry Potter is a 14-year-old schoolboy. As Minister of Magic, I can't cite him as our only defense against a marauding Dark Lord. That duty actually falls to us, as Minister of Magic and DMLE head. Had you not interfered last night, we could have proclaimed a great victory and thrown our lot in with the light. This confused Dolores. When I received those orders, I thought you had already made up your mind. I received a visit from the Dark Lord in the middle of the night. The original orders were his. Your changes means he'll be coming after at least me, and possibly you too. With a drastically reduced aura core, and Dumbledore trying to get both of us kicked out of the Ministry for the way this was handled, you can perhaps see the trouble we're currently in. A shocked Dolores finally got it. You know who wants us dead, and Dumbledore looks set to strip away what little protection from this murderer we have. It was a sarcastic Cornelius who clapped that she had finally gotten the situation. Now that you're finally up to speed, it's time for a wonderful suggestion that's going to save both of our asses. Thinking out loud, Dolores gave him what she had. I would much prefer being demoted compared with being dead. You can use the fact that I was not your first choice, but initial resignations forced you to look outside the department. You were trying to avoid more resignations, but that plan backfired. I obviously don't want to be sacked. It would remove any protection working at the Ministry gives me. A demotion suits both of us but leaves the problem of who you replace me with. Asking the Wizengamot for suggestions on the matter might redirect a portion of their ire into something positive. This was why Cornelius kept Dolores around. If she could ever overcome her hatred of those not of the right breeding, or even manage to disguise it in some form, Dolores Umbridge would be an unstoppable force in magical politics. She could be utterly brilliant, but her blatant bigotry colored everything she did or said. It was how to keep her, and himself, in the Ministry that would be the problem. Demoting you isn't a problem. The real fix here is getting someone in place in the DMLE who will appease Dumbledore, the Wizengamot, and stop the resignations. A smile started to form on Cornelius' lips. Dolores, you are not going to like this, but we both know what the alternative is. A summons to the minister's office would normally have Arthur on edge, wondering what he had done wrong. This time he had a far more important concern, since Cornelius had sent his estranged son, Percy, to deliver that summons and escort him to the minister's office. That his son barely acknowledged he was family was breaking Arthur's heart. The short journey in the lift, there was only one level between Arthur's and Cornelius' offices. Although they were a world apart in importance to Percy, the father decided to confront his wayward son. Percy, you backed the Ministry over your family. You can call me a liar if you like, but last night there were 3 Weasleys firing curses at a man your minister said was dead. As the lift doors opened, Arthur strode out and left his shocked son behind. Marching straight to Cornelius' door, he knocked and entered. You wanted to see me, Cornelius? Ah yes, take a seat, Arthur. Since the entire Ministry has heard what happened last night, and the aftermath, I'll cut right to the chase. I need a new DMLE head, and I'm offering you the job. No one I approached in the department wanted the job. A few even resigned when I tried to force the issue. That was why I offered Dolores the job, which took us from one unmitigated disaster to another. You are a department head with a reputation within the Ministry for fairness and hard work. You are also prepared to battle for things you believe in. Pushing bills that help Muggles through the Wizengamot takes guts and determination. I also know you fought against you-know-who in the First War, and want you to use that experience to help defend the country from him again. Was Madame Umbridge sacked? No, she should never have been given that job in the first place, which is why I'm demoting rather than firing her. The job, as you know, comes with a sizable pay rise, and an aura guard on your home. I fear with all the recent aura resignations, the size of the force you will inherit might limit you to guarding the Ministry in Diagon Alley. There might be enough spare that you could form a response team, but I would of course leave the planning of that up to you. What do you say, Arthur? Having played the game long enough to see what was behind this move, Arthur nonetheless mentally weighed up the pros and cons in his head. While the extra gold certainly wouldn't go amiss, having Auras guard the burrow would be the real bonus there. Last night proved the Weasleys would fight Voldemort anyway. Wouldn't it be better to do so while having control of the country's Aura Core too? He didn't think taking the position would put his family in any more danger than they already were. Everyone knew the Weasleys were a light family, or blood traitors as the Dark called them. Their friendship and support of Harry Potter was also known throughout magical Britain. It could so easily been his family that the Malfoys visited, instead of the Grangers. Arthur, always needing the extra money the overtime brought in, had participated on many raids with Auror support. He understood how the system worked, and also had Amelia, Moody and Shacklebolt available to ask advice of. They were all on the same team, the one that wanted to see the end of Voldemort. With his youngest 3 sons now training so they could join the fight, Arthur thought this was a perfect opportunity to try and end this conflict before they were needed. Cornelius, I'll take the job. Percy sat stoically at his desk while his father walked past him with a wide grin on his face. His wayward son had no way of knowing Arthur was trying not to laugh at the news Dolores Umbridge would now be working in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. That news, along with Arthur's promotion, certainly added some extra cheer to the Order meeting called that evening. Arthur was asking Shaq and a recovering Tonks, she had received a concussion and been thrown into the sea when Voldemort blasted the boat, if they would reconsider their resignations when Sirius interrupted. Excuse me, Arthur, but this was something I intended to bring up tonight anyway. The Lestrange line ended last night and Gringotts contacted me to say that their vault fell to the House of Black. I intended to use that gold to employ our own force, basically all the Aurors that have resigned. I was thinking Amelia or Shacklebolt could lead it, and that's as far as I got. If we could get ministerial consent for this force to guard Diagon Alley, then that would free the Aurors under Arthur's control to go after Voldemort and his Death Eaters. What do we think? Albus let out a chuckle. Signing off responsibility for guarding Diagon Alley is something Cornelius would jump at. It means he has a public scapegoat already in place if anything happens there. While agreeing with Albus' opinion, Amelia added something else to the debate. I don't see why Sirius should be out of pocket while the ministry saves money on Auror salaries. What if Arthur makes a proposal that we accept this very generous offer in the short term, while using the saved salaries to spearhead an Auror recruitment and training drive? We need to bring the department back up to normal levels. Arthur was keen to get behind that idea, but also had some questions for Sirius. This isn't going to be cheap, Sirius. How long can you afford to pay these people, and what happens to them when that time is up? Going by the number of resignations we've heard here tonight, and matching that to the gold available, I would say at least 5 years. By the end of that time, I'm going to assume we've kicked Voldemort's ass. Whoever is in charge will surely have found openings where a force like this could prosper. I plan to put the gold into a startup fund and the whole thing can be run as a business, only needing to think about turning a profit after Voldemort is gone for good. This force though will operate under the same guidelines for confrontations that we used so effectively last night. They protect the innocents by quickly and effectively putting the bad guys down. With their victory last night, a new head of the DMLE and now the promise of jobs for the 3 members of the Order who resigned from the Auror Corps, there was a mood bordering on euphoria taking hold at the meeting. Sitting thinking it was hard to equate that this was the same group of people who were so despondent at the news Voldemort had returned, Albus had to admit to himself he could have been wrong. Firing curses at the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, and seeing them retreat, had really installed a sense of belief inside the group. A belief they could actually do what almost all of them reckoned was impossible merely weeks ago. We have an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot tomorrow. I think his latest round of manipulations will see Cornelius survive. It will also be a good time to push for anything that we want. It was Harry who interrupted this time. Push all you want, he won't go after the Death Eaters. There are people who fired curses at Tonks last night, were put down by people in this room, yet will walk free from St. Mungo's by simply saying they were under the Imperious curse. Harry, I have tried to push the minister on this point. It's a line he won't cross. Well then I think it's time that we did. The brave people in this room risked their lives last night, only for the ministry to let the captured Death Eaters go free. They were there. They fired on Aurors. Does anyone here think they should be walking the streets? Walking straight back to Voldemort? Understanding where Harry was going with this, Albus tried to head him off. Harry, the Order did its best last night. Harry was having none of it. Professor, the Order were magnificent last night. They were then let down by a system that's structured to protect their own. It should be, They built and maintain control of it. The Wizengamot and the Ministry won't take action because they have family and friends on the other side. Barty Crouch went after them and ended up jailing his own son. After an apologetic look to Sirius and Moody, both of whom had reason to hate that name, Harry continued making his point. When the system doesn't work though, it's time to play by different rules. Mr. Weasley can't send his orders after these people, the Ministry won't let him. If we don't do something about it, then these people will soon be back at Voldemort's side, killing and torturing as he orders. We have the names, we have the proof, we have the means, it's time to act. Delays can only cost lives. Albus looked around the room and saw his answer reflected there. If anything, Harry's support on this particular matter had only grown within the Order. Even the likes of Molly was now supporting this action. With Arthur and the Burrow now prime targets, and having taken part in last night's mission, she obviously now wanted a permanent reduction in Death Eater numbers. Discussions continued over how best to form this force, what its aims should be and who should lead it. No further discussion took place on Harry's proposal. It would seem the matter of hitting back at the Death Eaters had already been decided. Edgar Clegg sat in the leaky cauldron, pushing his excellent lunch of beef stew around his plate with his fork. He really didn't want to be here, nor did he feel like eating such a hearty meal. His injuries sustained at the ambush last week were still healing. After getting out of St. Mungo's as quickly as he could, it was now all about being seen out and about in the wizarding community. That was why he was sitting here at the busiest time, that and the fact his wife was currently in Madame Malkin's buying a new robe. His uncle had sponsored him for joining the Death Eater ranks and, after the pain of receiving his dark mark was over, Edgar had loved it. Just by putting on a mask, he held the power of life or death over their chosen victims. It was such a rush. Last week Edgar got to see the other side of the coin. They were the ones being ambushed and he ended up getting injured. Even so, his blood status and connections were enough to ensure no charges were brought against him. In another few weeks he should be fit enough to rejoin his master's side. There was bound to be retribution for that ambush. Retribution beyond burning down an empty minister's home. A commotion at the bar had Edgar reaching for his wand, only to relax when he saw a wizard at the bar had been pranked by his now laughing friends. Edgar thought he was getting jumpy, while smiling at the prank that turned someone into a canary. He died smiling as the loud laughter in the pub easily covered the whispered spell an invisible Moody cast that stopped Edgar Clegg's heart. An examination would decide this was a heart attack, probably due to him being put under the Imperious curse and getting seriously injured in last week's battle. There would be a few more accidental deaths before some people would start putting things together. Things like the fact that these accidents kept happening to people who were Death Eaters. It was a sore but satisfied Harry who took his seat for tonight's Order meeting. Hermione snuggled into his side, leading Emma to comment that they were pushing themselves too hard with their training. "Mum, thanks to the soon-to-be birthday boy here, we now have 3 days off. I will admit we pushed it a bit today because we knew that. Have you any idea what Sirius has planned? He's keeping tight-lipped about it to us. He hasn't told anyone, apart from possibly Remus, what he has planned. I'm just glad he insisted on the 3-day break." Beating Hermione to the punch, Harry confirmed they both wholeheartedly agreed with Emma. As the meeting got underway, Kingsley gave his report on the Phoenix Force, and that they continued to be welcomed with open arms in Diagon Alley. The license that the minister had issued authorized the group to work anywhere in Britain, except for within the walls of the Ministry of Magic. They had made the case that the Phoenix Force could be used to supplement any orders Arthur sent to Hogsmeade during the official Hogwarts student visits to the village. Fudge had been so pleased by that idea, he issued that wide-ranging license. "We asked the businesses in the alley for a token contribution toward the force. This was dipping our toe in the water to see if this could be a viable option in the long run, with all the contributions we currently receive being donated to St. Mungo's. Having our officers highly visible has led to record numbers of shoppers, with some businesses making far more profit than they thought possible. The wizarding public feels safe with our officers there, knowing they are all former Aurors also helps. What happens if we are attacked will determine how that proceeds." Taking out her supplied mobile phone, Tonks was extolling the Nokia 232's wonderful features to the entire meeting. Each officer being able to instantly report what's happening, and call for backup if needed, is such a boon. This really makes our job so much safer. Nodding in understanding, it was Emma who commented next. In an attempt to make herself useful, she had been working on the communications side for the Order and the new force. All Muggle police forces have that communications ability, whether on their person or in their police car. We have been looking at supplying one per house for everyone here tonight. It's only the charging situation that's been holding that back. Tonks, and most of the force, actually already have at least some access to electricity. Sirius is now renting a Muggle home. The deal was just finalized yesterday, and this has allowed us to issue phones tonight. It was Sirius' turn to explain what was happening here. Voldemort has been quiet since he burned down the minister's house. With his followers having these unfortunate accidents, and a certain someone's birthday coming up, we think he'll make a move. Emma has set up 2 phones for emergency contact. Both of those numbers will already be programmed into the phones we give you, and training will be provided. This got a few nervous chuckles before Sirius continued. The Phoenix Force has been a great public success but also has another side to it. Apart from those visibly on duty in Diagon Alley, there is at least a dozen officers on standby, ready to react to calls for help from their colleagues or us. Add in the Order members rushing to your side and we can have 24 wands coming to your aid in a matter of minutes. Seeing the looks of disbelief, a smiling Sirius nodded to Emma. She stood and walked to the front of the meeting, taking a boxed mobile phone with her. For the purpose of this demonstration, Harry and Hermione have the emergency phones. They are marked red so none of us get them mistaken for our own. Molly, could you come up and help us with this? A bashful Molly was not something any of them had seen before. She certainly was a good choice though, as Molly really didn't know anything about Muggle technology. Handing Molly the device, Emma showed her the basic functions. Molly, press the M key, followed by the 1 or 2 button. As Molly did this, the phone that Harry was holding at the back of the room started ringing. Emma showed Molly how to hold the phone to her ear, and encouraged her to speak normally. Now, if the burrow were under attack, the family has a way to instantly call for help. A word of warning, these emergency numbers are set up for just that, emergencies. We can program in other numbers for you to use but want everyone to have the facility to call for help before we get to that stage. Molly had forgotten about everyone in the room, she was just standing there chatting away to Harry. We're going to assume Molly just called for help, which means we send out the signal. Hermione then sent the text and beeps were going off around the room, with most people sitting close enough to someone who had a phone and able to read the text. Hermione just sent a Code 1 alert text to the group we had set up for tonight. Code 1 means we have an attack, and to get to headquarters as quickly as possible. On arrival, they will be told where we're heading to. The Phoenix officers will report to their office in Dagon, with Kingsley getting phone to tell him exactly where the attack is taking place. Sirius then stood beside Emma, more pleased than he could say that she was helping them set this up. They were sadly lacking in this expertise, and feeling useful again was helping Emma overcome the tragedy of Dan's murder. This though was now Sirius area. We are looking at sending an invisible scout in to see exactly what we are facing, and advise us on the best place to arrive, but that's not quite ready yet. We're hoping the people under attack will be able to give us some information, estimate number of attackers and the direction they are under attack from. A call to Shack and we can coordinate our attack, both the time and where we're going to apparatus too. It was Arthur who then got to his feet, his excitement not letting him sit any longer. You could hit an attacking force from both sides simultaneously, all coordinated to the second. This is brilliant. Yes, and no, Arthur. We have been busy testing and discovered that the Ministry and Hogwarts both have too much background magic for the phones to work. Emma told us there are also some more remote parts of the country with sparse or no coverage. Hogwarts we can reach from here by flow, but the other situation leaves us totally in the hands of the Muggle mobile phone companies. Each person who takes one home tonight will find clear instructions, written by Emma, on how to contact base, namely here. If you can't, flucal and let us know. When they started handing out the phones, Emma had placed labels on the boxes signifying who got what. Members were soon gathered around those who already had been issued with theirs. Discovering the devices weren't as complicated as they first thought. With Emma having done all the setting up and pre-programming numbers, all were confident they could at least place an emergency call to headquarters. Molly though had something else on her mind, and only one person present had the answers she needed. She homed in on him. "Sirius, Harry was telling me he has no idea what's happening for his birthday. A surprise party is fine, but you have to inform the guests of the where and when." The jokey demeanor Molly had adopted over the matter let everyone know she thought Sirius hadn't considered that part of the arrangements at all, and she was right. "I'm sorry, Molly, but there won't be any party. Harry isn't going to be available on his birthday." This set Molly back on her heels. "I was getting ready to bake his cake. I just needed to know how many guests there would be, so I could make it big enough for everyone to get a piece. What about after his birthday? Could we celebrate it later? We count him as family too, Sirius. A birthday is a big thing." A clearly worried Sirius was now nervously running his hand through his hair. "I'm sorry again, Molly, I can't give you an answer just now. I have things I need to discuss with Harry first." Molly wasn't for letting this go though, and all sense of joking was gone. "Call Harry over, we can settle this now. This is not the time, nor place, for that discussion. It will also be a discussion between me and Harry. So none of the Grangers will be there." Molly's jealousy had just crossed the line of what Sirius considered acceptable. He was going to have a very difficult talk with Harry after this meeting. He wasn't about to let Molly start off on some crusade where she was the injured party. He slapped her down, perhaps harder than was strictly necessary, but the woman couldn't take a hint. "Molly, that really is none of your business. Harry is my godson. I am his guardian and family. I have told you as much as I'm currently able to. Like you, my first concern is always Harry's welfare. How can not having a birthday party be good for Harry's welfare?" Their argument had now become the focus of those members still present, which was the last thing Sirius wanted. Arthur and Bill arrived quickly however, practically dragging an angry Molly away. Harry and Hermione said goodbye to their red-headed friends before approaching Sirius to see what the problem was. A nod and whispered, later, saw them holding their questions, and they had more than a few of those. All the Weasleys left, except Bill. He was apologizing to Sirius but found himself being thanked for intervening. "I had forgotten all about that side of things. I should have anticipated your mother doing something like that. She means well." Bill's chuckle meant Sirius didn't need to say any more. "I was going to invite your father to join us tonight. After that though I thought it would just inflame things further." Looking around the room, Sirius now had only one concern. "Susan, I know we can trust you to keep what you hear tonight quiet. It helps these two to have someone their own age to talk about these things with. Bill, I would also trust Ron, except where your mother is concerned. She could have everything out of him in 5 minutes." A smiling Bill said too, before Sirius asked everyone left to take a seat. Apart from those living in Grimmauld, that was Dumbledore, Snape, both Bones ladies, Bill Weasley, Moody and Shacklebolt. Albus still liked to delude himself he was running things here, so made a suggestion. "Perhaps we could hear from Severus first, before Sirius tells us what's got him so bothered." The group just nodded, so Severus gave his report. "The Dark Lord doesn't believe in coincidences. He was certain of foul play from the time the second Death Eater released from St. Mungo's died. Now that 4 of them are gone, with the other 2 too afraid to leave their homes, he's demanding answers. I have passed on my suspicion that there is an inner group within the Order, and that they might be involved. When I informed him I suspected Black, Lupin and Moody to be the core of that group, he understood I wouldn't be getting invited to join. I have heard nothing of attacks to mark Potter's birthday, but agree with your assessment that there is a high possibility of that happening. Since he can't get at Potter or Granger, that leaves one obvious target. Arthur's new position in the Ministry would also add to the likelihood of that happening." This received a nod of acknowledgement from Bill. "That matches exactly what we thought. Charlie is actually coming home tomorrow for a few days. That will give us an extra wand without alarming Mum. Harry couldn't keep quiet any longer. If we suspect an attack, get them out of there. Wormtail lived at the burrow for over 10 years, he'll know that building inside and out. Houses can be bought, or rebuilt. Dead as forever. We've already found that out this summer, we don't need any more examples. I was going to talk to Moody, see if he thought Ron and the twins were ready for something like this. Ginny certainly won't be there, and I hadn't considered Voldemort would have that knowledge. Dad also has Auror guards assigned him. Bill, Voldemort knows all this. He was caught out the last time on the prisoner transfer, he can't afford to make a mistake again. By all means set a trap, it's the Weasley bait I'm objecting to. Polyjuice some Order or Phoenix officers to look like Ron and the twins if you need to, but consider this, Voldemort needs a victory, so we'll leave nothing to chance. What defense do you have against a dozen Death Eaters turning up and casting fiendfire at the burrow? There was more than Bill turned pale at that thought, while Hermione was quietly explaining to her mother just how destructive that spell was. The lads just made some very good points, Bill. Moody was then even more glowing in his praise of Harry. You can't think of a defense against that attack, because basically there isn't one. With no other structures nearby to worry about the fire getting out of hand, and the burrow being mainly constructed from timber, an attack like Potter described would be devastating. With all the insider knowledge Voldemort has available, we have to consider something like that a possibility. Potter, I'm glad you're on our side. Bill had finally found his voice. I don't know if I could swing Mum abandoning the burrow. An emotional Emma still had her arm around Harry. She keyed the top of his head, proud at how concerned he was for his friends. That emotion then resonated in every word she spoke to Bill. I would gladly give up everything I own, every single pound or possession, if I could have my Dan back. I wholeheartedly agree with Harry on this, get them out of there. With the amount of risk involved, we shouldn't even be needing to discuss this. Mad Eye and Albus also agreed with Emma's opinion, and were determined to do something about it. We'll accompany Bill to the burrow, talk things over with Molly and Arthur. At the end of the day, this has to be their decision. Wrapping her arm around Harry too, Hermione then voiced what everyone there knew to be true. Molly may be stubborn about herself, but Ginny, Ron and the twins will be out of that house so quick their heads will be spinning. Seeing how close these two ladies were becoming to his godson always brought a smile to Sirius' features, and was also the reason Molly was so jealous. Harry was building his family, and Emma seemed more than happy to gain a son. Sirius wasn't in the mood to smile tonight though. Keep your arms there, Emma and Hermione, Harry's going to need all our support. When the goblins went through the Lestrange vault, they found another Horcrux. To say they were angry would be a gross understatement. They know exactly who Voldemort is, and went searching through gaunt vaults. All they found were deeds to a tiny piece of land with a hovel of a shack built on it. Upon searching that hovel, they found another. This was great news, so they couldn't understand why Sirius was so dour. Have they destroyed them? Not yet, Albus. Let me tell everyone what the situation is before the questions start flying. Bill and I then approached them to see if they could help with Harry's problem. Sirius had to raise his hand, palm out, in an effort to save Albus, interrupting him again. You've had over a decade to research getting the thing out of Harry. If you have an answer for us, don't be shy, now's the time to tell. Remus has practically lived in the Black Library since we discovered the problem. Emma, Hermione and myself have helped him with that research too. We've got nothing. Yes, we risk word getting back to Voldemort by approaching the goblins with this, but I'm prepared to risk a lot more than that to get this abomination out of my godson. It was Bill who placed a comforting hand on Sirius' shoulder. After discovering Voldemort made Horcruxes, the goblins would never do business with him. He won't find out anything from that source. Somewhat back under control, Sirius then passed on their news. They actually have a procedure that offers some hope. It's dangerous, will be as painful as hell for the one going through it, and they can't offer any guarantees. That is what we need to discuss here tonight. I'll say right now, we can all help Harry make his choice, but the choice will be his to make. Thinking now would be the best time to play one of his last cards, Albus did so. That Tom took Harry's blood as part of that ritual created a bond between them. The only way I can see that being to Harry's advantage is if he were to let Tom hit him with a killing curse. That should destroy the Horcrux, while leaving Harry alive. It was now Albus' time to hold his hand up for silence as everyone appeared ready to shout at him. I'm not saying this is a good idea, I think it's a terrible idea myself, but it's all I've got. As options go, this should be classed under utter desperation. That Albus wasn't advocating this as a possible solution allowed Sirius to take a deep breath and push on. Okay, I would be quite happy if that was never, ever mentioned again. Now the goblins also recognize this bond exists, they just do things a bit differently. Voldemort deliberately stole something from Harry, his blood, and they are proposing a ritual where Harry will try to reclaim it. The ritual is in two distinct parts, and both have to be completed or the consequences could be dire. The first part is a purification ritual, where Harry will have to fight to get that bit of Voldemort out of his head. After that, he then has to fight Voldemort himself for possession of his blood. While not physically in the same room, this will most certainly be a fight. Spotting the problem immediately, Albus asked a question that got right to the heart of the matter. How long can there be between Phase 1 and 2? Harry is going to be exhausted expelling the Horcrux, and then left with having to face Tom. This was the bad news. There can be only minutes between them, and Harry won't be able to take any potions to help. A sugary drink for energy replacement is the best we can offer. There is a plan to weaken Voldemort too, just before Harry attacks him through the ritual. 3 is a very powerful magical number. The goblins would then have 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes to hand. They intend to destroy them simultaneously, seconds before Harry begins the second phase. Having not released her grip on Harry, Emma had a question she needed to know the answer to. You keep using the word, fight, Sirius. I know what a fight is, but what does that mean in terms of this ritual? What happens to the winner and the loser? Think of it like the Battle of Wands and Wills Harry had with Voldemort at the graveyard. Both will try to overcome the other. A defeated Voldemort will have lost 3 of his Horcruxes, and possibly the body he currently inhabits. At the very least he will be crippled in some way. Sirius now directed his gaze solely to his godson. If the ritual fails at the first part, there's a chance the Horcrux could have some control of you. Should you expel the Horcrux and then lose the second part of the ritual, no one really knows. This is all theory, it's never been done before, not like this. Not liking the sheer number of uncertainties involved in this proposed ritual, Hermione was the first one present to urge caution. Harry, there is so much about this we don't know. We have to think about this, discuss it thoroughly, before making any decisions. Harry's reply saw her relax, but not for long. You're right, but let's look at what we do know to give this problem some perspective. This thing in my head needs to come out, the sooner the better. Other than me standing and letting Voldemort hit me with a killing curse, we've got nothing else to even talk about. That instantly makes this ritual a very attractive option for me. Secondly, we've been training all summer, yet the only person in this room we could currently beat in a magical fight is Emma. Can you honestly see the day when we're ready enough to physically face him? We're many years away from that, giving him and his Death Eaters time to get stronger too. That, with this ritual, it would only be my life on the line has me wanting to give this a try. You know I have an almost pathological need to keep those close to me safe. If this group went up against Voldemort today, we would certainly take casualties, and there is still no guarantee we would win. No one there could dispute anything Harry had said so far, his calm reasoning and delivery leaving them no opportunity to object. He then unleashed his knockout punch. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. This might be my power, Hermione. I hope so, because I can't ever see the day when I could stand toe-to-toe against Voldemort and be confident of defeating him in a magical fight. I trust the people here, so I would like to hear everyone's opinions on this, but Sirius is right. This is a decision that will be made between me, him, you and Emma. Remus decided to go first. Harry, I have scoured the Black Library, and Albus admitted Hogwarts, and the headmaster's private libraries, held no information that would help us get that out of your head either. Hermione and I had discussed in the loosest possible terms using the fact that Voldemort stole your blood against him. Our sticking point was always that Horcrux in your head. Until that's gone, Any ritual we could find wouldn't work because you have a part of Voldemort, and he has a part of you. Is this dangerous and more than a bit desperate? I would say yes. I know how badly you must want that out of you though, and there is no likelihood of any other options appearing on the table anytime soon. I instantly discounted Voldemort hitting you with the killing curse. Trying to engineer such a scenario throws up so many problems that it's not worth even considering. Something as simple as him using a different curse against you means you're dead. With his head no down, all heard the heartache in Remus' words. I feel as if I've failed you again. Having none of that, Sirius was first to defend his friend. Nonsense, Remus. You can't find what isn't there. My family owns one of the darkest libraries in the land, yet we found only 3 mentions of Horcruxes in all of our research. Even the goblins acknowledged this was a unique situation. Shaq and Amelia both thanked Harry for asking their opinion, though neither felt they had the knowledge or expertise to properly form one. A tearful Susan summed it up when she promised to support them, no matter what their choice was. Bill did have what they sorely lacked, so his opinion was keenly sought. He didn't disappoint. Destroying these Horcruxes will seriously piss off Voldemort and his Death Eaters, yet that is what the goblins will do, whether or not you go ahead with this ritual. Anything happening to Harry will also seriously piss off the Ministry, and most of magical Britain. The Goblin Nation is well aware of the position it suddenly finds itself in, yet the offer to aid Harry was still made. This would not have been done lightly. Their chief would certainly have been involved in reaching this decision. What I'm trying to say is that, while they would never say so out loud, the goblins will be quietly confident this ritual will work to at least some extent. They would not have made this offer otherwise. The goblins are already committed to destroying the Horcruxes. Making an enemy of the Ministry at the same time would be a disaster for them. After Miss Granger's opening remarks, Albus couldn't believe the rest of the group weren't coming down hard against this idea. Bill Weasley had just made some very good points that clearly resonated with both Granger ladies. All witnessing that growing relationship knew exactly whose opinions would count the most when Harry came to make his decision, a decision Albus didn't want him even considering, far less making. There are so many unknowns here, I'm surprised we're even talking about it. Even if everything goes as we all hope it would, Voldemort wouldn't be finished off. Best case scenario, he would be once more a wraith. He would also know for certain we were aware he made Horcruxes. This is a decision that will affect far more than just those sitting here tonight. I don't think it would be overly dramatic to state the fate of the entire country could hinge on this. Until all the Horcruxes are destroyed, I believe this is a rash move. A move that doesn't need to be made. While not magical, no one was left in any doubt that Emma would have been a Gryffindor like her daughter. She tore into Albus like a lioness protecting her cubs. Do you know how many he made? Do you know where any of them are? Do you have one in your head? We all know your answer is the same for all 3 questions, a big no. Can Voldemort murder anyone as a wraith? Can a wraith protect those followers who flocked back to his banner? Again, those are almost certainly no's. Will Harry defeating him again at least make any potential new Death Eaters reconsider their decision? I would say that was a yes. Taking a deep breath to regain control, Emma managed to save herself from resorting to shouting at Dumbledore. We will look into this in as much detail as possible before Harry makes his decision. I am grateful that everyone so far has given their honest opinion, thank you for that. I am not about to sit here and let anyone guilt-trip Harry into seeing things their way. By all means you are entitled to your opinion, but I don't see Harry possibly returning Voldemort to a wraith form as a bad thing. Does anyone else hear? Moody's loud laughter broke the building tension. You keep telling it like it is, lass, whether Albus likes it or not. Put yourself in Potter's shoes, Albus. He's not here bursting his ass training every day for your greater good shit. The lad wants that thing out his head, and Voldemort gone. Who are we to deny him a shot at both? We've got nothing else to offer him, unless you're still holding out on us. Now would be the time. Sirius, what is the timeline on this? Albus didn't think putting the Elder Wand on the table would sway the current topic of discussion away from the track it seemed destined for. He shook his head in defeat. Sirius had intended to take them all away for a few days' relaxation on a tropical island, a Godfather's treat, before all the plans dramatically changed. The goblins believe that someone's birthday is their most important day of the year. They want to perform the ritual on the 31st. There was a sharp intake of breath, and everyone heard Hermione mutter, "I thought we would have more time." Lifting her chin, Harry gently keyed her lips. "If this is something we're doing, I'd rather it wasn't hanging over our heads for ages. We'll just have to wait and celebrate your birthday." Emma quickly kicked that idea in the head. "Harry, you pull this off and I can assure you we will be celebrating." Those celebrations might still be going on when Hermione's birthday comes along. That did put a grin on Sirius' face. "Emma, when he pulls this off, the entire country will be celebrating until September." Snape's deep baritone rang out as the potions professor offered his opinion, and his help. "The boy is a born Gryffindor, of course he's going to rush in and do this. I can produce a nutrient energy drink that won't contain any magic. Could we discover what he can take, and what will specifically interfere with the ritual?" This got a nod of agreement from Sirius. "We need to visit Gringotts tomorrow, go over all the details and then make a decision. I'd like to thank each of you for your input tonight, and ask that you respect that eventual decision, whatever it is. We'll pass on that decision when it's made, and now 3 of you have to go to the burrow and convince Molly her home is in danger of attack. You'll have to excuse us from any response the Order is setting up to deal with this. I've a feeling we might be otherwise engaged." A nodding Shacklebolt instantly agreed with that. Emma has been working with a couple of Phoenix officers, training them to man the phones. "We'll cope if you're busy elsewhere." Albus really didn't want to leave but had already volunteered to visit the burrow. He felt Harry was being selfish with his decision here, but his influence with the boy had waned to the point of almost being non-existent. His opinion tonight had not only been ignored but shouted down, by a Muggle no less, in an organization he supposedly led. The thought of Voldemort gaining any kind of control over Harry terrified Albus, though that possibility seemed to be being ignored by everyone else. He didn't know that was Harry's main worry with the entire ritual, and he would be talking to Sirius about it in private. Arthur had been summoned to the minister's office, though this time Percy hadn't been sent to fetch him. With Bill and Charlie joining them for breakfast this morning, it seemed to highlight Percy's absence from the burrow even more. Spotting his son at the desk outside his beloved minister's door, Arthur once more rattled Percy's cage. Since Percy was family, his father knew just what buttons to push. It was a smiling Arthur who greeted his wayward son. "Good morning, Percy. How are you today? I assume you know I have an appointment with the minister." I'm fine, and I know about the appointment. How's everyone?" A flustered Percy didn't know how to handle this type of approach from his father. Arthur deliberately kept him off balance. "Oh, we're all fine. Bill and Charlie joined us for breakfast this morning, made your mother's day." "Bill and Charlie are home?" "Yes. Well, with Voldemort back, and it being Harry's birthday tomorrow, we suspect there will be an attack. Since I'm the DMLE head, and all our younger children are friends with Harry, the burrow will certainly be high on the list of possible Death Eater targets. Having their wands available will be a big help." It was now a red-faced Percy who answered his father. "I said Potter would bring trouble to our family." He was soon being cut off by Arthur. "You also said Voldemort wasn't back, and that Harry was an attention-seeking liar. You can't have it both ways, Percy. The Weasley family will always be targets, regardless of Harry, since we will always oppose the dark. Charlie's traveled back from Romania to do so, while Bill is going to be based in Britain for a while. With the Auror guards assigned to me too, we should be fine. I'd better go through. Cornelius hates for anyone to be late." Walking away, he left his son with no comeback. Entering the minister's office, Arthur was surprised to see Dolores present with Cornelius. "Good morning, Arthur. Dolores came to me with a problem your department seemed to have missed. I wasn't aware my department were responsible for the misuse of Muggle artifacts. We share a floor, nothing more." Dolores didn't like being reminded of where she now worked. "Are you aware that, out of the 6 Imperious wizards injured on the night of the Dark Lord's attack, 4 are now dead?" Shrugging his shoulders, Arthur asked a question he already knew the answer to. "Were they that seriously injured?" "No, they were not. Someone is killing pure blood wizards." She was immediately cut off by Arthur. That is a dangerous accusation to make. Have you any proof? Nothing has come across my desk. That is because they are being made to look like accidents, or natural causes. 2 died from heart attacks, 1 choked to death in a busy restaurant while the 4th was hit by a falling chimney pot as he walked down diagonal alley. Ah, that last one I do know about. It was thoroughly investigated by my department and we found no signs of foul play. The entire chimney stack was badly in need of repair. It looked like a cat was raiding a bird's nest that was woven into the rotting brick structure, knocking over the already loose chimney pot. It seems like pure bad fortune that someone was walking past at the time. You don't see any coincidence in these particular 4 deaths. Staring Umbridge right in the eyes, Arthur gave her a glimpse of the hard wizard beneath his rather meek exterior. Had these wizards not been released from St. Mungo's without charges being brought against them, who here can say whether they might still be alive, but in Azkaban? They were under the imperious curse. Again, madam, where is your evidence? You had none for releasing them yet expect my department to take action where no evidence of crimes being committed exist. Switching his attention to the Minister of Magic, Arthur really twisted the knife in Dolores' gut. Cornelius, due to my predecessor's total ineptitude at the job, I'm left with barely enough ores to keep the ministry safe. I certainly don't have any spare to investigate this fiction. If, and I stress the word, if, someone is killing Death Eaters. How do you know they were Death Eaters? These are respected pure-blood wizards. Dolores just couldn't let it go. The wizard hit by the fallen chimney pot bore the dark mark, as did the one who choked in the restaurant. I don't know about the other 2, heart attacks would not come across my desk. It's called investigation, Dolores, you should try it sometimes. With no crimes being reported, my department cannot become involved. If someone is taking out Death Eaters, yes Dolores, Death Eaters, my hands are tied until a crime is committed and reported. Cornelius, has a crime been reported? Not to my knowledge, Arthur. Cornelius. Dolores' voice was practically a whine as she begged for the minister's support. It didn't come. Do you have any evidence of a crime being committed, Dolores? As Arthur rightly pointed out, these wizards were released because you claimed lack of evidence. We can't change the rules now, the other side have lawyers too. With Cornelius slamming the door in Dolores' face, she had no option but to shut up. Sorry for disturbing you over this, Arthur, I should have known you would have everything in hand. Arthur couldn't quite hide the satisfied smirk that putting Umbridge in her place generated. He wished them both a good day and left the office, wondering if he should have another pop at Percy on his way out. Deciding that just smiling at his wayward son should work better, that's what he did. The door had barely shut behind Arthur when Dolores exploded. He knows all about it, probably in on it too. Why didn't you back me? Pure-blood wizards are being murdered, we need to do something. Sitting back in his chair, Cornelius gave her the answer he knew Dolores wouldn't like. Arthur and his Aurors are the only thing standing between the Dark Lord and us. You want me to start messing with his department, without any evidence? Surely you don't believe these deaths are accidental or anything other than unnatural. No, I don't. Dolores. Joy at that admission from Cornelius was short-lived. Consider this though. These people died in broad daylight, and in public places, without raising any suspicion of the circumstances. It's only the frequency, and apparent selective nature, of these deaths that are now raising eyebrows. Whoever is doing this is very good. We already have a Dark Lord wanting to kill us, I'm forced to live in this bloody building day and night. The last thing we need is for whoever is doing this to be switching their attention toward us. To be honest, Dolores, the pureblood wizard I'm most worried about is Cornelius Fudge. Do you really think they would come after us? Dolores, they are operating with a level of expertise and ruthlessness I've never seen before. The Death Eaters are mere thugs compared to whoever is behind this. All we can hope for is that they also have a plan to deal with the Dark Lord. Let's face it, we don't. Dolores had no answer to that. They walked into Gringotts in a tight group. Hermione was on Harry's right arm, clasping his hand with their fingers intertwined. Emma was on his left, her hand supportively placed on Harry's shoulder. Sirius led them into the building while Remus was surreptitiously watching their backs. Kingsley had arranged a guard of Phoenix officers, guards who picked them up the moment they entered the leaky cauldron. The officers then escorted the group to the very steps of Gringotts. All knew who was paying their wages, and none missed the irony that, in their former jobs, they had been tasked with hunting down Sirius Black. Bill's offer of help with today had been gladly accepted. He waited inside the bank to greet them. Albus also offered, but, since he held no sway over the goblins, his offer was politely declined. While Sirius was shaking Bill's hand in greeting, he was still half expecting the headmaster to turn up and try to poke his nose in. Bill led their party through to an opulent meeting room where their contact was already waiting on them. The goblin, impeccably dressed in a three-piece suit that any Savile Row tailor would be proud to put their brand on, introduced himself as Barchok. The amenable Barchok then indicated he was here to answer all their questions. Giving them a more detailed outline of the ritual saw Harry's face gradually turn bright red as Barchok broke the news that, as the ritual involved the painting of blood runes on his skin, he would need to be naked for the entire ritual. Hermione's was soon even redder as Barchok said the three people closest to Harry should act as anchors to keep his spirit grounded to his body and provide loving support. Hermione might have been red, but her jaw was set with a determination that indicated she was certainly going to be one of the three. Seeing this clearly displayed in the young witch's demeanor, the goblin turned his attention to Sirius for a moment. "Are these two betrothed? I only ask because it's easy to see the affection they already have for each other. Making that official could help with this ritual. It certainly couldn't harm his chances any." After hearing that, Harry was frightened to even glance at Hermione. She reached and lifted his chin until he was looking into her eyes from mere inches. "For me, Harry, this was never a casual fling. Neither of us go in for that kind of frivolous relationship where we're only out for a bit of fun. If you're as serious about me as I am about you, and want to ask a particular question, I'll give you a helping hand. My answer will be yes, Harry." Their foreheads were now resting on each other's, no questions or answers needed. They would have key ed but were unsure of goblin customs. They couldn't afford to offend anyone today. Hermione's head then shifted as her gaze locked on Emma. "Mum, if this helps Harry by even 1%, you know I've got to do it. We are so not losing him, not if we can help Harry win." Emma had sworn to herself she wouldn't cry today. They needed her strong, but it was now going to be a close-run thing. Smiling at them both, she nodded her agreement to Hermione's wishes. Barchok then had some bad news for them. If something goes wrong during the cleansing ritual, and Riddle manages some control over Harry here, Harry won't be leaving Gringotts until we can reverse that possession. This part is totally non-negotiable and must be agreed upon before we can go any further. While not exactly stated what would happen if that possession couldn't be reversed, Alder understood the terrible implication for Harry. Both ladies felt Harry slump against them at hearing that news. They were surprised though to see the look of relief on Harry's face. "Barchok, thank you so much for that. Me hurting someone in this room because of being possessed was easily my greatest fear. Taking that fear away means I can give beating this ass everything I've got." The goblins had thought this might be a sticking point, stopping the entire process in its tracks, so Harry's answer had actually surprised Barchok too. A grin started to form on his features, a grin that was more predatory than pleasant. "Spoken like a true warrior. That answer, and seeing how close you are to your anchors, has me thinking your chances of achieving the outcome we all want from this ritual are even higher than we anticipated. Riddle only cares for himself, and certainly won't have people who love him at his side to help. He has never loved anyone in his life, far less be prepared to fight for those he loves." When the group eventually left Gringotts, Harry felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him. While Hermione, Emma and Sirius would be his anchors, none of them would be in any physical danger from Voldemort or himself. Hermione though had gained weight, a few stones at least. She couldn't stop her eyes from drifting to their joined hands, and the glittering diamonds that were reflecting the summer sunshine from the Potter betrothal ring on her finger. Signing the betrothal document saw Emma breaking her promise and shedding a few tears. Seeing the moisture in the corner of Sirius' eyes as he signed too meant these tears didn't count. In both Emma and Sirius' cases, these were certainly happy tears. While sad that Dan had missed this, she was sure he would have approved of her signing. He always wanted what was best for Hermione, and there was no doubt in Emma's mind Harry was exactly what their daughter wanted. Remus was actually pleased he wasn't chosen by Harry to be one of the anchors. It saved him having to disqualify himself. All three anchors would have to provide a little of their blood for the runes that would be drawn on Harry. They couldn't risk werewolf blood affecting the ritual. He also knew Harry had three exceptional people who loved him as anchors, and all would be ready to do anything to help him pull through this. Bill had watched on in awe as lives were changed in that meeting. Shit, if Harry pulled this off, the country would be changed too. That today's meeting had been handled with a quiet kind of dignity throughout impressed the hell out of the eldest Weasley son. It was such a far cry from the melodramatic scenes that played out in the burrow last night, and left Bill shaking his head in wonder at such a comparison. Only Dumbledore being present last night eventually swayed his mother to take the proper action for everyone's safety. Even after all his faults being laid bare, Molly still thought Albus Dumbledore shat rainbows. At least she would be leaving the burrow tomorrow, and that was all that mattered to Bill. Ginny found a disgruntled Ron down by the pond, aimlessly throwing stones into the water. "What's got you so worked up? All that bloody training, during the summer holidays too, yet I'm still being sent away like a little boy. What was the point of working my ass off? I could have spent the summer just flying about the burrow. Hey, beep it up. At least you're getting bloody training. While you and the twins are away seeing our friends, I'm stuck here with just Mum for company." Some friends. We're not getting to see Harry on his birthday. We don't even know where he'll be, or what he'll be doing. Hermione will be with him though. Ah, now we get to see the real reason for Ronald Weasley's strop. Ginny never got an answer. Ron just chucked another stone into the water with enough force to stun anything aquatic it might have hit. Neither Harry nor Hermione know what Sirius has planned for the 31st. This is not their fault, Ron. Throwing another stone with just as much force, Ron took a moment to answer. I know it's not their fault. This feels like the start of the changes we knew were coming, and I don't like it. They won't be at Hogwarts, we can't see them on Harry's birthday. What else is going to change? Are we going to end up seeing them a couple of days a year? I don't know if I can handle that, Ginny. They are my two best friends, have been for 4 years. I know it's not deliberate or anything, neither Harry nor Hermione would do anything like that. It still beeps though. A loud splash signified another stone being cast into the water before Ron continued. You don't think they'll be at Hogwarts when we go there tomorrow, do you? Picking up a few stones herself, a now glum Ginny then joined her brother chucking them into the water. The ripples spreading out from the site of impact had Ginny thinking about what her brother had just said. Harry and Hermione had such a large impact on their lives, the ripples caused by their not returning to Hogwarts was just beginning to sink in. I very much doubt it, Ron. Sirius and Mum wouldn't have gotten into such a row if Harry and Hermione were simply going to be spending the day in the castle. I hadn't considered what it meant that they wouldn't be returning to Hogwarts, even though I knew about it. You're right, that really beeps. After a night out in Muggle London to celebrate Harry and Hermione's betrothal, Emma was sitting drinking cocoa with Sirius and Remus. Her excuse was to give the couple some alone time together in Grimmauld, but there was also something about tomorrow Emma wanted to discuss without Harry or Hermione hearing. I don't know if I'm the best person to be one of Harry's anchors tomorrow. My blood doesn't have any magic in it. Wouldn't Molly be a better choice? While Sirius was choking on his cocoa at that suggestion, Remus tried to put Emma's mind to rest. Hermione is one of the most powerful young witches I've ever met, and Sirius here is no slouch in the magical department either. There will easily be enough magic in the mixture of blood to get the job done. Getting his breathing back under control, Sirius took over from his best friend. Your daughter clearly loves my godson, which is why we both signed those papers today. I have loved Harry since the moment James placed a wriggling little bundle in my arms. You're not needed for your magic, Emma. It's just a question of whether you love Harry. This placed a slight smile on Emma's lips. I've been hearing all about your godson for years now. Every single letter Hermione sent home contained some mention of Harry in it. Dan used to think there were no other witches at Hogwarts as Hermione's letters were full of Harry, and Ron got more than a few mentions too. That first Christmas she was home, It was funny to watch her entire face light up every time she mentioned Harry's name, and she mentioned him a lot. Well, I thought it was funny, but Dan was ready to get his shotgun out to scare off his princess's first crush. Getting to know Harry, it was soon obvious it would take a lot more than a Muggle dentist with a shotgun to part Harry from our daughter. I felt as if Dan was there with me today, smiling over my shoulder as I signed those documents. To answer your question, both Granger ladies love your godson. How could we not? The very idea that something serious could happen to Harry tomorrow means I won't get much sleep tonight. A smiling Sirius just received the answer he was expecting. While Molly is a good woman, she tries to smother Harry. I get that wrapping our two in cotton wool and hiding them away until this is all over is an attractive idea, it's just not a practical or viable option. It's easy to see who Harry is looking to fulfill the mother role in his life, hence Molly's jealousy. Had your home not been attacked, it might have been Dan in my place tomorrow. Holding his hand up, and still smiling, Sirius gave his reasoning. Harry has a vast amount of respect for Dan. He made a massive impression on my godson, even in the short time they spent together. This parenting game is hard, and I'm doing my best, but tomorrow terrifies the life out of me. If anyone else had a better shot at being Harry's anchor tomorrow, I would gladly step aside. The final outcome is the most important thing here, not some wounded pride. It was left to Remus to bring the conversation around to a position where Emma and Sirius could both go into that ritual room tomorrow with confidence in themselves. There is not one doubt in my mind that Harry will have the 3 best possible anchors with him tomorrow, and I'll bet he would say exactly the same. Don't sell yourself short, Sirius. Harry has never had a father figure to look up to. I think you are both feeling your way along that route and building a strong relationship as you go. Emma, Harry will need all 3 of you to be strong for him tomorrow. He needs your unfailing and unconditional support, not Molly wailing all over him and screaming he's too young to be doing this. Barchoke was clearly happy with Harry's choices too, that was good enough for me. The heartfelt truth of Remus, words buoyed their spirits up almost as much as the grin that Barchoke had been displaying by the time they left Gringotts. The goblin clearly thought Harry's chances were good, and he knew more about this procedure than they did. All 3 then finished their cocoa in quiet contemplation. There was nothing more to be said. With what they had in front of them tomorrow, no one wanted to drink more than the celebratory glass of sparkling wine they'd had with dinner. If things went as they hoped with this ritual though, tomorrow night would be a different case altogether. All hoped they would be toasting Harry's success. Harry held his betrothed in his arms as he and Hermione snuggled on the couch in their suite. He broached a subject that he felt could only be spoken about now they were alone. You know, I was always going to ask you to wear my ring. Just as I was always going to say yes. Tomorrow moved the timetable up, Harry, nothing more. I'm very happy where our relationship is at the moment. While this ring confirms where we're going, I don't want it to change the speed that we get there any. Hermione was looking into Harry's eyes as she said the last part. Seeing his love reflected back at her meant she didn't need to say any more. They used the time they had left before Emma returned to continue their keying practice. Both thought the other deserved an outstanding for their keying technique but were great believers in the saying that practice makes perfect. Severus barely had time to flow Albus and tell him he'd been summoned to the Dark Lord's presence before he had to leave. He had a bag of potions with him, as had been requested by the Dark Lord after their last debacle left Death Eaters injured, Severus included. All the signs were now pointing to a large operation being carried out on the day of Harry's birthday. Albus immediately contacted the Burrow with the news. Molly and her 4 youngest would soon be spending the next 24 hours protected by Hogwarts wards and walls. Arthur was arranging to beef up his protection detail for the same period while the Order and the Phoenix Force stood ready to render assistance at a moment's notice. Moody was going to be outside the Burrow, hidden just in case Voldemort planned a surprise for any arriving support group. Having lived there the first 17 years of their lives, Charlie and Bill had utilized their knowledge in choosing a tactically advantageous location to construct a hide that would conceal the now retired Master Auror. From this location, with the aid of his magical eye and a mobile phone, Mad Eye should be able to direct any reinforcements required to exactly where they would do the most damage. He, like everyone else who would be involved in this operation, also carried an emergency portkey. The possibility that Voldemort would do something totally unexpected couldn't be discounted. Like Harry Potter had said, a building wasn't worth dying for. They were as prepared as they could be, now it was all about waiting. Harry was left thinking that, if this ritual didn't end him, he would probably die of embarrassment anyway. Standing there naked as goblins washed every single part of his body, using sponges attached to the ends of sticks, was only the beginning of his embarrassment too. There was worse to come. He didn't know that his 3 anchors were currently having to undergo this cleansing too. None of the trio had thought Harry needed that knowledge beforehand. He was currently in a room that was about 15 feet square, and at least that high. The room seemed to be constructed from white marble, and with exquisite workmanship. So much so that when the marble door shut behind him, any sign that there was previously a door there instantly disappeared. The spokesman of the 4 goblins present had ordered Harry to remove every scrap of clothing and stand in the center of the room. They had then taken up positions, with their sponges and sticks at the ready. Harry had assumed their positions were related to the points of a compass. As soon as they were all in those positions though, all thoughts of anything else left Harry. He couldn't see where the water that was forcefully raining down on him was coming from, or where it was disappearing to after it hit the floor. Nothing in the world mattered except how mind-numbingly cold this water was. He was eventually led, still shivering, through another invisible door into the actual ritual room. A robe casually draped over his shoulders provided a modicum of warmth but, since it didn't fasten at the front, did nothing to cover what he desperately wanted covered. Harry's embarrassment meter rose a couple of more digits on finding Emma and Hermione standing waiting on him. Sirius was there too, though his godfather caused Harry nowhere near the same embarrassment as his girlfriend and her mother did. Seeing all 3 of them standing there barefoot, with damp hair and wearing snow-white robes that came down to their ankles, Harry had his first suspicion that it wasn't just his current appearance that was responsible for turning Hermione's cheeks pink. The 3 anchors were called forward and handed a silver ritual blade. Each then took a turn at cutting their palm and allowing the blood released to drip into the heavily engraved bowl. Hermione was looking Harry in the eye and smiling as she let the blade bite, demonstrating she really would do anything for him. Harry was then instructed to remove his robe and lay on the stone ritual table. Taking a deep breath, and focusing his eyes on a featureless ceiling, Harry did so. There were goblins who then started using the provided blood to paint runes on Harry's body. From his forehead to the soles of his feet, Harry didn't think they missed any area out. They were chanting as they painted and Harry actually felt himself beginning to relax. So much so that painting their runes on the soles of his feet never even saw him flinch. He was ready to face what he must. Emma came forward and placed her palm on the runic symbol on the palm of Harry's right hand, their fingers curling automatically saw them holding hands. Sirius did the same on Harry's left, lovingly holding his godson's hand too. Hermione was at his head and waiting for the signal to begin. The goblins wanted to time this as near to Harry's birth as possible so, at 9:04, Hermione was given the nod. While thinking that Lily only made the prophecy by a few hours, none of that showed as she spoke to her betrothed. Never doubt for a second that the people here love you, Harry. Use that to get him out of you. With that, she reached out and placed her palm on the runic symbol painted in the center of his forehead. Harry's eyes rolled in his head as he lost consciousness. The ritual had began. Harry found himself in a familiar scene. It was the one that haunted him when Dementors were close. His mother was casting spells at the nursery door, trying to prevent Voldemort from entering. The battle downstairs had just ended and tears were streaming down her cheeks, but Harry could easily see the determination in those eyes he was so familiar with. He saw them looking back at him every single time he glanced at a mirror. Harry stood there frozen, until a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind. "My brave boy, all grown up and so handsome too. Your father and I are so proud of you." Time seemed to stand still as Harry slowly turned around to see it was another version of his mother who had her arms wrapped around him. His own arms were soon locked around the woman he could barely remember as his mind attempted to get his mouth to ask questions. His uttering sounded enough like, "How?" for Lily to continue. "You've had my protection all these years, son. While the body that monster has now negated that protection doesn't apply to the bit in your forehead. I'm here to help you get it out. Without saying anything, Harry's eyes darting between his two mothers asked their own question. That version of me can't see us, neither can Voldemort, and we can't stop what's going to happen. We're not really here, in Godric's Hollow that is, rather just replaying the events inside your mind. There is a particular part we can affect however, and that is why I brought you here. As Harry knew he would, Voldemort easily bypassed whatever protections his mother had placed on the door. The version of his mother holding him though surprised Harry by smiling at that action. By forcing his way in, Riddle just activated the initial stage of the ritual I had set up. I need him to kill me now, before he turns his wand against my baby. I have never regretted my decision, Harry. Seeing you standing here, ready to face him to protect those you love, lets me know you understand what I did, and why I would do it again in a heartbeat. As Harry's heart was breaking watching his mother's refusal to move, the other version keyed his cheek. What an egotistical arsehole Voldemort is. We need to get ready to take him down, son. I wasn't strong enough to prevent that parasite from attaching itself to you. I was able to protect you from it once it had wormed its way in though. Both of us together should be able to do what I couldn't. Wands out, son. Having gotten such a shock at seeing where he was, and who was there with him, it was only now Harry noticed he was once more fully clothed, and that his wand was in the pocket of his robes. As the faded version of Lily Potter once more gave her life to protect her son, the second edition issued what amounted to an order to the teenage version of Harry. We cast our Patronuses the instant Voldemort's curse backfires. Get ready, son, now. As the historic killing curse rebounded from the boy who lived to finish off Voldemort, a silver stag and doe were now standing protectively beside baby Harry. The curse that disintegrated Voldemort's body also tore a jagged hole in the wall of the nursery. Only a black, viscous cloud remained of the once seemingly all-powerful Dark Lord. This dark gaseous mass was clearly sentient as it floated towards a crying baby Harry. A shriek of pain and frustration seemed to emanate from this dark magical murk as it came into contact with the silver stag and doe. Its frustration and anger became clearer as the vapor's repeated attempts were continually foiled by a pair of Patronuses that were becoming more powerful by the minute. There were now screams of rage ringing around the nursery as doe and stag worked in perfect synchronization to push the filthy fog toward the jagged hole ripped into the nursery wall. With one final effort, the evil spirit of Voldemort was expelled from the building. The nursery around Harry began to fade to white, only then did he notice the rip in the wall was in the familiar shape of a lightning bolt. His mother's arms were once more around him as his surroundings became a brilliant white expanse without walls or a horizon. Well done, my darling boy, I knew you could do it. The nursery wasn't really here. I told you were inside your head, Harry. I used that memory to help you focus and achieve what you must, and you just did. I know the battle you now face and am sorrier than I can say that I can't help you with it. Mum, just having you here, being able to hold and talk to you, that's more than enough help for me. That's what I've wanted my whole life, and probably why my Patronus was so strong. Lily keyed her boy on the cheek. You have 3 wonderful people helping you with the next part, and Remus prowling the corridor like a caged wolf, ready to spring to your aid. Use their help, feel their love. Just like our Patronuses, their love can shield you from that monster. Tell Sirius I heartily approve of what he did yesterday, even though I swore to your father I would cut his bollocks off before a child of ours would ever be part of one of those contracts. Hermione's a wonderful girl, your dad and I like her family too. Dan was a good man whose death was not your fault, those Malfoys were bad to the bone. Take care, my son, of yourself and your family. Harry fought against her leaving, only to feel as if his arms were trapped. An angelic voice was calling his name, calling him back home. He opened his eyes to see a tearful Hermione smiling down at him. You did it, Harry, it worked. Floating a few inches above Harry's famous scar, a golden globe of energy contained the evil spirit that had previously taken up residence there. Feeling no pain, a grinning Harry squeezed the hands of both persons who were still holding his, and his excitement bubbled over as he spoke to Hermione. My mum was there, she helped me. She loves you and your family, and won't be cutting Sirius bollocks off for signing our betrothal. The Marauder's emotions had been all over the place since he got out of bed this morning. It had seemed to take an age for the clock to move around to where it was time to head for Gringotts, leaving his nerves shredded. That now felt like a picnic, compared to the last 40-odd minutes that his godson had lain here. Harry's body had twitched and spasmed while he was unconscious, leaving the three of them merely guessing as to what was happening. When Harry's head began to glow, everyone understood the battle must be coming to its climax. Hermione gave a little shriek as Harry's scar burst open right next to her hand. That shriek soon became a cheer as she spotted the black vapor being forced out of that jagged wound. She verbally urged Harry on, irrespective of whether or not he could hear her. The glow around Harry's head began to congregate at his scar, moving to encapsulate and trap the vapor. Sirius too had screamed like a first-year cheering at his first Quidditch match. Here was the first sign his godson was actually winning. It felt as if all the air had been beeped out of his lungs when Harry mentioned Lily, only for it to rush back in when his godson confirmed his bollocks would be safe in the afterlife. His response was a half-laugh, half-choking with emotion cough. "I'd forgotten about Lily promising to do that, she was serious too. You must really have met her, Harry, no one else could have told you that story. Only your father or godfather could sign for you. Lily warned James and I what that signature would cost us." The Goblin Rune Masters came forward and floated the contained globe of darkness away. The three anchors were advised to release their grip as Harry sat up for a moment. They were also warned not to touch him anywhere else until the entire ritual was over. The blood runes on Harry's skin appeared to pulsate with energy, a pulse that was tied to his heartbeat. Harry was drinking the concoction that Snape had brewed for this very purpose. A goblin healer was covering his now leaking scar with a clean dressing while the runes on his hands and forehead were being repainted in the last of the blood mixture. As Griphook approached, Harry had lost all sense of body shame and all but forgotten he was sitting there naked. Meeting his mum had this already being his best birthday ever, he was still buzzing from that. "Our healer and runes master confirmed that all of Riddle has left your body." "Well done, Harry. That was quicker than we anticipated too. This will afford you some extra time before undertaking the second part of the ritual. It must begin no later than 1 hour after the cleansing ritual began. We will destroy all 3 Horcruxes just before the second phase commences." Like Sirius, Emma's nerves were shredded. She couldn't help but ask the question she had already been told the answer to multiple times. Does Harry need to continue with this? Voldemort is out of him now. Understanding it was her concern for this young wizard that saw the mother in Emma ask that question. Again, Barchoke gave her the same answer as the last 3, or was it now 4, times. Mrs. Granger, a simple cleansing ritual would have nowhere near the needed power to remove a Horcrux from a living person. Only incorporating it as part of a much more powerful ritual provided the power to get that out of Harry here, and left him remarkably unharmed. Those blood runes have been activated however, and I can feel their power from here. They can't be switched off before the ritual has been completed, not without the backlash seriously damaging the wizard they're painted onto. Emma's hands were shaking as she held the flask to Harry's lips, allowing him to drink. With even his hands painted with blood runes, Harry couldn't hold it himself. After swallowing the much-appreciated liquid, Harry tried to put her mind at rest. "Don't worry, Emma. My mum said I can use the love of my anchors as shields against Voldemort." Looking at Hermione now, he gave her a wide smile. "Voldemort won't get anywhere near me." He held the back of his hand out, allowing the betrothed couple to touch their new rings together. Emma was not alone in gasping at the magical bolt of energy that clearly passed between the rings. Lying back down, Harry began to mentally prepare himself for the battle ahead. As darkness began to fall in the Scottish Highlands, Molly sat surrounded by her 4 youngest children in the Gryffindor common room. Albus promising to place her family clock there too was the concession that finally tipped the balance and had Molly agreeing to this. Her beloved clock was telling her that Arthur, Bill and Charlie were all currently at home. Ignoring all the hands on the clock pointing to school, it was these 3 Molly was concentrating on. Should there be an attack on the burrow, all 3 hands would swiftly swing to mortal peril. Her youngest children chatting away quietly, and Arthur's head appearing in the fireplace every half hour to reinforce what her clock was telling Molly, began to lull the Weasley matriarch into a perceived sense of security. So much so that, when her clock chimed a change, Molly let an extremely loud shriek out of her. It took a moment for Molly to realize what had changed, since Arthur, Bill and Charlie's hands still unerringly pointed to home, not mortal peril. When she finally deduced what had changed, Molly burst into tears. She had of course now been joined around the clock by her 4 children, and it was predictably Ron who voiced his opinion first. "What the bloody hell is that prat Percy doing at the Burrow?" It may have been said quietly, but all 4 heard their mother. "It's his home." With all nerves on edge, Percy's welcome at the Burrow was less than cordial. Arthur holding his hand up was enough to silence Bill and Charlie, for now. Their father though wasn't pulling any punches, he wanted answers. "Percy, what are you doing here, and why now? Did the minister send you?" Having expected at least to have his mother on side, Percy was disappointed to see she wasn't here. Recognizing that none of his younger siblings were present either, he actually now approved of his mother being missing and would face up to whatever came his way. "No one sent me, Father. If the Burrow is going to be attacked by Death Eaters, my place is here. If you remember, I actually bettered Bill's NEWT scores when I was Hogwarts head boy." As Arthur stood there stunned, his 2 eldest sons took over. Charlie had Percy in a bear hug, one only a bear would be able to break out of. "He's a cocky little bastard still. What are we going to do with him, Bill?" Ruffling his younger brother's hair, knowing Percy hated having it mused, a grinning Bill had the perfect solution. "We set the twins on him of course. Since they're not here, we'll just have to settle for letting him fight any Death Eaters that turn up. Welcome home, little bro." Releasing his hug, Charlie too was grinning as he slapped Percy on the back. "They'd better come. We'll need their help to eat that mountain of sandwiches Mum left us. There's enough food there to feed 2 armies. Go grab a bite, Percy. It could be a long night. Welcome home." His father's nod of acceptance saw Percy pass to where the food was. It had been so long since he tasted his mother's wonderful cooking, even Albus Dumbledore sitting there sipping tea couldn't dent Percy's enthusiasm. He'd taken the first step toward reconciliation with his family and was here, he was home. There was also the traitorous thought that, if he was going to be fighting against Death Eaters tonight, Percy would much rather have Albus Dumbledore at his side than Cornelius Fudge. He would worry about the threat of the twins being unleashed on him tomorrow. Tomorrow was a new day. The darkness, unnatural chill and lapping sea were all the clues Severus needed to know they weren't in the heart of the beautiful Devon countryside, so the Burrow should be safe tonight. After the last attack going so disastrously wrong, a paranoid Voldemort wouldn't even tell his Death Eaters where the portkey would take them. With the sinking of the Azkaban ferry, and the Ministry's severe lack of oars, the small dock on the island had now been warded to accept portkeys. The dock was guarded by Dementors, and this is where the Dark Lord revealed his plans. By the interaction between the Dark Lord and the Dementors, it was clear to all that this was not Voldemort's first visit to the island. As the Dementors left, heading back to the prison, it was finally time to inform his Death Eaters why they were here. "Tonight, we will strike fear into the hearts of those who oppose us. The Dementors will join our noble cause, signifying that transfer by turning on the Azkaban guards. The prisoners will then be given 2 options, join us or die." As he said those words, the Dark Lord suddenly clasped at his chest in obvious pain. He was down on one knee before screaming in agony and collapsing. With blood leaking from the Dark Lord's ears, mouth, nose and even eye sockets, there were a lot of Death Eaters who didn't know what to do next. Peter Pettigrew had everything invested in the man lying there bleeding from every orifice. Looking around in desperation, his gaze fastened on the one wizard he knew could help. "Severus, you have to help our Lord. I have no idea what's happening here, what my potions might do." Pain relief and blood replenishing potions should stabilize him for the moment. The murmur of agreement with Peter that went around the Death Eaters was Severus' cue to act. He'd stated his objections and been somewhat overruled, just as he'd hoped. He had of course lied when saying he didn't know what was happening here. This was obviously the result of Potter beginning his ritual. Having heard from Lupin what potion's ingredients negatively affected the ritual, Severus was delighted that blood replenishing and pain relief potions were the absolute worst things that Voldemort should be ingesting at this time. Having just forced both potions down the Dark Lord's throat, Severus had done all he could to aid the boy. The rest was up to Potter now. Harry recognized his new environment at once. It would be hard for him not to. He'd fought Quirrell to the death in the real version of this chamber at the end of his Hogwarts first year. That unfortunately was an event permanently burned like scar tissue into his brain. He was going to have to face up to Voldemort for the second time this summer. This time though it would be Tom who was the one startled and surprised, after being unceremoniously ripped away from whatever he was doing. A quick glance at the Mirror of Erised was like a tankard of the strongest pepper-up potion for Harry. His parents were of course there again, but now joined by Dan and Emma. Sirius and Remus were there too, though no surprise that Hermione was front and center, and leading the cheering section. Dan giving Harry a double thumbs up while his dad patted Hermione's father on the back was all the reminder Harry needed of just what was at stake in this fight. With a rather loud crack, a bewildered Voldemort then appeared. He seemed to be in great pain and was already down on one knee. His gaze immediately locked onto Harry. "Potter, what's going on here? What magic is this? What have you done to me?" During training Mad Eye, Amelia and Shaq had hammered into them that there was a time to talk, and a time to fight. Harry had come here specifically for the second reason. This wasn't going to be a duel with rules and bows beforehand, rather a fight where you got down and dirty. Needing every advantage he could get, Harry had cast a burst of 3 spells at a totally shocked Voldemort before the Dark Lord had even finished speaking. 1 second he'd been about to sack Azkaban, and was enjoying imagining all those fools in the Ministry of Magic shitting themselves. Next second he was here, wherever here was, and also in so much pain he couldn't actually stand. The Dark Lord had no idea if this was even real. He'd never heard of any type of magic that could do this. Real or not, he thought it best to try and avoid those curses while drawing his wand. With only rolling to one side currently available to Voldemort as an option to dodge, that's what he did. While this maneuver saw him avoiding the blasting curse, the cutting curse slashed agonizingly across his torso. The piercing curse that punched into his hip was also particularly painful, and saw Voldemort's angry scream carry more than a hint of agony in its tone. Having no time to actually figure out what was happening here, the Dark Lord was left with no other option but to try and fight back. Whether this was real or not was now immaterial. Curses still hurt, so he had to react to the whelp's attack. A few dark curses left his wand in Potter's direction, all of which would have ended this as a fight if they'd hit. The boy, however, was moving like Quicksilver, while he was reduced to holding onto one of the walls in an attempt to get back on his feet. The brat kept moving while firing blasting curses after blasting curse. Voldemort thought the boy's aim was way off, with panic probably accounting for him missing so often. That was until he remembered what had happened on those docks. Whoever had trained the boy certainly took that tactic into account, as those blasting curses had shards of stone flying in his direction from the floor, ceiling and walls. While the wounds caused weren't exactly threatening as such, those multiple superficial cuts still had him losing a bit of blood. As if to emphasize the deliberateness of Potter's blasting curse tactics, a barrage of slashing and piercing curses once more were very accurately heading in his direction. This was not a situation that would usually trouble the Dark Lord, but something was seriously off here, wherever here actually was. His magic just didn't feel right, and a now terrified Voldemort could actually sense it draining away, like someone had pulled the plug on a bath. As a few of those curses actually penetrated his defenses, the Dark Lord knew it was way past time to end this. The angry green flashes of the killing curse were all that spat from his wand now. Harry knew he had been incredibly lucky so far, and also that his luck couldn't last forever. As Voldemort started casting Avada Kedavras like they were going out of fashion, Harry cast Expelliarmus. He was overjoyed when it worked and the wands once more locked. While Voldemort was temporarily taken care of, it was time for Harry to do what he came here for. Before the Priori Incantatem cage could form, Harry knelt on the ground and clearly spoke the words needed to complete the ritual. "I, Harry James Potter, call on that which was stolen from me to return." Tom Marvolo Riddle is no kin of mine. I am the last of the Potter blood and he is my family's sworn enemy. I call on that which was stolen from me to return. Instead of a cage forming, the walls of the chamber now held glowing projections of the blood runes that had been painted on his body. Those runes were not only glowing, they were pulsating with power. The priori incantatum effect between their wands was no longer a surprise to the Dark Lord, and he thought here was the mistake that would finally see this cocky Potter brat die. As the boy dropped to his knees, Voldemort's hand slipped into his robes for the spare wand he now kept there, specifically in case these exact circumstances ever repeated themselves. While pumping as much power as he dared into his original spell, hoping to ensure his locked wand battle with Potter at least bought him enough time to use his contingency plan, Voldemort cast a piercing curse at Potter's head with the other wand. The Dark Lord thought he was beyond being shocked anymore tonight. Seeing his piercing curse deflected by a shield Potter couldn't possibly have cast proved him wrong. His extra wand quickly cast the Hominum Revelio spell. The spell indicated there were only 2 of them here, so a blasting curse aimed at Potter's head soon followed. When the exact same thing happened again, Voldemort's gaze fell upon the mirror. As the only other thing in this chamber, he'd previously been forced to ignore it while fending off Potter's attacks. He now recognized the ancient mirror as the same one which Dumbledore had used to trap Flamel's stone in. Voldemort also recognized Potter's girlfriend being reflected back at him, and that she was not alone in the mirror. He couldn't believe these people having wands in their hands could make a difference, but also couldn't see anyone else capable of casting those shields. Now thinking anything was possible here tonight, he switched targets. The Dark Lord's next curse was being aimed at the mirror when his body began to convulse in sync with the pulsing runes that had appeared on the walls. Both wands he held now dropped to the floor as his unresponsive fingers could no longer grip them. Blood had begun to pour out of his multitude of wounds, pour out at a rate that was as unnatural as it was debilitating and unsustainable. Voldemort watched as Potter carefully walked toward him, burning both the dropped wands as he approached. It took a monumental effort on his part, but the Dark Lord managed to ask, "How?" Keeping the downed Voldemort covered at all times, and staying on his toes for any tricks, Harry gave the self-proclaimed Dark Lord his answer. "You took something of mine. It didn't belong to you, so I took it back. Rituals go both ways, you know. I wouldn't have been able to do this if you hadn't taken my blood. This one's for Cedric, you bastard." Harry then cast a piercing curse that hit Voldemort on the forehead, in exactly the same position where the Dark Lord had marked Harry all those years ago. A dead Voldemort slumped to the floor, lying in a lake of blood that had been expelled from his body. There was no gloating from the victor, there were more important things to do. Instead, Harry quickly moved back to the mirror, hoping to have one last moment with the family he could never actually have. As Voldemort lay bleeding and unconscious on the rocky grounds of Azkaban Island, not one of the assembled Death Eaters stepped forward to take command of the situation. With very little information on whatever deal the Dark Lord had made with the Dementors, it would be a brave Death Eater who approached the prison without their master walking beside them. The amount of blood being lost by their master saw Severus having to administer replenishing potions an additional 3 times. When a bleeding wound then appeared on their master's forehead, it became blindingly obvious that the Dark Lord would not be leading them into Azkaban prison tonight. Worried Death Eaters were staring at the downed Dark Lord, but also with one eye frantically searching the skies above the prison. When the stars in the clear night sky began to be blotted out by the swarm of Dementors pouring from the prison, not one Death Eater wanted to remain where they were. Carefully levitating his master, Peter made sure the portkey would take both of them away from here. As every Death Eater then grabbed the rope being used as a portkey too, they left the island of Azkaban only moments before the Dementors would have been upon them. With their master unconscious and lying in what looked like a gallon's worth of spilled blood, none of the Death Eaters were confident that these most feared of creatures would have obeyed anyone else. They didn't even know what the Dark Lord had promised them, leaving no other option open to them but to hastily retreat. Severus knew he would have to stay and take care of the severely injured Voldemort for now, though he should be able to fabricate an excuse to return to the castle for more potions. He was dying to discover what had happened with the ritual that left the Dark Lord clinging on to life by his fingertips. Arthur had forgotten Molly would know Percy was now at the Burrow, thanks to the family's clock. She practically pounced on him when he made his next, all clear, report. It took all his persuasive powers to stop her returning home immediately. Only the thought of leaving Ginny, Ron and the twins at Hogwarts stayed her hand. Nothing though could stop her returning to make their breakfast before he and Percy had to head off to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow, almost today now. While not entirely happy with that, Arthur thought that was as good as he was going to get. He had just broken the connection to Molly when the flow once more turned green. Expecting this to be Molly breaking the flow protocol they'd established for tonight with some new argument for coming home earlier, Arthur was surprised to see one of his Aurors from the Ministry with his head in the flames. He still wasn't used to receiving flow calls from the Ministry at all hours of the day or night. "Sir, the alarms are going off at Azkaban. We've lost all communication with the prison, though the alarms were activated from multiple points, including the warden's office. What should we do?" Taking a couple of minutes to think about what their response should be, Arthur issued his orders. "If we have no one actually calling for help, I won't send Aurors to Azkaban in the middle of the night. If whoever attacked the prison could get into the warden's office, he and the guards are probably already done for. Call everyone in for 5 o'clock, we'll hit the prison at first light. Wake the minister and ask him if we can use Phoenix officers to guard the ministry for a short period. We could end up fighting a pitched battle at Azkaban. I won't authorize a mission that has fewer than 40 Aurors involved. Anything less could see that rescue force overwhelmed, and it's my job to see you all go home at night to your families." The Auror's head disappeared from the flames and Arthur turned to see quite a few people in the room, all had clearly overheard. It would seem the Weasleys were not Voldemort's target tonight. "I can't think who else would attack Azkaban, can any of you?" It was a confused Percy who asked his father the obvious question. Why would he attack Azkaban when the most fanatical of his followers have already been killed? Standing leaning on the wall, and drinking his umpteenth cup of tea, it was Dumbledore who provided the answer. If Voldemort has indeed attacked Azkaban, then that will mean the Dementors are now on his side. There was a sharp intake of breath from everyone who heard Albus. He of course used this to prove his point. "There's your answer right there, Percy. Most witches and wizards fear Dementors far more than they do Death Eaters. That they appear to have joined Voldemort, that fact alone could be enough to start a public panic. He will surely also empty the cells, adding the worst magical criminals this country has to his depleted ranks of Death Eaters. We knew Voldemort would need to pull off something big, and that it would probably happen today. We were just looking in the wrong place." It was a thoughtful Bill who then offered a suggestion. "If we're now thinking the Burrow won't be targeted tonight, and I'm assuming it might take a while for our other source to be able to contact us, I should head to Gringotts and see how that project played out." Of the people currently in the Burrow, only Albus and Arthur knew what Bill was referring to. While agreeing that was a good idea, Arthur had a proviso. "I don't want to worry your mother when you suddenly leave here. Give me a minute to flow her and say what's happening at Azkaban. We'll never be able to stop that news from leaking anyway. I'll say you're heading to Gringotts looking for information. I prefer it when I don't have to lie to your mother, she can always tell anyway." Percy just couldn't help himself. What is this project in Gringotts? As his father's head was currently in the flow, it was left to Bill to provide the answer. "Sorry Percy, that's strictly need to know. If this works out as we hope, you'll certainly hear about it soon enough. The entire country will hear about it. After tonight, it might be the only thing that stops the public panicking. It might even save your precious Minister of Magic from getting kicked out on his ass." As his father finished speaking in the flow, Bill then used it to travel to Gringotts. A confused Percy could see how tonight's events could topple the Minister of Magic. Public opinion was such a fickle thing. What he couldn't see was how anything that the goblins were working on could be powerful enough to balance out the harm done tonight. Charlie's hand was on his shoulder, offering some comfort. He also had some words of advice for his younger brother. "I have no idea what they were talking about either, and I don't want to know. Dad and Bill are two of the cleverest people I know, while Dumbledore here is in a league all of his own. If those three are working on something, you can bet it will be good. I have a suspicion Harry Potter is involved in this too." "Potter? Yip. Him taking on that horntail with only a broom is still one of the bravest things I've ever seen. I've heard from the others that you have a low opinion of the lad. Here's a question for you, Percy. Is that your own opinion, or one somebody fed you? When Percy didn't answer right away, Charlie offered his own opinion on the matter. There is no doubt Harry Potter saved our Ginny's life when she was 11, is there? Anxious to help heal this breach within the Weasley family, Albus added his 2 Canute's worth. There is not one shred of doubt, Charles. Harry recently took members of Hogwarts staff down into the Chamber of Secrets, and what greeted us there was a wondrous sight. We measured the basilisk at just shy of 60 feet long, and a 12-year-old Harry Potter defeated the beast with a sword. Basilisk, 60 feet long. Both brothers stared at Albus in disbelief. The old wizard just smiled. As whispered conversations began amongst the others who had also heard Albus, Arthur then confirmed every word. The family asked Harry if we could view his memory of what happened in Albus. Pensive, we needed to understand what had taken place down there. Ron's leg got broken when part of the tunnel roof caved in. Harry was forced to go on alone. Not only did Harry defeat the basilisk, he took on and banished Voldemort's spirit that was using Ginny's life force to return himself to a body. Ron, the twins and even Ginny would charge the gates of hell itself if Harry needed them to. Charlie was even more adamant now. You can add another Weasley name to that list. He saved our baby sister. Family honor alone demands I be there. I obviously know him the least amongst the family, but I already know more than enough. If Harry needs me, I'm there. Life isn't so black and white, Charlie. There are all sorts of shades of gray in there too. Turning from his younger brother, Charlie addressed his father and Dumbledore. Would Ginny have died if Harry hadn't saved her? Arthur could only nod his head in affirmation. That incident still haunted him. Albus though was able to put into words what the father couldn't. Without Harry's intervention, there is not the slightest doubt Ginevra would have died. As bad as that would be, Voldemort would also have returned, 2 years earlier and in a body that was much more suitable than the construct he has now. That is all indisputable facts, with no room for any gray areas. I have found Harry to be a young wizard who doesn't believe in gray areas. His actions over the years support that point of view. He really is the quintessential Gryffindor. It was Arthur who then took over the task of trying to get his son to distinguish the difference between truth and ministerial propaganda. It wasn't Harry who put our Ginny down there in that chamber. That was done by Lucius Malfoy, in an attempt to discredit me at the ministry. You remember Lucius, one of the minister's closest friends. Voldemort was livid that Malfoy gave Ginny his possession, showing his displeasure by cursing Lucius to within an inch of his life. Hermione Granger was going to be the Malfoy's present to Voldemort, like a bouquet of flowers to say they were sorry. I trust you know how that played out, and how Fudge soon freed Harry of any blame in the matter. Frantically searching through his memories for any scrap of information that could refute what he'd been hearing, Percy was left with only one card to play. If Harry Potter is the chosen one, and this family is so important to him, why isn't he here tonight? Percy thought he'd just made a good point, until he saw his father smile. Harry is the reason your 4 younger siblings, and your mother, are all at Hogwarts. He insisted they not be here in case the Burrow was attacked on his birthday. He has his own battles to fight tonight. Percy and Bill left to see how that unfolded. You're a smart lad, put the clues together and make your own mind up. Leaving Percy to digest that information, he decided to do some digesting of his own. Now that the Burrow seemed free from danger, Arthur's grumbling stomach loudly announced that he'd better eat something. He would need to leave for the Ministry of Magic in a few short hours anyway, and then faced a trip to Azkaban. He hoped to hear news of whether Harry's ritual had been successful before he left the Burrow. Harry awoke to a ritual chamber that was much more crowded than he remembered. A goblin healer was checking him over, but the wide grins that everyone in the chamber wore were all Harry needed to see. A nod from the healer seemed to be the signal Hermione had been waiting for. She couldn't contain herself any longer. The key was unusual in that she was standing at his head and leaning over. It felt like one of them was upside down. This was something they were definitely going to be trying again. Remembering he was naked, Harry broke the key and sat up before his excitement got to the stage that it stood out for everyone to see. A smiling Remus handed him a robe. Quickly slipping it on, Harry gave them a brief account of what happened. The plan worked better than we could have hoped. I inflicted as many cuts on Voldemort as possible. We locked wands when he cast the killing curse, and then I called my blood to complete the ritual. Focusing his attention on Barchok, Harry delivered a beaming smile. I don't know what you did to him, but he could hardly stand by the time he arrived. Even after getting his shit together, this was still a pale shadow of the Voldemort I fought in the graveyard. Hermione then got an entirely different kind of smile, one that was for her alone. You saved me. When our wands locked, Voldemort had come prepared. He pulled out a different wand and cast at me, but I was shielded by my anchor's love. I saw the magic mirror again. Hermione and our families were there. Your dad and mine seemed to be friends. Our mums were there, Sirius and Remus too. You were the one right at the front though, cheering me on. It was like I couldn't fail, though I did remember our training and didn't mess about. I called my blood out of Voldemort and it put him down. I destroyed both his wands before casting a piercing curse right into his head, for Cedric. He found himself being Ki-Ed again, though this time Hermione was the right way up and he had a robe that fastened. Giving everyone a moment to wipe their eyes after hearing that, Barchok then filled the company in on the discussion he'd been having with Remus as they'd nervously waited outside the ritual chamber. Voldemort's body was manufactured from 3 main components. The bone of his father, a Muggle. The flesh of his servant, who I am reliably informed is not a powerful wizard. Finally, the blood of an enemy forcibly taken. That this same enemy has just rather forcibly taken their blood back could see the end of this version of riddle. Nodding in agreement, Remus helped spell it out for them. Emma was worried about her part in this ritual, purely on the grounds her blood held no magic. Both Harry and Hermione were now staring at Emma as she offered her explanation. I just wanted what was best for Harry. I didn't want the fact that I'm a Muggle to hurt his chances. It was explained to me that Sirius and Hermione were both powerful and that would allow me to take part. She was drawn into a hug by both teens as Remus continued. With Harry reclaiming his blood, Wormtail's flesh is now the only magical component left from that ritual. Should Voldemort survive tonight, his body will be in a drastically weakened state. I actually hope Severus can pull Voldemort through, as this would suit our needs better than him becoming a wraith again, and disappearing. Bill had entered and caught the last part of that. Seeing Harry standing with his arms around Hermione and Emma told its own story too. I take it the ritual was a success then. Instead of receiving answers, Bill faced a barrage of questions from people who were suddenly worried as to why he was here. One at a time please. The Burrow wasn't attacked, Azkaban was. That's all the information I have at the moment since Dad refuses to send Aurors to the island before first light. I came here to see if Harry knew anything that could help Dad and his Aurors. A relieved Harry gave Bill the good news. I don't know what they'll be facing on Azkaban, but Voldemort won't be there. I would guess he won't be doing anything for a while, if at all. Sirius came up behind and placed his arms around the trio containing his godson. That means you have eared a holiday, to celebrate a certain someone's birthday. I won't take no for an answer here, we all need a break. The relief Sirius felt that Harry now had that thing out his head felt like escaping from Azkaban all over again. He'd felt trapped, not being able to help his godson in Harry's hour of need. Then the goblins had mentioned a dangerous ritual, and Sirius had stood helpless again as Harry had to face Voldemort, twice. If Hermione and Emma felt half as bad as he did, they all needed this holiday. Smiles from Harry, Hermione and Emma was all the answer Sirius needed. He felt his spirits lift as those smiles widened. Right, my original plans just need a bit of tweaking, and we'll want to wait to find out exactly how Voldemort is, so day after tomorrow or off on a 5-day holiday. When not even increasing the length of holiday received an objection, Sirius finally began to relax. He still had a long way to go though, but there was an excellent bottle of brandy waiting for their return to Grimmauld. Between him, Remus and Emma, Sirius was sure it wouldn't be there come morning. With the healer sealing the scar on Harry's forehead before saying he was now free to leave, and his godson determined to wait until they got home to take a shower, it was time to head for Grimmauld. Every one of them shook Barchoki's hand, thanking him and Gringotts for all their help. He in turn swore to aid them in their fight against Tom Riddle. Horcruxes, and anyone who would stoop to producing them, was instantly regarded as anathema to the Goblin nation. Knowing they wouldn't have to face Voldemort was a great relief to Arthur as he portkeyed with his oars to Azkaban Island. They soon found the large pool of blood at the dock, his oars being slightly dismayed at their boss's smile. "Don't worry, people, that all leaked out of Voldemort last night. I suspect we're going to discover horrors inside the prison, but this here is good news. It means Voldemort won't be one of those horrors waiting on us. Keep an eye out for any of his Death Eater minions who might still be lingering, but it's the Dementors who are the real danger here. Only they could take out all the guards and the warden at the same time, stopping any of them from actually contacting us. Let's head up to the prison, and be sure to stay together. We don't think there's anyone on Azkaban left to rescue, so it's all about not adding to those casualty numbers." They were actually wrong. There were a lot of people in the prison, but all of them were still locked in cells. Every wand was then aimed at a swarm of Dementors slowly approaching along the main prison corridor. The swarm stopped far enough away so their presence wouldn't affect the oars, with a single lone Dementor then moving slightly forward of its brethren. Arthur had never communicated with Dementors before. He knew they could understand him, and that they were able to project messages to those they contacted. With every oars wand that he'd brought to Azkaban guarding his back, it was still a hesitant Arthur who stepped forward. What happened here? It was hard for Arthur to discern what this creature meant from the images that flooded into his head. There was certainly a disagreement amongst the Dementors, and also no doubt that they had murdered all the staff at Azkaban. Where the doubt crept in was just when this disagreement occurred within the timetable of last night's events. This representative of the Horde was trying to put the best spin on the event it could, best for them that was. Rogue Dementors killing the guards before the swarm swooped down and chased the Death Eaters off the island was not a story Arthur was buying. These supposed rogues were also apparently chased off the island too, leaving those still on the island innocent of any crimes. Apparently numbers were an alien concept to these creatures. They couldn't tell Arthur how many had left, or even the number who were still on the island. Reckoning that was surely information someone in the Ministry must hold, and needing that information urgently, Arthur dismissed the Dementors to return to duty. He needed numbers, and that need was urgent. Half a dozen rogue Dementors hitting the mainland would be a serious problem, 50 would be an absolute nightmare. One thing Arthur was able to discern from the images the Dementor had shown him might just rescue this entire fiasco from bringing down the Ministry. Voldemort was barely alive when his Death Eaters portkeyed him off the island. That at least matched the information Bill had brought back from Gringotts last night. If Arthur was a betting man, he would lay odds the disagreement amongst the Dementors happened after they'd murdered all the guards, and then discovering Voldemort had been defeated. The Dementors would have been faced with a situation where the person they were about to switch their allegiance to had just been carried off the island unconscious. Arthur intended to dump this mess on the minister's desk. As head of the DMLE, his only concern was keeping the mainland safe from any Dementors that may have landed there. Leaving a dozen oars there, with strict instructions not to leave the barracks quarters until they were relieved, Arthur took the rest of his squad back to London. He had nowhere near enough men to take on the additional duties of guard Azkaban around the clock, far less take care of the prisoners' needs. Cornelius would need to move quickly and take some action to solve this problem. Arriving in Grimmauld Place at breakfast time, Albus walked into what could only be described as a party atmosphere. After shouting a greeting, Sirius clued Albus into what was happening. "Harry here refused to celebrate his birthday yesterday, so we're doing it today, and for a good few days more. We're heading off on holiday tomorrow, with some holiday shopping needing done today. Harry also wants to swing by the Burrow at some point, and the belated birthday boy is getting what he wants today." The usual occupants of the house had been joined by the Bones ladies, Mad-Eye, Shacklebolt and Tonks. Even Alistair appeared to be enjoying the party atmosphere, and Albus had news that was only going to help with that. After accepting the offered cup of tea, he didn't keep them waiting any longer. Severus was able to return to the castle, on the pretense of having to brew more healing potions. "Voldemort is alive, though barely. We were of the opinion that this was better than having him become a wraith again." That opinion found unanimous backing, though not everything else that was mentioned at the breakfast table did. As far as Sirius was concerned, Harry going on holiday for 5 days was non-negotiable. Not one objection was raised to that. Everyone also agreed that finding any remaining Horcruxes should be their priority. They wanted Voldemort gone for good. The sticking point was always going to be the continued targeting of known Death Eaters. To be fair, the only voice raised in objection was Dumbledore's. Everyone else thought that, with Voldemort basically in a coma, this was the perfect time to press ahead with this program. The Death Eaters were now the ones being hunted, and their oh-so-powerful Dark Lord just had his ass well and truly kicked, again. If a couple of them were to, accidentally, die, quite a few more would see the writing on the wall and flee the country. With Voldemort's repeated failed attempts to kill Harry, and then being incapacitated right in front of their eyes, no bets were being offered against those fleeing Death Eaters ever returning, even if called by their master. Being forced to accept defeat once more on this matter, Albus then asked if Harry wanted details about the ritual made available to anyone else. All their news like this reaching the Ministry would soon find its way onto the pages of the Daily Prophet. Taking a few minutes to have a word with Hermione and Sirius, Harry finally gave an answer that the entire room could accept. I don't want to be publicly talking or reading about this before we go on holiday. Releasing the news then will be fine. That will give this 5 days to blow over. Remus was the first to burst into uncontrollable laughter at that. He was by no means the last. Shaking her head at the antics of the males in the room, it was Amelia who finally told Harry why they were all laughing. Harry, you defeating Voldemort, again, is not going to blow over in 5 days. Hell, it will take them longer than that to come up with a replacement honorific to the boy who lived. Boy who kicks Voldemort's ass. This was a laughing serious offer. Getting in on the act, Remus offered up, Dark Lord Destroyer. Groaning at the thought of even more stupid made-up titles being added to his name, Harry soon found himself being key-ed by Hermione. She too though then jokingly added another title to Harry's name. Listen, Potter, the only new title you need is my betrothed. A now smiling Harry didn't even blink when Dumbledore asked if that news should be released too. Absolutely. This has been one hell of a summer, but that is the best thing that's ever happened to me. It can be shouted from the rooftops for all I care, just not before we get to the burrow to let Ron know. After everything that he'd been through, and yet Harry still thought that was the best thing that had ever happened to him, put a wide smile on Emma's face. There was the justification, if any was needed, for signing that betrothal document. Hermione wasn't smiling, she was too busy keying her betrothed. Charlie was now getting to see Harry up close and personal. The young wizard slotted into the burrow's rather anarchic form of normality as if he belonged there. Harry's story though of how he'd spent his birthday was something else. Charlie found his respect for one Harry Potter rising almost in direct proportion to the amount of tears his mother cried. By the end of Harry's harrowing tale, Molly had cried buckets. It was no coincidence that Harry sat at the other end of the table from Molly. He'd managed to escape from his adventures last night virtually unscathed. The last thing he needed now was Molly bruising his ribs with one of her bare hugs. He could actually see her batting on how to respond to this. On the one hand, she wanted to rip Sirius' head off for allowing Harry to participate in such a dangerous ritual. On the other hand, she was mightily relieved that piece of filth was finally out of the boy who she considered family. Wiping her eyes, Molly finally spoke. Does that mean we can hold your party today? After that news, we could all do with celebrating. Holding his hand up, Harry stopped Sirius from answering. Figuring Molly might take this better from him, he jumped right in with both feet. I'm sorry Mrs. Weasley, that won't be possible. There's a lot to do today, as we head off on holiday tomorrow. Taking Hermione's hand so both their rings were clearly visible, Harry pushed on. We only dropped by to give you our good news. A peck on the cheek from Hermione had a smiling Harry asking the question he knew would cause the most trouble. And to ask if Ron, Ginny and the twins could come on holiday with us. This led to loads of questions from Weasley's heading in their direction, though Harry and Hermione couldn't help but grin at Ron's. Will Susan be going too? It was a much more cordial Percy who greeted his father at the Ministry that morning. Percy also understood his father required immediate access to the minister. On entering, Arthur couldn't quite hide his surprise that the odious Umbridge which was sitting there waiting on him too. Seeing this confusion, Cornelius quickly offered an explanation. Madame Umbridge, in her role as senior undersecretary, had overall responsibility for the Dementors. I thought her presence could be useful here. This news actually had Arthur pleased to see Umbridge, not something he could ever recall thinking before. She may be the exact person I need to speak with. I'll give you the details first, then we'll have time for those questions. Voldemort and a large group of Death Eaters portkeyed onto Azkaban Island late last night. That is a fact, some of the rest of what I have to tell you is pure supposition. It would seem the Dark Lord then convinced the Dementors to join his cause. They promptly turned on all the staff in Azkaban. That couldn't have been pretty, every single member was keyed. While this was happening, it would appear Voldemort was attacked. This had Cornelius and Dolores on their feet, both demanding answers. After letting them blow off some steam, Arthur calmly continued his story from where he left it. When the Dementors flocked down from the prison to join Voldemort, they witnessed his Death Eaters having to carry an unconscious Dark Lord as they portkeyed away. We now have an Azkaban still full of prisoners but with no one to care for them. There is also still quite a contingent of Dementors there, and those are two problems needing immediate attention. As to who attacked Voldemort, and we found a large amount of blood to corroborate this attack actually took place, I have a pretty good idea. Since having to head to Azkaban at first light though I simply haven't had time to confirm what happened. Cornelius had been sitting awaiting the bad news breaking, and wondering if he should resign before getting pushed. Here though was news that could possibly save him from all of that. Dolores, since this used to be part of your remit, I'm putting you in charge of Azkaban until we can get a new governor appointed. We need to get the other shift of guards out there as soon as possible, then begin looking toward what happens in the future. While not exactly happy at hearing those orders, Dolores thought it was at least a step up from the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. She somewhat reluctantly nodded her agreement. Arthur was just happy to see the problem land on someone else's desk, and was now ready to answer the questions that were sure to be coming his way. The minister didn't hang about. Arthur, can you at least tell us your suspicions of last night? I think it was Harry Potter who attacked the Dark Lord. This again resulted in a barrage of questions, most of which Arthur wasn't going to answer. I need to talk to Harry or Sirius before I say any more, and can't emphasize enough that this information doesn't leave this office until we get that confirmation. If what I suspect actually happened, Harry and Sirius are the last two people we want to be upsetting over this. Getting both to agree to that, Arthur then told them what Harry had planned. We all saw the memory of Harry's blood being forcibly taken to be part of the ritual that restored Voldemort to a body. Sirius and Harry were working with Gringotts on a ritual that would see Harry calling his blood back. If they were successful, I'm sure they will soon want that news made public. Until then though, we have two very powerful people, and Gringotts, that the ministry don't really want to be upsetting by releasing nothing but half-truths and rumors. With both quickly agreeing that was a reasonable request, since they still didn't have any sort of confirmation yet, Arthur then began asking his questions. There is at least some Dementors still at Azkaban. They are claiming a rogue element amongst them attacked the guards and were then chased off the island by the majority of the remaining Dementors. I need numbers, and need them urgently. I need to know exactly how many Dementors, if any, left that island because the only place they could go is the British mainland. When Arthur saw Dolores' features form a scowl, he knew this wasn't going to be good news. He just had no idea how bad the news could be. One of the first things I asked for after becoming undersecretary was the total number of these creatures based on Azkaban. No one could tell me. They live in a chamber deep inside Azkaban, a chamber no wizard could possibly approach. Since they purport to have no concept of numbers, we don't have access to their hive, and there is no known way of differentiating between individual Dementors. We basically have no method of counting them. It wasn't just Arthur who was shocked at hearing that. Cornelius was livid too. We have an army of dark creatures that were all set to join the Dark Lord, yet we have no idea of the size of that army. If that isn't bad enough, we currently have no means of destroying these creatures. A Patronus holds a few of them in check at best. Potter's Patronus sent every Dementor we had based at Hogwarts scurrying into the Forbidden Forest. That was last summer. It was only after she'd said it that Dolores realized how sensitive this information was. And why wasn't I told about this? Cornelius, that information was restricted to a few unspeakables and me. They were hoping to study Potter's Patronus, hoping they could discover why it was such a potent force against Dementors, but Dumbledore blocked them at every turn. He wouldn't even give them access to the boy during the summer holidays. As you said, we have no effective defense against Dementors. It's only knowing there are far more of us, and we allow them to feed on the prisoners' emotions, that's keep them penned in on Azkaban. Their apparent acceptance of the Dark Lord's offer to serve him tells you just how fragile that relationship with the Ministry is. When someone makes them a better offer, they will quickly turn against us. Arthur got it at once. We can't kick them out of Azkaban, no matter how many of them there are, because we need to try and keep them contained. With Cornelius nodding in agreement at Arthur's assessment, Dolores then imparted the really bad news. The Unspeakables call their chamber a hive because they claim the Dementors have a hive mind. What one Dementor knows, the rest do too. This means that, were we to experiment on a means to kill them, attempting any method on one Dementor would see the rest know of it. If that attempt wasn't successful, they would most likely attack. They are intelligent enough to target the people trying to kill them, before they actually succeed in developing a method that would see their downfall. The head of the DMLE and the minister could see the bind they were all in. Why would you want to make an enemy of a species where you had no method of killing them, nor any real idea of their actual numbers? Like Pandora's box, once opened there was no way to contain what came out. Dolores, after getting Azkaban running again, I want you to concentrate solely on this problem. Arthur, do you think we could have some of Harry's time? The meeting could be whenever and wherever he wants it to be. By all means tell him why we want the meeting. I understand he's had trouble with Dementors before. Hearing Dolores chuckle was a sound that sent a shiver down Arthur's spine, and certainly not in any good way. If we can discover a method of ending the Dementor problem, the one thing we won't have to worry about is public opinion. Normally trying to wipe out a species would cause a furore in at least some section of our society, not here. There is no love nor sympathy for the Dementors anywhere, they really are true horrors. After completing his scans, there were a few anxious faces waiting to hear what Severus made of them. The Dark Lord is a bit stronger than when I last checked. Until we know what happened though, I really am flying blind here. It's been 2 days, Severus. He hasn't moved a muscle. Fixing the speaker with one of his patented glares, the sarcasm was dripping off each word Severus spoke. I am well aware of that, Wormtail. Do you have any further information that might help me make a more detailed diagnosis? I didn't think so. My scans aren't showing any areas of trauma, or a condition I could treat. Until I know what happened, nutrient potions are all I'm prepared to administer. Anything else might do more harm than good. Corbin Yaxley had entered the room and he threw today's edition of The Prophet at Severus. I think you'll find the answers you're looking for in there. It claims Potter completed a ritual to take back his blood that Wormtail here used when resurrecting the Dark Lord. That's not something you do without a lot of preparation, which makes me wonder how our spy inside Dumbledore's order never heard a word about this. A quick scan of the article was all Severus needed to confirm the information written was accurate, and gave him a ready answer for the angry Yaxley. With 5 other Death Eaters in the room too, all looking for someone to blame, Severus had to be convincing. It says right here that the ritual was planned between Black and Gringotts. Wormtail will confirm Black wouldn't piss on me if I was on fire, and no one learns secrets from the goblins. This ritual had nothing to do with the order. Black would have made sure Dumbledore couldn't interfere with anything he had planned for his godson. A nodding Peter quickly confirmed that Black and Snape had been bitter enemies since their early days at Hogwarts. What does this do to your treatment of him? A ritual now explains why our Lord lost all that blood. It was only the fact I had so much blood replenishing potion with me that saved his life. I wonder if he suspected something, since it was the Dark Lord himself who requested me to bring so many healing potions to Azkaban. Yaxley wasn't buying into Severus' glib answer, though would wait until the Master recovered to confront Snape. Will this help you see our Master recover quicker? Severus spelled it out for them. Losing all that blood would have killed anyone else. You have to have a certain percentage of your own blood in you for the blood replenishing potion to react with. Our Lord's body is one constructed from using a ritual. That same body has now been attacked using another ritual. Even if I had specific details of both rituals, which I don't, I would still be working mostly on guesswork. Our Lord is slowly getting stronger, that is the best I can offer. I am quite prepared to stand back and let anyone who has a better idea, or more knowledge, take over his treatment. I will even brew any potions they request. This silenced all those in the room, since no one wanted to assume that responsibility. But Severus could see he was going to have a problem with Corbin in the not-too-distant future. The 4 adults sat in the shade provided by the porch, sipping iced tea and watching the 17s as they frolicked on the private beach. The sound of laughter and shrieks of delight were exactly what the adults were hoping to hear. The issue of the prophet giving details on how Harry had attacked Voldemort by using a ritual was lying discarded on the table. Once it had been established they had reported the information they were given factually. None of those who had been inside Gringotts the night Harry underwent his ritual needed to read about it. It was Emma who raised the issue of the elephant no one else wanted to talk about. While the pack-eater might not be currently in the room, its specter was hovering around everything they did. What does all this mean for our children? Will they be able to return to Hogwarts? I wouldn't want them missing out on times like this if they don't need to, times where they can just be with their friends. I also don't want them not returning to Hogwarts so they can stay with me. Sirius could easily see what was bothering Emma. She didn't want Hermione and Harry making decisions based on what they thought was best for her. Emma, I think our 2 are finished with Hogwarts. They're enjoying their training and, depending on what happens with Voldemort, we can switch some of that training to more exam-based studies. They could sit their OWLs in defense, charms, transfiguration and potions by Christmas. Hermione could probably add runes and arithmetic to that list too. Hearing they could possibly still sit their exams, and earlier than expected too, calmed some of Emma's anxieties. There was still the biggie that needed answered however. What about their friends though? Seeing them out there with the Weasleys and Susan is fantastic, and exactly what we all needed. We can't deprive any of them of that. It was Remus who tried to answer that one, his year teaching in Hogwarts giving him an insider view to the problem. You see those 2 out there, having fun with some of their best friends, and understandably don't want them to lose that. We could probably add another couple of names in there too, good friends who would treat Harry and Hermione the same way as the Weasleys and Susan do. The vast majority of those who attend Hogwarts however don't treat those 2 like the rest of the students, and that was before this summer. Harry killed a Hogwarts student at the start of the holidays. We here all know why he did it, and certainly would never hold it against him. That unfortunately won't be true inside the castle. Harry's also just defeated Voldemort again, and gotten betrothed to Hermione. Those 2 just don't do normal, and that can lead to friction with students who don't know them. While nodding in agreement with Remus, Amelia certainly understood Emma's concerns. I intend to sit down with Susan and ask her what she wants to do. Unless things change dramatically with the Dark Lord situation, I suspect she might want to return to Hogwarts. We all know Molly's position on this, she never really wanted her boys involved in the training. I suspect the Weasleys will be returning to Hogwarts too. I think we need an outing in the magical community, just to give Emma some idea of what Harry, Hermione now too, face in our society. With the Phoenix Force alerted beforehand, we should be able to spend a few hours in Diagon Alley. That had Sirius laughing. She's already had a small taste from when we visited Gringotts, though it will be much worse now. Beating Voldemort for the 2nd time, when no one else has been able to land a spell on the Dark Lord, will see Harry's star rise even higher. Those 2 sitting outside Fortescue's eating ice cream would start a riot. Emma, while there are people who hate my godson, there are many more who idolize him. The news that he's betrothed to Hermione will have witches' hearts breaking all over the country. The owners of the vast majority of those hearts will never even have met Harry, never mind spoken to him. I think you would call him a celebrity. I certainly wouldn't call him a celebrity, but I know what you mean. The two tables next to them filling with jugs of fruit juice and snacks was their first indication the teenagers were heading up from the beach to take some lunch. The tables were soon occupied under gender lines, with the three girls sitting closest to the adults. It was rather predictably Hermione who noticed the mood had dropped. "What's the matter? This is a rather gloomy mood for such a beautiful day." "Sorry, love, that would be me. I didn't mean to cast a cloud over such a sunny day. I was just wondering if the news in today's paper had changed anything for you lot." The youngest person there was first to answer. "It won't make a bit of difference to me. Mum still won't let me take part in their training, and, as soon as Dumbledore was made headmaster again, I was always being sent back to Hogwarts." While Hermione put her arm around Ginny in sympathy, Susan gave her opinion. "It hasn't changed anything for me either. I'm loving training over the summer, but it was always my intention to return to Hogwarts. This news actually helps with that. We're learning more with our training than we would at Hogwarts. But the chances of Mum letting us leave are practically nil." While agreeing with his twin brothers, Ron had another reason, apart from fancying Susan, to return to Hogwarts. "I sit my OWLs this year. The chances of Mum letting me continue with training instead of going back to Hogwarts are a lot less than nil." Giving his now customary shrug of his shoulders, Harry gave his opinion on the subject. "Hermione and I always intended to sit our exams, and this system of learning suits us much better." Nodding her head in agreement, Hermione had another reason for not returning to the castle. "It's great to study in an environment where all you have to worry about is Sirius or Remus trying to prank you. Pansy or any of her posse looking for revenge over Draco, or mouthing off about my dad, would see a war unleashed inside the castle. It would be a short, sharp shock, because I'm done fooling around. They come looking for trouble, then I'd soon give it to them." "We would give it to them, Hermione. That ring on your finger means they would be taking on both of us." This actually started Ginny giggling. As if Hermione actually needed a ring on her finger to tell Hogwarts that. "The entire school knows that if they mess with any of you three, they get to face the other two too." Seeing Ron's face fall at hearing that, Hermione got in next. "That will still be the case. We can easily sneak into Hogwarts if we're needed." Perking right up, Ron began a mock apology to Emma. "I'm really sorry, Mrs. Granger. Harry and I have totally corrupted your daughter. She went from a young girl who thought getting expelled was worse than dying to a young woman who thinks rules are simply there to be broken." Hermione was trying to glare at Ron, but the sight of Harry buckled over with laughter had her scowl turning into a smile. A grinning Sirius was also addressing Emma. "Do you believe me now?" Receiving a raised eyebrow from her daughter was enough for Emma to confess. "I wondered if you and Harry weren't returning to school because you didn't want to leave me alone." A glance from Hermione to Harry was enough for him to know he would be the best one to deal with this. Indicating the newspaper lying on the table, Harry proceeded to put the events described there into context. "Emma, all that's done, apart from getting that disgusting Horcrux out of me, is bought us some time. Until Voldemort regains consciousness, we won't know if there are any lasting effects from the ritual. Until we find and destroy his anchors, he's still immortal. Until then, we need to train. There's a job still needing to be done, and that job will only finish when this is all over. If we can pull that off, no one will give a shit about what Hermione or I scored on our NEWTs." Turning to their friends, Harry tried to reassure them too. "Guys, we'll still be taking days off. If those days just happen to correspond to a Hogsmeade weekend, the chances of us meeting up would be very high." This not only settled Emma's concerns but gave their friends a big boost. Meeting up a couple of times before getting together at Christmas might not seem much, but it was more than they had expected. The holiday atmosphere returned with a vengeance, and lunch was soon full of laughter. Yaxley marched into the Ministry of Magic as if he owned the place. He was a great believer in the old adage that if you looked like you belonged, then no one would question why you were there. The increased security was instantly obvious, though his excuse of needing to visit the Flow Network Authority to report a problem saw him quickly waved through. Corbin was silently congratulating himself, while mentally deriding the morons who worked for the ministry, when he suddenly couldn't remember why he was here in the first place. Seeing the lift doors opening, he stepped forward into nothingness. His screams rang out around the ministry atrium, but not for long. The sickening crunch as his body reached the bottom of the lift shaft abruptly ended those screams, and the Death Eater Corbin Yaxley. News of the accident was soon all over the ministry. It would be hard to miss since all lift use within the building was suspended until a cause could be established. Cornelius and Dolores found Arthur standing supervising the Aurors who were investigating how the impossible had just happened. Surely this will not be swept under the carpet as an accident. These events need to be investigated, all of them. While Umbridge mouthed the words, Arthur could easily see they came directly from Fudge. Using her as a buffer to put forward his more odoriferous orders was a tactic those who worked inside the Ministry of Magic were well aware of. Having his answer already prepared, Arthur played them at their own game. Our initial findings here show magic was used to open the lift doors. Whether it was done deliberately, accidentally, or some prank that went very badly wrong, only further investigation might shed some light onto that. Since my department is so understaffed, it was my intention to appoint someone from outside my department to try and get us the answers we need. Retired Master Auror Alistair Moody has a well-earned reputation for getting to the bottom of crimes. He also has an intimate knowledge of Auror and Ministry procedures. He will of course have the full backing and resources he needs to pursue his investigation. I trust this is an acceptable solution. Having practically demanded Arthur take action, neither Cornelius nor Dolores could find fault with his offered solution. Neither knew the iron will Arthur was having to employ to stop himself bursting into laughter. News of today's accident might actually push Harry off the front page of the Prophet, just in time for him returning from holiday too. When the Death Eaters read of the latest accident to befall one of their diminishing brethren, and just who was now in charge of investigating said accidents, they would be screaming for their house elves to pack their trunks and fleeing the country. Seeing one suggestion gain instant approval, Arthur then tried to push for more. Moody is a vastly experienced resource that we really couldn't afford to overlook in our hour of need. There is another such resource I would like to employ. Our unprecedented levels of Auror recruitment are putting an immense strain on our training program. I would like to appoint Amelia Bones to head that program. Doing so would guarantee top-quality Aurors to replenish our ranks, and those Aurors would be delivered on time too. A flabbergasted Dolores was about to pour scorn all over that idea before Cornelius spoke up. I have to agree Amelia Bones could be a valuable resource. She also has years of experience with the Auror Academy. After being DMLE head though, do you honestly think she would take that job? Amelia would use her last breath to fight the Death Eaters. She also knows training the next generation of Aurors is a very effective way of taking that fight directly to them. I think I can coax her on board with this. Dolores was dying to say something but couldn't. She was the main reason the Auror department was undermanned and had taken a demotion herself. She was sure Weasley wouldn't hesitate to throw both of those facts in her face if she decried Bones in any way. At least the Academy would keep Bones out of the Ministry building. That was the only positive she could glean from this. That, and as Weasley said, Bones would soon have those Auror numbers back up. With a Dark Lord lurking in the wings, and Dolores implicated in the death of his most rabid followers, a full-strength Auror department might see her sleep better at night. There was an Order meeting in Grimmauld Place the night after the group had returned from holiday. Arthur's retelling of that encounter with Fudge and Umbridge had most of the members laughing out loud, with even McGonagall struggling to keep her strict demeanor in place. Albus couldn't believe how upbeat the meeting was becoming, or the actual Order members' positive moods. His mind drifted back to the last conflict, and how any laughter at an Order meeting would be rare and usually forced. The tension of that time was generated by everyone knowing they were losing, and not seeing any way to reverse that outcome. The difference this time Albus had at first attributed to people having hope. That initial hope had grown though, now sprinkled with a large dose of belief to the point where they appeared to be winning. Albus had certainly opposed the tactics being used to wage this fight, still did on occasion. No one however could dispute those tactics were actually having a massive effect, both on the Death Eaters and Order members. Known Death Eaters were now keeping a very low profile. A few had already left the country, with the remaining majority at the very least considering doing the same. When Severus reported a possible threat to his position, that threat was removed within days. There was also no possibility of Severus' involvement in that removal ever being traced back to him. He certainly supplied the necessary information, but the man now in charge of the investigation had carried out the deed. With Arthur heading the DMLE, Kingsley commanding the Phoenix Force and Amelia being invited to run the Auror Academy too, Albus was struggling to comprehend the turnaround in their fortunes. It wasn't too hard to figure out the pivotal figures in this astonishing turn of fortunes. The tanned young couple sitting to the left of the room had been approached and congratulated by every member who had turned up tonight. Congratulations were offered for a successful attack on Voldemort, and also their betrothal. If Voldemort was defeated, Albus wondered how many would realize the death of a Muggle man would ultimately have led to the Dark Lord's downfall. The death of Daniel Granger had been the trigger that set Harry off on this course, a course that had the almost total backing of the Order. Apart from Albus, only Molly had spoken out against this course of action. Molly's motives were also crystal clear to everyone present. She simply didn't want teenagers fighting this war. As Severus imparted the information that the Dark Lord was still unconscious, and likely to stay that way for a few weeks yet, the meeting took on an atmosphere that was almost celebratory. Albus wasn't celebrating yet. He knew they still had to find the rest of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. While this summer had heralded the destruction of a tainted locket, ring, cup and the one embedded in Harry, not forgetting the diary that had been dealt with 2 years ago, the job wasn't finished yet. Until those remaining Horcruxes were dealt with, Albus would hold off on any celebrations. He had some news though that he was saving for the inner circle of the Order, a meeting that would take place when almost everyone else left. So as to not draw too much attention, Arthur left with the rest of his family. All knew Bill would be filling him in later on everything that was said here tonight. Hermione was snuggling into Harry, with Susan too struggling to keep her eyes open through tiredness. Their holiday had been brilliant, but also exhausting. With their training starting again tomorrow, they hoped this would be a short meeting. Severus had something to add on the condition of Voldemort. I don't understand how Potter here cursing the Dark Lord during the ritual could manifest itself physically outside the specified blood recall, but it did. The Dark Lord was bleeding from his forehead too, though that has since healed. Whether that same spell damaged his mind, only time will tell. All signs of trauma have disappeared from any scans. Then again, he's not exactly human. He might awake in an incredibly foul mood and murder whoever is nearest, or he might wake up thinking he's Madame Pimpernel. This had Susan and Hermione almost choking with laughter. It took a moment for Hermione to gather herself before she could explain Madame Pimpernel ran a beauty shop in Diagon Alley, adding that she only knew this because Lavender and Parvati always had the latest catalog from her shop. She certainly wasn't going to mention buying Sleek Easy from that very catalog. Harry was having a chuckle too, more at Snape actually possessing a sense of humor than the joke. It was then Albus' turn to impart his news. I finally tracked down an old colleague yesterday. The news of Harry's exploits against the dark were enough leverage for me to persuade him out of retirement. Your mother was one of his all-time favorite students, Harry. Of course he had closely followed the life of her son. Horace Slughorn will be returning to Hogwarts and teaching potions from September. Sorry, Albus, but I thought I was the castle's potions master. With a sigh, Albus had to release a few painful home truths. Severus, after what happened to Alistair, no one would touch the defense job with a Quidditch hoop. I figured I would have a much easier task of replacing our potions professor, leaving you free to take over defense. While Severus actually smiled after hearing that, something about the way Dumbledore had mentioned his mother troubled Harry. Did you tell this person I wouldn't be attending Hogwarts? This was too much for the Marauders, neither could contain their laughter. With Severus' grin getting wider than anyone there had ever seen it before, Harry reckoned the answer to his question was no. He just didn't know why some people found that so funny. Oh, I can just see old Sluggy thinking he would add my godson to his slug club. Remember how James hated the very idea of it, until Lily got invited. Yeah, then he never missed one. Getting his laughter under control, Sirius then tried to explain their laughter to the rest of them. Some people collect chocolate frog cards, Sluggy collected people. A favor here, a good word there, Sluggy could certainly help you along. You would then owe him though, Then it would be your turn to be asked to supply the favor. He has a network of people who can help you achieve whatever you want. I'll bet his eyes would have been glowing at the mere thought of adding Harry to his slug club. He's gonna be mightily pissed though after discovering he's been played. Albus was unrepentant. Getting Horace out of retirement was only a secondary goal. Another one of Horace's favorites was a former Slytherin head boy by the name of Tom Riddle. No one was laughing now, the meeting had just gotten serious again. I have been convinced for many years Horace had information on Voldemort's Horcruxes, information he denied having. Horace is terrified a returned Tom will come looking for him. Tom of course knows exactly what information Horace possesses. Harry defeating the Dark Lord again was a pretty big carrot to dangle in front of Horace, that and he always wants to be on the winning side. He finally surrendered that information. A 17-year-old Tom Riddle asked Horace if it was possible to split your soul into 7 pieces. Does that mean there is still another 3 of these to find? 2. Mum. Voldemort would have to retain a piece of soul in his body. That leaves 2 still to be discovered and destroyed. Quite right, Miss Granger. We now at least know how many we are looking for. I have been looking through memories concerning Tom that I have collected over the years, trying to deduce what he may have used and where it may be hidden. The slight silence that followed was soon broken by Moody. Okay, Albus, you've had your moment. Now tell us what you know or suspect. To true, old friend. I suspect he would have hidden one inside Hogwarts. Tom wasn't as obsessed with the castle, even applying for the defense teaching post. I searched the Chamber of Secrets thoroughly however, and found no trace. Again I am at a loss of how to continue. Stifling a yawn, Hermione offered a suggestion. Have you asked the castle's house elves? There was one here in Grimmauld and only Creature knew of it. House elves miss nothing that goes on in their home, and the castle's elves consider Hogwarts their home. Looking at the girl as if really seeing Hermione for the first time, Albus admitted the thought never crossed his mind. Severus though was having thoughts of a different kind. I was about to ask if it was possible to make a living host a Horcrux, then I remembered we have a former Horcrux sitting amongst us. The only thing on the planet I have ever seen the Dark Lord show any concern for is his familiar, Nagini. The snake is very clever, deadly and obeys its master's every whim. I thought at first this might just be an uncommonly strong familiar bond but now I am wondering. Trying to preempt where this could go, Albus got his thoughts in first. While we have no proof this snake is a Horcrux, and have yet to find the other one, I wouldn't want Severus doing anything that puts his position inside Voldemort's circle at risk. If we discover one inside Hogwarts and destroy it, then going after the snake may become a viable option. With his star having waned so low, Albus was actually surprised to see his suggestion universally accepted amongst this company. Amelia actually summed it up best when she said they shouldn't close off their pipeline to Voldemort unless certain the snake was a Horcrux. Agreeing, Severus would now work on a way of somehow trying to scan the snake at the same time as assessing her master's condition. With that, they all called it a night. Freshly showered after a hard morning's training session, Hermione couldn't find Harry in the house. Remembering the advice she offered Dumbledore last night, she called for Dobby. Talking with the elf saw Hermione heading outside where she found Harry sitting beside her father's grave. Sorry Hermione, I had some things going through my head and needed to talk them out. Just speaking those things out loud allows me to get a better handle on them. I learned that from your dad, which is why you found me here. Taking one of his hands in hers, a rather confused Hermione asked if he couldn't talk those things out with her. Since they concern you, I needed to get my head straight first. I know you had your heart set on becoming head girl from the moment you walked into Hogwarts. What we are proposing to do will take away the chance of that ever happening. Harry was forced to stop talking as Hermione keyed him. If I was an 11-year-old me, who thought getting expelled was worse than dying, you would be right. Ever since I was 12 though, and spent a certain Halloween in a bathroom, there's been another title that I began to hanker for far more. This ring on my finger means that dream will one day come true. Trust me when I say becoming Hermione Potter means a great deal more to me than a head girl badge, or any other title I can think of. It was Harry who now keyed Hermione. That was what I had hoped you would say. Thank you for choosing me. Straight back at you, love." They were then interrupted by Dobby. Arthur Weasley had arrived and asked to talk with them. The couple soon found themselves talking with the head of the DMLE, and not their friend's father. "I didn't mention this last night because this is not strictly order business, and Albus has blocked all previous approaches. The Ministry is desperately searching for a means to curtail the threat of a Dementor uprising. Since Harry's Patronus appears to be the most effective weapon we've discovered so far, some unspeakables would like the opportunity to study it. That meeting can be set up anywhere and anytime you want, with anyone you wish to be there welcome to. The Dementors are a problem that face all of us. We lost an entire complement of guards on Azkaban, but the situation could have easily become so much worse. We need a solution to the problem before someone else makes them a better offer, and they turn on us again." As someone with over a decade's personal experience of these vile creatures, Sirius certainly wanted to help Arthur with this. His first job though was to protect his godson. "Arthur, we may have a problem. Since getting that Horcrux out of Harry, his magic has changed. This morning was his first day really using magic since the ritual, and his spells were tearing our practice dummies to shreds. He hasn't even tried his Patronus yet." Looking around the room, it was clear to see the general consensus was there was no time like the present. Taking out his wand, Harry's thoughts turned to Hermione one day becoming a Potter as he cast the charm. "My magic feels cleaner, more focused. I don't think I'm putting more into the spells, but they do feel different." The glowing stag that pranced around the room wasn't simply corporal. Arthur felt that if he had a carrot, then prongs would have been able to munch on it. His wide smile wasn't just down to the wonderful feelings being emitted by this astonishing Patronus. "Oh, I think the unspeakables will certainly want to have a look at that." As prongs faded away, Emma saw the look of awe on Arthur's face and decided she simply had to speak out. "No, so not happening. When this is all over, these two hope to build a life together. How is that going to work when the government keep coming to Harry with their problems? Harry's not some super weapon to be thrown at whatever the latest Ministry of Magic dilemma happens to be. These two are already training almost every day to tackle your Dark Lord mess. They don't need anything else being heaped upon them too." Seeing the anger pouring off Emma, Sirius tried to reassure the worried mother. "Emma, they just want to examine Harry's Patronus, that's all." This cut no ice with the still raging mother. "Yes, that's how it will start. What happens when they say, 'Harry, only you can solve this predicament'? If you don't, many innocent people could die. We all know what an outstanding young man Harry is. Does anyone here think that kind of pressure won't eventually be brought to bear?" Trying to point out the severity of the problem, Arthur told them what he had learned about the Dementors from the Ministry. This was the wrong thing to do though, as Emma was now on the rampage. "What a load of tosh. Everything can be killed. Even ghosts can be exorcised. My people are experts at finding new and inventive ways to kill things. Have you considered using any of their methods of destruction? What about drowning, setting fire to, shooting, gassing? Oh, of course, you can't try any of them, because of the Dementor's hive mind. Instead you want to place Harry right in their sights. These deadly creatures that you just told us the Ministry barely have control of, and have no method of killing. As if he doesn't have enough to contend with, or is there a prophecy for this too?" Taking a deep breath, Emma brought herself back under control before speaking directly to the young wizard in question. "Harry, while getting rid of these horrors would be without doubt a good thing, I just don't see it as your responsibility to take care of this problem. All I ask is that you take a step back and think about this before giving an answer. Do that and I will support whatever decision you reach." Nodding, Harry reached for Hermione's hand as they went for a private talk. It took a moment for Sirius to reboot his brain. When he did, there was only one thing he could do. "Emma, I'm sorry. After my time in Azkaban I hate those bloody things with a passion. That hatred was blinding me to the other possibilities, and my responsibilities here. Thank you for standing up for our family." A slight smile from Emma told Sirius he was forgiven. It was then her turn to make an apology of her own. "Arthur, I'm sorry if I came on a bit strong there. I know you think the world of those two too. Everyone also seems to hate these Dementors, coloring their attitudes here. Emma, I'm used to Molly shouting at me. While you're certainly a formidable woman, you're not a witch and don't have a wand. There's no need for an apology. You're right, I never thought this through. I'm actually delighted Harry now has a family looking out for him. You keep right on pointing out where we're getting it wrong. I wonder if you could tell me more about these Muggle methods you mentioned for possibly dealing with the Dementors. As Winky popped in with some refreshments, all the tension left the room as Arthur began asking question after question, while taking notes. It was a good 10 minutes later before Harry and Hermione returned. Both keyed Emma on the cheek before sitting and giving their decision. Mr. Weasley, I'm not saying no, just not now. The Dementors have been a problem for centuries, that problem's not going anywhere. Voldemort has to be our main focus. We can't allow ourselves to be sidetracked, no matter how noble or just the cause might be. A smiling Hermione then lightened the mood. When you are made Minister of Magic, then we can look at this again. You we trust, there are plenty of others at the Ministry we don't. This also put a smile back on Arthur's face. I can't argue with any of that. I don't see how the Minister could fault you wanting to concentrate your efforts onto defeating Voldemort either. You keep talking things over with your family, Harry. They won't steer you wrong. After following Miss Granger's advice and talking with the Hogwarts elves, Albus found himself standing on the 7th floor in a corridor that was only remarkable by its utter blandness. A tapestry that he'd probably never looked twice at confirmed Albus was in the right place. He walked up and down 3 times, thinking about the room of hidden things the elves had mentioned. A door appearing where before only stone had existed was unusual enough to surprise the headmaster. Opening the door however blew Albus away. Centuries worth of junk appeared to be piled haphazardly in a room that was, to say the least, cavernous. Seeing such a diversity of items, with a total number that would be measured in thousands, led Albus to believe this was the place where Tom would hide whatever he'd made into a Horcrux. With no idea of what that object could be, every single item would have to be carefully examined and then tested. Rather than despair at the amount of mind-numbingly repetitive and boring work facing him, Albus was ecstatic. Here was his road back into Harry's good graces. Seeing how much the Order had achieved by working together though had also affected Albus. Instead of trying to search the entire room himself, he intended to draft Severus and Minerva into helping him. There was the distinct possibility that Tom might have placed some traps to protect his precious item, that also needed to be taken into consideration. Since some of the stuff in here looked as if it could be dangerous all on its own, Albus thought it would certainly be prudent to have some backup present. Spotting an antique moon trimmer broom, Albus cast a few charms on it and detected no dark magic. He decided this would be the perfect gift to get Minerva up here. Mentioning there were ancient tomes on just about every subject would certainly pique Severus' interest. Unless they got lucky, Albus could see it taking days, if not weeks, to systematically search this room. He left for lunch, the antique broom tucked under his arm, knowing his colleagues would be sitting down to eat too. Albus also knew what he would be doing this afternoon, and this evening as well. While the clock hand crept around to the time when her brother's training would be finished, Ginny's excitement mounted at a much faster rate. Her birthday was tomorrow, and her mum was throwing a party, but today was going to be a special treat for Ginny. She was meeting up with the rest of their group before going shopping in Muggle London. As if that wasn't enough, they were all going to a restaurant tonight too. It was 5 minutes to 2 when a smiling Molly couldn't take her youngest's constant fidgeting anymore. Okay, Ginny, you can go now. Just remember, best behavior, and remind your brothers I told them the same. Ginny practically leapt out her seat, pausing only long enough to hug her mother goodbye before flowing to Grimmauld. She was greeted at her destination by Emma, though the sound of footsteps thundering down the stairs soon saw Harry and Ron joining her. The elves have prepared some snacks for lunch, hence why these two were almost breaking their necks to get down here. Emma's remarks had Ginny giggling, before she added a partial explanation for Ron's haste. In our house it's always advisable to get to the food before Fred or George have a chance to slip something into it. The twins in question arrived, without the haste or noise of their younger brother, greeting their sister with denials. Hey, we resent that remark. George of course backed his twin up. Yes, Just because you get to the food first doesn't mean we can't tamper with it after arriving. Harry's comment of, "Only if you want to deal with Hermione," had both of them shrieking in mock terror. "You wouldn't dare. Hermione is worse than our mum. Probably knows more curses too. And don't you forget it." Hermione's loud voice from behind them saw both twins flinch, causing much laughter amongst the rest of the very close group as she and Susan joined them in grabbing a bit of lunch too. The two girls had dragged Ginny to the table with them, though she was far too excited to eat anything. Susan offered a quick explanation of their appetites. "We only get to work with Moody once a week now. The problem with that is he then tried to cram a week's worth of work into that one lesson. He worked us hard all morning. I just hope Aunt Amelia doesn't try to do the same. We'll only see her once a week now too." A nodding Hermione confirmed what Susan just said, before adding a bit of her own. "We couldn't mention getting away early to meet with you, he would have just kept us longer. We barely had time for a shower after the lesson. This will be a quick lunch too, it's eating into our shopping time." Sirius and Remus then joined the group. They too would be accompanying the friends on their shopping trip. They weren't expecting any trouble from Death Eaters but didn't want to leave Emma with responsibility for these 7. Well, if it isn't the, almost, birthday girl. Remember, today's shopping is on us. A way of saying, happy birthday, and also, sorry you couldn't join the rest of them for training, though don't tell your mum that last part. Fred almost choked after hearing Sirius say that. George had also burst into laughter, he just wasn't eating anything at the time. Sirius then turned his attention to Susan. Theatrically bowing, Sirius then began to speak in a very bad impression of a high-class voice. "Miss Bones, I believe your birthday falls while you will be away at Hogwarts, and before we see you again at Christmas. Today's shopping trip is for you too. Miss Granger, please do not think we could ever forgot about you. We will of course celebrate your birthday come September, and I'm sure your wonderful betrothed will buy you anything that takes your fancy today." It was a laughing and high-spirited bunch who spilled out of Grimmauld just before the ordered taxis arrived to ferry them away. Ginny was having a ball, and it wasn't because she was being bought new stuff. Her father's promotion had removed most of their financial worries, so the Weasleys would be attending Hogwarts this year with new robes and books. No, it was the company that was making Ginny's day. That 3 of her brothers were part of that company just emphasized the changes that had hit her family this year. The twins having a serious side was a whole revelation in itself. They really enjoyed their training, but it was the 2 afternoons a week, spent working with Sirius and Remus, that appeared to see Fred and George turn the corner. After seeing their OWL results, Mum had threatened to stop their training altogether. Watching as her brothers tag-teamed their mother to explain this was their future career they were working toward, a career that didn't need OWL or NEWT scores, was something to behold. Molly was eventually forced to concede she couldn't envisage either George or Fred working in the Ministry of Magic, so perhaps running their own business was the best option for them. That her twin brothers could convert their mother from her entrenched position of, "over my dead body," to grudging acceptance of their career choice convinced Ginny any business they started would have astonishing success. The twins were not only brilliant pranksters, they were born salesmen too. The changes in Ron were pretty dramatic as well. From the moment Susan caught his eye, Ron had tried to model his behavior on how Harry treated Hermione. That this tactic appeared to have caught Susan's attention was all the encouragement Ron needed to continually try and improve his attitude and manners. While her own crush on Harry would probably never totally disappear, he did rather dramatically save her life after all. Ginny had to admit Hermione was a perfect fit for him. Watching as the 2 of them always made sure they were there for the other was the sweetest thing. That people inside Hogwarts had been watching them do this for a few years before they became a couple meant that this outcome didn't really surprise anyone. While she would certainly have loved to train with them too, Ginny had known that pushing the situation could have seen her mum withdrawing the privilege for the boys too. Knowing this, the entire group went out of their way to make Ginny welcome any time she was with them. She'd only recently returned from what was easily the best holiday of her life and was now spending a wonderful day shopping with her friends. Noticing the young girl's contemplative mood, Emma inquired if Ginny was all right. She was answered by a wide and genuine smile. "Emma, I am so far beyond. all right, that I'm finding it hard to believe I'm here. I can't thank you enough for organizing this. I never realized shopping in Muggle London could be so different from Diagon Alley. Putting her arm comfortingly around the young redhead, Emma led Ginny to a different department. How about we pick a gift for your mum and dad? Oh, Dad would love anything we bought him from a Muggle store. Amelia was waiting for them at the restaurant, having spent the day looking over the new Aura recruits. Now, watching as Susan entered with a very happy group of friends, Amelia reminded herself to thank her niece for talking her out of running away from Britain. Hearing Mad Eye's latest ploy against the Death Eaters almost had Amelia wetting herself with laughter. Only her promise not to reveal his tactics, Mad Eye wanted to do that himself at the next order meeting, would stop her from blurting that story out here tonight. She would have to limit her wine intake to a couple of glasses at dinner, however, or all bets would be off. That was going to be quite a hard thing to do since, for the first time in many years, Amelia actually felt like they had something worth celebrating. Considering how dark things had gotten just before Hogwarts had broken up for the summer holidays, what they were currently experiencing was a quite unbelievable turnaround. Looking at the group pouring into the restaurant, Amelia knew without any question of doubt who had initiated that turnaround. She felt privileged to consider the young wizard who turned everything on its head a friend. Susan certainly counted both Harry and Hermione as good friends. He was such an unassuming lad, with an almost desperate need to fit in. When the chips were down though, a core of iron was revealed that marked Harry Potter as an exceptional individual. His betrothal to Hermione had, if anything, just magnified those traits. He strived to show everyone they were just a normal couple, not realizing his continuing actions against Voldemort blew any hint of normality away like autumn leaves in a storm. Amelia had no doubt Hermione would be at his side, ready to face whatever comes their way. They could all see that, which easily explained Emma's almost clinging attachment to both of them. She had just lost her husband, with a possibility of losing her daughter and her betrothed to a real possibility. Amelia admired the woman so much. That was one hell of a hand to have been dealt, whether a Muggle or a witch. Sitting in an Italian restaurant was a new experience for all of the Weasleys. Sirius ordered platters of starters so they could all get a taste of what they liked. The way the food was disappearing ended any worries about main course choices, everything was delicious. A great evening was had by all, topped off when the waiters appeared with a birthday cake, singing, "Happy Birthday," to a blushing Ginny. After gathering all their shopping bags, along with some birthday cake for her mum and dad, Ginny said goodnight to everyone at least twice before flowing home from Grimmauld. Her three brothers soon followed before the Bones girls bade the residents of Grimmauld goodnight too. As had somewhat become their custom, Emma joined Sirius and Remus for a nightcap. Most nights this was only hot chocolate, but tonight the wine bottle came out. This behavior had evolved from trying to give Harry and Hermione some alone time, but all three adults now looked forward to it. Harry currently had Hermione in his arms, their lips locked together, so he wasn't complaining either. Living in the same house meant he and Hermione spent most of their time together, but alone time was relatively scarce. This was their time, and both appreciated the trust they were being shown. Sitting smooching on the couch was as far as their relationship had progressed, both though were very happy with that. Now snuggling, Hermione gave a little giggle. "I never thought I would see Ron being so restrained around piles of delicious food. He really has got it bad for Susan." Breathing through Hermione's hair, Harry understood the talking was to save either of them getting too carried away. When keying Hermione, his iron will that stood up to Voldemort melted quicker than ice on a hot summer's day. Focusing his thoughts on today, he gave a little laugh too. "I thought Ginny's eyes were going to pop out her head on at least half a dozen different occasions today." Harry's serious side was never too far away though. "I know we'll miss them when they return to Hogwarts, but that is why we train, Hermione. That is why we'll fight, for the rights for all of us to have days like today. Just being with you and our friends made today special, that is a right worth fighting for." A knock at the open door saw Emma enter, and had both of them blushing. Not because they were sitting wrapped in each other's arms, more the subject of discussion. It was an unspoken rule between the couple that they didn't talk about the war in Emma's hearing. She, of course, had realized this. I think it's adorable that you both go to such lengths to protect me, but it's actually my job to protect you. I agree that today was marvelous, and well worth fighting for. I know why you both trained so hard. I could never say I liked it, but I do understand the reasoning behind it. I just need to say how proud I am of both of you. You have taken on responsibilities that the adults were running away from. Just by doing so, you're changing so many lives, including everyone who was with us in that restaurant. Emma then kissed both of them on the cheek before heading off to bed. Kissing Hermione once more, a smiling Harry then whispered to her. It's easy to see where you take your strength from. Emma is an incredible woman. A final goodnight kiss saw them part. They both understood Hermione would need to go and spend some time talking with her mum. Watching her leave, Harry was thinking that days like today might have to be increased in frequency from September. When it was only the 5 of them, they would need to get out the house more often before becoming annoyed with only their own company. Hermione had set up a movie night next week at the new house, and also an afternoon of swimming. These would stop when all their friends returned to Hogwarts. Knowing they had training tomorrow, followed by Ginny's party at the Burrow, Harry headed off to bed too. It was a very cautious George Goyle who gingerly made his way through the Ministry of Magic. It was no secret that people who carried the same mark that he did on his arm had been meeting fatal accidents, one of those accidents happening in this very building. George wouldn't have been within a mile of the ministry, but for the piece of parchment in his pocket. He was summoned to appear before Special Investigator Alistair Moody, and the official Ministry of Magic document made it clear there would be severe consequences should he choose to ignore said summons. Knocking on the office door, George was gruffly asked to enter and then offered a seat when he did. Moody sat behind a battered old desk. With only a filing cabinet and one other chair in the small office, it could hardly be considered plush. The old Auror appeared to read George's mind. Don't let these surroundings lull you into thinking I don't have the authority to carry out the threats laid out on your summons. Fudge wanted this problem solved and immediately signed off on some very useful powers for the Special Investigator, who would lead the project. I'm not sure if he agrees with all of those wide-ranging powers, but he signed it anyway. Then again, I don't think our current Minister of Magic ever reads anything he signs. A pretty handy thing to know that. If George thought hearing that was the bad news, he had no idea things were about to become so much worse. First of all, I would like to assure you there are no recording devices in this office. The wards surrounding the door you walked in tell me you don't have anything like that on you either. This little chat is more about getting to know one another, and will be strictly off the record. Removing his ever-present flask, Moody took a few sips. He very deliberately let the Death Eater sweat a little longer before revealing exactly why he had been summoned here. In the course of my investigation, it was hard to miss what linked all these people who had so recently died. Like you, they were all Death Eaters. George was on his feet, about to protest his innocence. Those words died in his throat though as his sudden movement saw a wand appear in Moody's hand. That wand appeared so fast, George never even saw Moody draw it. The Special Investigator never raised his voice. His words didn't need shouting, they held a special power all of their own. The power of instantly recognizable truth. You were about to claim you're not a Death Eater. While we both know that's nothing but lies, I will admit it would be difficult to get you into court and convicted. Here's the thing though, Georgie boy. The people arranging these accidents don't give a f*** about courts, or your pretense at innocence. Standing now too, Moody kept his wand on his victim. His voice stayed just as steady as that wand, and was just as deadly. These people have probably watched the same memory I was privileged enough to see. The memory of loyal Death Eaters returning to their master's side in that graveyard. Your mask didn't protect your identity, not when Voldemort actually named you. Though his eyes never left the wand pointed at him, George could feel the sweat running down his back. Hearing that was the same as having a death sentence passed on him. It was now only a matter of whether he was going to meet death here in this office, or sometime in the near future. One thing was certain, going for his wand would definitely see that sentence carried out here and right now. He couldn't miss that the old battle-scarred Auror was practically begging for an opportunity to curse him. George didn't move a muscle. I watched that memory as a gang of thugs, led by a real sick bastard, couldn't get the better of a 14-year-old schoolboy. Even when he was injured and had been tortured, Potter was too much for your master to handle. That same schoolboy later came back and attacked Voldemort, putting him out of the fight. So much for your fabled Dark Lord being all-powerful. How many times is it now that Potter has kicked his ass? Watching this Death Eater squirm may be considered fun, but it was now time to end the charade and tell it like it is. Lessons have been learned, Georgie. This isn't the 80s anymore, and there is no Malfoy to spread his gold around this time to get you out of trouble. There's another debt of gratitude we owe Potter for. It would seem to me that the people arranging these accidents don't want Voldemort to have any troops left alive to flock to him, should he ever recover. I brought you in here today to ensure you understood that. Moody wasn't sure whether this Death Eater was going to piss himself or pass out. He applied the final twist of the knife. The Auror in me thinks it's now the Death Eater's turn to sweat with fear, instead of their innocent victims. I'm pleased to see this as something you've already started doing, since you never know the minute when it will be your turn to die. Now, get to F*** out of my office, and take the stench of death with you. Not sure if this was some kind of trick, George slowly backed out of the office. He wanted to run screaming from the building but held his composure. The lifts were out though, there was no way he was going anywhere near them. The unaccustomed exercise of taking the stairs had George panting by the time he reached the atrium and the flows. This had also given him a few moments to formulate a plan. George was a simple wizard, it was a simple plan. If he made it home, George Goyle was going to gather his family and get the F*** out of the country. The flames turning green in the public flow was the most beautiful sight George had ever seen. The Goyles would be packed and out of Britain before nightfall. Back in his office, Moody had another sip from his flask. It really irked him that some of these murdering bastards could go free, but he was enough of a realist to see the bigger picture. There was only so many accidents they could cover up. The important thing here was to put people out of the fight. He was as certain as he could be that the Goyles would effectively be choosing banishment from Britain. That would do, for now. Being well aware Voldemort would sooner or later return, Moody saw his main task as to deny the so-called Dark Lord his shock troops. While today's tactics would work on some, there were others that only a permanent solution would do. McNair's demise, when it happened, should see the last of the doubters fleeing for their lives. Emma thought this was too much. It was bad enough Harry and Hermione weren't returning to Hogwarts. Being in Diagon Alley while their friends shopped for school supplies must be very painful for the pair. Spotting her mother's troubled look, Hermione moved to her side. "Mum, we're fine. Harry and I needed dragon hide vests, and it didn't make sense to miss 2 days of training by us coming to Diagon Alley at a different time. You know why we need these vests, Mum." This actually put a smile on Emma's face, which was exactly why Hermione had mentioned it. During their last practice, Remus had clipped a stumbling Hermione with a spell. Her cry of pain had momentarily frozen both him and Sirius, but not their other opponent. Harry had blasted both of them before rushing to Hermione's side. It was only after he calmed down a touch Harry realized neither Remus nor Sirius were getting up. Hearing Hermione's cry saw Harry overpowering his spells, desperate to end the duel and get to her side. Moony had been flung against a wall while all Sirius' hastily erected shield managed to do was break his arm before the power of Harry's spell ensured he was sent tumbling too. Despite Harry's repeated apologies, both were adamant he'd done nothing wrong. In fact, both were delighted and could hardly wait to tell Amelia and Moody. Hermione had her cracked ribs repaired, Moony had a touch of concussion while Sirius needed a bone-knitting charm and a headache potion too. It was then decided to buy body armor for the 4 of them. This would be worn during their training, and of course any battles they fought too. Sitting having a much-needed nightcap later that evening, both Remus and Sirius confessed to Emma that, should there be another battle, they couldn't in all conscience hold Hermione or Harry back from taking part. Harry, already a powerful wizard, had stepped into a level well above Sirius and Remus since that shard of Voldemort had been removed from his forehead. Emma was so proud of them, but the parents' need to protect their children from harm would never go away. She squeezed Hermione's arm in thanks at her concern before spotting Harry being attacked by some girls. "I think you might need to get back to your betrothed." Hermione just laughed. "Those are his Quidditch teammates, Mum. They've been hugging Harry since we were in first year, usually right after he caught the snitch to win their match. Those three are fiercely loyal to Harry. They're probably as upset as you are that we're not returning to Hogwarts. Harry is easily the best seeker in the castle." Dragging her mother over to meet the girls, Emma then got to witness all three of them warmly and honestly congratulating Hermione on her betrothal. Alicia's comment of, "About bloody time," was quickly followed by Katie's quip of, "Maybe he won't be so moody now. That boy needs to lighten up." It was easy to spot who their genuine friends were, amongst all those who wanted to talk with the boy who lived, and Emma now understood the comments Remus had made while on holiday. Their friends treated them as just that, friends. The rest of the wizarding world all had an opinion on Harry Potter, an opinion that a few lines in a newspaper could apparently change. Emma saw a blonde woman make her way unerringly toward Harry, the photographer following in the path she cut through the crowd-shouted press to the dentist. Knowing the entire alley was flooded with Phoenix Force officers, and that Sirius was right by Harry's side, Emma moved a few steps closer to see how this played out. The reporter, as reporters were wont to do the planet over, interrupted Harry's conversation with a boy called Neville to ask her questions. "Harry, could I ask your opinion on today's front-page story? Is the Ministry of Magic safe? 2 pure-blood wizards have now died there. Should the minister or head of the DMLE be doing more?" Feeling Hermione's hand slip back into his, Harry turned to face the reporter. "Hi Rita, how nice to see you again. I have to say I was enjoying a summer not being bugged by the press." After reminding Rita the couple held something over her, Harry only answered when her quick quill quotes pen found its way back into her bag. "The last time I saw the pureblood on the front of today's Prophet, he, and a bunch of his friends, had just answered Voldemort's call. He keyed the hem of the Dark Lord's robes, before trying to kill me in a graveyard. Why wasn't that on your front page?" Rita's quill was scratching furiously as she tried to take notes while thinking about her next question. McNair's axe turned into sand, as did the chains holding the dangerous creature he was about to execute. "The wizard died a horrible death. Have you no compassion, Harry? Where Death Eaters are concerned, no. The ministry won't prosecute these people, so it would appear a vigilante group have taken up the challenge. The ministry did nothing while the Death Eaters were terrorizing people the length and breadth of the country. Why should they do anything now that another group have come along and are terrorizing only these terrorists? Where will it end though? Rita, this could all be ended tomorrow." This caught the reporter on the hop. She had no idea what Harry was talking about. He spelled it out for her. If any suspected Death Eater is worried about being targeted by these vigilantes, they should approach Arthur Weasley. I'm sure our head of the DMLE could arrange questioning under truth serum, thus clearing any possibility of their guilt. I'm also sure your paper would cover it, immediately removing these individuals from this vigilante group's notice." While their friends were giggling at that suggestion, Rita seemed appalled. "Do you think forcing wizards into that position is fair?" The reporter thought she'd asked her last question. The intensity of Harry's stare almost gave her a heart attack. "Do you think it's fair that these people turn up wearing their masks and murder people in their own homes? Taking those masks off doesn't make them respectable citizens again. I have personally witnessed what these animals can do. Cedric Diggory and Dan Granger were both murdered right in front of me. There really is only one solution to that. My parents gave their lives trying to protect me, yet, even after Voldemort was banished, very few Death Eaters were ever charged over their crimes. We saw them reappear to disrupt last year's Quidditch World Cup final. Again, nothing was done. I saw and named the Death Eaters who attended Voldemort at his rebirth. I wasn't believed." Stopping for a moment to allow Rita's writing to catch up, Harry noticed they'd now drawn quite the crowd. He continued with his rant, though his voice was calm throughout. "Voldemort will be coming after me again. The fact that someone is taking out his Death Eaters before he can use them in that attack is never going to be condemned by me. Providing the people being targeted are bona fide Death Eaters, I applaud the efforts of this group." That cheering erupted from those all around them at Harry's words stopped Rita asking any more questions. She knew Harry's comments would be front-page news tomorrow. Hell, his appearance in Diagon Alley was already front-page news. His quotes were an unbelievable bonus and would add a sense of legitimacy to this group's actions among the wizards and witches of Britain. She pushed for a picture and Harry actually agreed, providing all his friends could be in it too. For a picture of Harry in Diagon Alley, Rita would have agreed to a lot more than that. Noticing those hovering around to protect Harry, should he need it, Rita played it straight down the middle. The Prophet would have a picture of over a dozen Hogwarts students on its front page tomorrow, just in time for those same students to be boarding the Hogwarts Express. The real story though was that the two teens in the center of the picture wouldn't be on the train. It was an open secret they were training like mad, all in the hope they would be ready for Voldemort when he turned up. The young betrothed couple carried the hopes of most of the country for that battle too. Peter kept a vigil at his master's bedside. The truth of the matter was Peter had nowhere else to go. With the truth about the Potters and Sirius Black now known, as well as his rat form no longer being a secret, Peter doubted if he would be able to even sneak out of the country. The massive snake that was sleeping on the bed beside her master suddenly lifted her head and hissed. It was only then Peter noticed his master's eyes were finally open. The Dark Lord then answered his familiar using the same language. "Where are we, my pet?" "In the old house, master. Only the rat man is here. The rest have stopped coming, all except for the greasy one. You have been lying here a moon." Without lifting his head, the Dark Lord switched to English. "Wormtail, what is today's date?" Seeing his master laying there, still unmoving, Peter got ready to offer him some water or pain relief potion. He answered the question first though. "Today is the 31st of August, master. Can I get you anything?" "My wand." As his servant placed the wand in his fingers, the Dark Lord knew for certain he was in serious trouble. His magic normally sang to him, eager to do his bidding. Today it felt like a cough or splutter. "What happened, Wormtail? Who dared to attack me? What do you remember, master?" Taking a moment, his master still couldn't answer Peter. "My memories are all jumbled up. Who has done this to me?" Even being the only other person in the building, Peter still managed to push the blame elsewhere. The Prophet reported it was Potter. He, with the help of the goblins, completed a ritual to reclaim his blood. "You were leaking blood from everywhere, master. Severus had to use a lot of blood replenishing potion to save your life. That explained why his magic was so low. It may grow in time, but time was the one commodity he didn't have. In his present condition, the useless Wormtail could best him in a fight. That was simply unacceptable. Drastic measures would need to be taken. I have a task for you, Wormtail. You'll need to take Nagini with you, only she will be able to get you past the traps I set. Whatever you do, don't open the small box she will lead you to." With a bow of acceptance, Peter listened intently to his master's instructions. While progress was incredibly slow, Albus really couldn't fault Minerva's imposed search and detection technique. The methodical wizard that was Severus Snape had understandably backed her choice of procedure, thus leaving them with about half the massive room still unexplored. Following Minerva's meticulous procedure meant they would test each item first. Then, depending on whether it had some value, and of course was free from curses, the item could be placed either in the heap or sell piles. Any worthless item that passed their scans was banished. Albus was going to pass some of the items for sale onto Mundungus. A little gold, with the promise of more coming his way, should see Hogwarts get a good price for any items dung-handled. Albus had just vanished another empty sherry bottle when a shout went up from Minerva. Both he and Severus quickly made their way to where the deputy headmistress had been searching. "I'm not sure if it's the bust or the tiara, but one of them is giving off the darkest magic I've ever encountered. My scans are off the scale, which is why I'm having trouble pinning down which item it actually is." A gobsmacked Albus couldn't believe what he was actually seeing. "My guess would be the diadem, Minerva. I would also hazard a guess that this is the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Tom certainly doesn't do things by half. This complicates matters." Both Minerva and Severus wanted an explanation of Albus' last remark. "This is a priceless emblem of a Hogwarts founder, an irreplaceable magical artifact. We can't treat it like a worthless piece of junk, to be dealt with and then banished. This did not sit well with his two companions. Minerva was first to make her feelings on the matter known. Where you see a priceless artifact, I see something that has been tainted by Tom Riddle. Until that taint has been destroyed, Voldemort cannot be killed. I haven't spent the last few weeks working all hours in here for you to take this away and study it. We don't leave this room until this thing is dealt with. While not vocally backing Minerva, Severus removing a tiny vial containing basilisk venom clearly stated his unwavering support for her point of view. Faced with both his colleagues adopting a "destroy now" stance, Albus was backed into a corner. He'd managed to convince them not to speak of this Horcrux search within the Order, so as not to get anyone's hopes up. Now they had actually found one, all bets were off. If this Horcrux wasn't destroyed tonight, it would simply be a matter of whether Minerva or Severus got to the Order first. Then his goose would be well and truly cooked. Any ideas Albus had about ingratiating himself with Potter and Black would die the second both heard the news, and Albus would be lucky if he wasn't expelled from an organization he was supposedly leading. Looking at the problem from that point of view, Albus didn't really have much of an option. While the item was certainly a treasure, it wasn't worth the ignominy of being kicked out of the Order of the Phoenix, and also losing any chance of being able to influence future events. It wasn't as if Albus had a plan he could quote to cover his actions. In all his years of research on this subject, there had never even been a sniff of a method for removing a Horcrux and leaving the container undamaged. With his suspicions regarding Harry's scar, Albus had really looked for that information too. With a sigh of resignation, he used his wand to levitate the diadem to a part of the massive chamber they had already cleared. All three of them then took turns casting their detection charms on the object. There was no room for doubts here. All their results came back positive. The diadem was a Horcrux. Severus very carefully poured the contents of the vial over the center stone of the diadem, then hastily stepped well back. Within seconds, they could all see the spider's web of cracks beginning to appear on the stone. With a rather loud bang, the stone shattered and the Horcrux was released. The inhuman screams reverberated around the cavernous room, causing all three of them to instinctively place their hands over their ears. As suddenly as the screaming had started, it appeared to end even more abruptly. The silence seemed total after that crescendo of noise. The silence was eventually broken by Albus. That just leaves one remaining Horcrux. I know the position this puts you in, Severus. This puts me exactly where I want to be. With the snake practically taking up residence on the Dark Lord's bed, I was able to confirm it's a Horcrux without Pettigrew or the beast noticing. Killing the snake and then handing over both the Dark Lord and Pettigrew will clear any debts I owe anyone. Perhaps then allowing me to live the life I once imagined for myself. Severus, you need to be careful. We're so close to the end and this is not the time for unnecessary risks. We don't need you going all Gryffindor on us. The wizard in question almost smiled at Minerva's gentle taunt, recognizing the genuine concern that was behind it. With the students arriving tonight, my appearance at the Dark Lord's side would raise Pettigrew's hackles. He will know I should be too busy to visit tomorrow as well. That would leave Sunday as my earliest opportunity. I need to kill the snake first, then capture Pettigrew. Everything will need to appear as normal as possible before I act. I will have to take out the snake quickly and cleanly. Fighting it and Pettigrew at the same time would be a nightmare. Both Albus and Minerva understood that the snake was the more formidable opponent of those two foes, with surprise being a key weapon for Severus' chances of success. Yes, he would be putting his life on the line, but he was clearly willing to do so for a chance to end this once and for all. They agreed not to mention that part of the plan to the rest of the Order, though a flucale to Grimmauld Place would certainly be taking place within the hour. Albus was sure a couple of students who didn't board the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross today would be delighted to hear their possible return to the castle was now a step closer. If things proceeded as Severus hoped, Harry and Hermione could be back at Hogwarts in time for their first class on Monday morning. The thought of having Harry back once more under his influence put a definite spring in the old headmaster's step. Things were finally proceeding to plan. It might not be his plan anymore, but Albus could accept that the final outcome was the most important thing here. With Harry now not having to die to complete the prophecy, Ending this without the lad having to face Voldemort again should certainly put Albus into the good graces of Black too. If Severus pulled this off, it would surely bury the last dregs of animosity between his potions professor and Black as well. It would be fair to say the mood in Grimmauld lifted dramatically after hearing the news from Hogwarts. Harry was the only one in the house who was acquainted with Voldemort's familiar, though all of them, barring Emma, were at least met Pettigrew. They well understood and agreed with Snape's caution. He really was only going to get one chance at ending this. For the young couple at the center of this whole thing, however, Harry found himself in the unusual position of being the sensible one and urging caution. Let's not count our chickens before they've hatched. I did that once before with Pettigrew and all of us almost died that night because of it. We can discuss what we'll do when Voldemort is gone after the deed is actually done. Seeing Emma was desperate to say something, Harry tried to head off her objections. Another Horcrux destroyed is fantastic news, and certainly takes us a step closer to ending this. We now also know what the remaining Horcrux is, again fantastic news. No one will be happier than me if Professor Snape ends this on Sunday. I have no wish to see Voldemort again, ever again. The thing is though, my luck just doesn't run that way. We continue training until this is over. When it is, I think we all go away on holiday to decide what we want to do with the rest of our lives. Dumbledore appears to already have that all mapped out for us, and expects Hermione and me in Hogwarts for breakfast on Monday, so not happening. There's a hell of a lot to talk about before anything like that can happen. You're not returning to school. The worry was clear in Emma's question. Harry tried to reassure her. Certainly not on Monday, Emma, that is all we're deciding here. We carry on as we have been until Voldemort's actually gone. After that, we sit down as a family and discuss what we do next. Unsurprisingly, his betrothed agreed with Harry. The headmaster seems to think things can just go back to normal instantly, with all the struggles forgotten about. Harry and I have no idea of what normal is anymore. Sirius wasn't shy about offering his opinion either. The idea that things just instantly go back to the way they were is not only ludicrous, it's bloody dangerous too. They tried that the last time toddler Harry defeated that animal. We all know how that turned out. There has to be change at every level of our society. Harry's parents, Remus and I were all barely out of Hogwarts the last time yet found ourselves right in the middle of a civil war. While Voldemort was banished by Harry, I honestly think we lost the actual war. We didn't deal with the problem then and, because of that, are back fighting the same people again. This time we have to win the war, clear out the corruption and put an end to wizards and witches believing our wonderful Hermione here doesn't deserve to live, just because her parents are Muggles. While I agree with everything said here, I honestly think that those changes have already begun. Remus was certainly the quiet one of the two remaining marauders. When he spoke though, you listened. Some of the Order were covering the platform today. We weren't expecting trouble, it was more about having a security presence there. You could actually feel the change on the platform. There were certainly a lot less students in Slytherin robes than would normally be seen. That house appears to be decimated. I didn't spot one family on the platform with Death Eater connections. Moody's tactics, combined with Harry putting Voldemort on his back, has those Death Eaters able to fleeing for their lives. When this is ended, ensuring they don't sneak back in and try to pick up where they left off is going to be where the war will be won or lost. Sitting beside her mum, Hermione took Emma's hand. That's why Harry and I won't be rushing back to Hogwarts. Mum, we won't be rushing anywhere or into anything. If things don't actually change, we might be the ones wanting to leave the country. That will only happen however after much discussion, and coming up with a solution we all agree with. It's not just me and you they look down on. Remus here is also classed as a dark creature. Apart from that obviously being utter nonsense, it severely affects how he's allowed to live his life. If the witches and wizards can't or won't change, we're all out of options. Cuddling her daughter, Emma could recognize the sense in what was being spoken about here. I think of everyone in this house as family too. I will be quite happy to sit down when this is all over and discuss what we do next, as a family. It might be unspoken, but everyone there understood they would be ecstatic if the five of them were able to sit down and discuss their future after Voldemort had been dealt with. That would actually be a dream come true for more than just the three adults present. Ron's new robes had a shiny Gryffindor prefect badge proudly displayed on them. Receiving that prefect badge saw his proud mother buying Ron a new broom. While not a firebolt, it was still easily the most expensive thing Ron had ever owned. That new broom was also joined in his trunk by new books for this term. Susan, also a prefect, though of course for Hufflepuff House, had also just publicly declared her interest in Ron at the prefects' meeting. Seeing Lavender, the other Gryffindor prefect for their year, drape herself all over Ron prompted Susan to go over and insert herself between the two. Her linking their arms and then squeezing Ron's hand had his heart soaring, and Lavender's face falling. Blaise Zabini was the sole male Slytherin left in their year, hence him being the only choice for prefect. Daphne Greengrass apparently received the badge ahead of her friend, and only other remaining Slytherin in their year, Tracy Davis. With everything coming up roses for Ron Weasley, he should have been ecstatic. That their trip to Hogwarts was tinged with melancholy for all four Weasleys and Susan was easily explained. Two of their close group of friends were not only missing from the train, Harry and Hermione wouldn't be joining them at Hogwarts. While their annual Hogwarts Express visit from Draco and his goon squad was never going to happen, Harry's piercing curse permanently putting an end to those, their compartment door was constantly being opened by people enquiring where their missing friends were. With Hannah, Neville and Luna, a friend of Ginny's who had been sitting in the compartment when they arrived, ensuring all the seats were taken, they at least were spared being joined by people who would continually ask them questions all the way to Hogsmeade Station. Hannah and Neville certainly had questions. As friends though, they deserved some answers. The little girl sat not saying much. When she did speak, no one was quite sure what she was talking about anyway. All in all, despite having a fantastic summer, it was still a pretty retrospective group who arrived in the castle. It was a terrified Peter who arrived back at Riddle Manor. Being the bearer of bad news to the Dark Lord was always fraught with danger. Peter suspected this was really bad news he had to deliver, and his master was already in a horrendous mood. He might be lucky to escape his master's presence and still be alive. Voldemort was on his knees when Nagini led a shaking Pettigrew into his room. The once incredibly powerful wizard wasn't actually sure if he could get back up from being on his knees, at least not without assistance. It had taken every piece of magical power available to the Dark Lord just to clear the room of furniture, leaving him physically and magically exhausted. While on his knees though, he was able to begin preparations for the reabsorption of one of his anchors. He was scribing the last of the runes needed into the floor when his familiar and follower had arrived back. As Peter bowed low before his master, he was saved having to pass on the bad news by the snake. "Master, what you had us seek was not there. I could still taste the presence of the tunnel dwellers but it was faint. They could have taken it 2 moons ago. I would not have been able to taste them if it were 3 moons. This was a mighty blow to the Dark Lord. More so than anything he had read in the newspapers printed since he'd been unconscious, and kept for him by Pettigrew. Fear actually gripped him now. Here was proof his Horcrux secret had actually been uncovered. Worse than that though, the goblins were actively hunting his Horcruxes. Voldemort was left to assume they had discovered his cup, concealed in Bellatrix's vault. With the murder of all 3 Lestranges, the vault would have passed to someone else. Having already learned that idiot Malfoy had managed to get his diary destroyed, panic began to grip the Dark Lord. At the moment, with his magic so low, the most feared Dark Lord in centuries probably couldn't fight sleep, never mind a host of enemies. With only Pettigrew and his familiar here, Voldemort was actually more vulnerable right now than at any time since he had left Hogwarts as a 17-year-old Tom Riddle. Voldemort had always thought he would feel if one of his anchors was destroyed. He had put not feeling the diary's demise down to the fact that, as a wraith, he couldn't really feel anything. If the goblins had timed their destruction of his Horcrux to coincide with Potter's ritual, his defeat and current lack of magic then became far more explainable. With impeccable timing, Voldemort found his body racked by excruciating pain. He slumped flat to the floor, barely holding onto consciousness. Only his red-eyed stare held a now concerned Pettigrew in place, and saved the Death Eater entering the complicated rune scheme he had etched on the floor. Nagini did enter though, making the Dark Lord's choice for him. "Master, what is wrong?" "Nothing, my pet, it is already passing." The great snake curled around its master, providing support as he struggled to sit up. Nagini's head rested on her master's lap while Voldemort quietly contemplated the options available to him. He was already aware his diary had been destroyed by Potter, and assumed his cup had been used as part of the ritual that allowed Potter to reduce him to this state. What he had just experienced could only be another of his Horcruxes being destroyed, hopefully the ring, since it was already lost to him. The memory of his confrontation with Potter that had caused his current predicament appeared lost to him too. Voldemort well remembered facing off against the brat in his quest for the Philosopher's Stone, though that memory too seemed to be corrupted now. Potter appeared to age as the memory progressed, and that was simply impossible. Knowing he had at best the diadem and locket left available to him, and that he wasn't capable of fetching either for the foreseeable future without first dramatically boosting his power, Voldemort found himself being pushed down a road he really did not wish to travel. There was no question that he needed to rebond with one of his Horcruxes, and he currently had one comfortingly wrapped around him. There really was no other decision he could make, no other option left available. His fingers were currently caressing Nagini's head, lulling the great snake into a restful slumber. His voice wasn't loud enough to wake his familiar, the words were being spoken more for his own comfort than Nagini's. "I'm so sorry, my pet. You have my promise I will make them all pay for forcing me to do this." The fingers of his left hand, currently stroking the great snake, were slowly replaced by the silver ritual knife that Voldemort had used to etch the rune scheme he and Nagini were currently sitting in the middle of. The knife was suddenly pushed home, piercing Nagini's skull and entering her brain. There was very little blood though the snake's muscle spasms as it died were powerful enough to have its master struggling to breathe. While his Horcrux left the snake's body, Voldemort had barely enough breath left to say the words that completed the ritual. As his stored spirit from the snake once more entered Voldemort's body, the pain this time saw the Dark Lord screaming in agony. It was worth it though to feel his power once more flowing through this body. With the process complete, the Dark Lord looked at his last remaining follower and realized Pettigrew had soiled himself. That Nagini was his familiar yet still met her end left Pettigrew terrified for his own future. Deciding his followers should be terrified of him, the Dark Lord stood and ignored Pettigrew. Drawing his wand saw the Death Eater pass out from fear. The wand was not for Pettigrew however, Voldemort was casting curses and charms on Nagini. He didn't know if what he was attempting was even possible, but that had never stopped him in the past. Peter awoke to a truly terrifying sight. A dead Nagini was looking at him from a distance of mere inches, and then it hissed. "Master, Ratman Wakes." Peter almost fainted again when he realized what his master had done. He was scared of Nagini while the snake had been alive. Peter was bloody terrified of her now the creature was dead but reanimated. Only his master issuing orders stopped Peter passing back out after witnessing the reanimated snake. Inferior what Peter saw when confronted by a Bogart, he now thought his new Bogart memory just rather jerkily slithered away to join her master. "Come, Peter. The people have grown soft and complacent. It's time we reminded them that Lord Voldemort is to be feared. There are places we need to be, and people who need killing." With the dead snake following the Dark Lord out the door, Peter had no choice but to follow on behind. Being kept waiting on the rocky shore of Azkaban Island did not improve Voldemort's mood any, but he understood patience was needed here. The Dementors were aware of his presence, though thankfully their wizarding colleagues who also guarded the prison were not. Eventually, a delegation of 3 Dementors made their way from the prison to where he, Pettigrew and Nagini were waiting. Once more, Peter never heard their side of the conversation. "Why have you returned? Promises were made the last time you visited our island. Promises you broke. We have lost the trust of the wizards, and all for nothing." He needed the Dementors' support. Voldemort badly needed a victory, so he let the insult go. "When I became ill the last time I was here, my followers should have stayed and fulfilled our bargain. That they didn't hurt both of us, and is the reason why they are not here tonight. The Dark Lord thought that was at least one lie he wouldn't be picked up on. What can I do to honor our original bargain? After a few moments, Voldemort felt the answer being placed in his head by their unique form of communication. You must kill everyone guarding the prison. We can block the flows, but you must do the actual killing. I accept. Come Peter, we have work to do. They followed the trio of Dementors back toward the prison. While being a formidable structure, Azkaban was designed to keep people in, not out. Cursing Cornelius under her breath for about the millionth time for making her personally oversee the new shift at Azkaban, Dolores was shocked out of her self-pity party by the alarm going off. Both senior officers who she was having this meeting with looked to Dolores for what to do next. The chill Dolores felt wasn't entirely due to the room's fire going out, and the entire fireplace now being encrusted in ice. A guard rushing through their door without even knocking had those chills turning to dread. The Dark Lord is inside the prison. He's killing everyone he sees, and every fireplace we could use to flow for help is now covered in ice. Sitting there as if frozen too, Dolores didn't know what questions to ask, far less have any answers. The two officers eventually asked the guard some questions before all three rushed out the door with their wands in their hands. She could hear sounds of what must have been an incredibly short battle before Voldemort entered the room. She sat there, not moving a muscle. Reading the desk plaque, Voldemort gave an evil grin as he addressed her. Madam Umbridge, a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I seem to remember you being involved in the murder of some of my most loyal followers. Their memories cry out for their master to avenge them. I owe you a painful death for that night. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she knew this was her end. Dolores began pleading for her life. I can help you. I know things. Killing me would be such a waste. Voldemort had his wand leveled at this annoying witch, trying to think of an appropriately painful yet lethal curse to cast, when something she said made him pause. I just killed everyone who worked for you on my way in here. Did they mean that little to you? She was unashamedly begging now. They're already dead. I'm alive, and will do anything to stay that way. The Dark Lord instantly thought of a more appealing target. I do have some unfinished business with the Minister of Magic. Do you know where he's crawled away to hide? Nodding her head enthusiastically at this chance of seeing tomorrow, Dolores needed some assurances before divulging anything. If I tell you, will you swear not to kill me? Struggling to believe the cheek of this bitch, Voldemort explained the facts of the situation to her. I could just torture the information out of you. Sticking to her task, Dolores knew she was bargaining for her life here. She could be convincing when she needed to be, and Dolores never needed to convince someone so badly in her entire life. The alarms will have sounded in the ministry, and you don't seem to have a lot of help with you tonight. She nodded her head toward the wizard with the silver hand, doing her best not to even glance at that nightmarish snake. I really am in a hurry. Very well. I swear not to kill you if you tell me where Fudge is hiding. Lie to me though and you will soon be begging for death. Taking a calming breath, Dolores parted with the information. She really would have done or told him anything. Since you've been indisposed and losing followers, Fudge thought it would be safe to move into a room at the Leaky Cauldron. He figured you didn't have the manpower to take on Diagonal Alley. He also always has 4 Auror guards around him, and an emergency portkey tucked in his bowler hat. Voldemort was certain this information was genuine, yet he looked at this witch with nothing but disdain. I kill everyone in this prison and you're still prepared to give me the Minister of Magic too. Have you no principles? Only one. Better him dying than me. As Voldemort lifted his wand, she panicked. You swore. Dolores didn't say any more, she was too busy screaming in pain. As she slumped in her chair, the Dark Lord admired his handiwork. The word, coward, was branded into her forehead. Peter, I have a job for you. As the wizard made his way toward Dolores, he might not have letters burned into his forehead, but she could see the intent written all over his face. You swore, you swore. The Dark Lord actually smiled at Dolores. I swore I wouldn't kill you, and I won't. A silver hand clamped around Dolores' throat and she wasn't able to say any more. Dolores wouldn't be saying anything ever again. Voldemort was already thinking about his next victim before life actually left Dolores. His original intention was to release all the prisoners, hoping to tie up the Auror force as they tried to recapture them. Any Death Eater who would have been of any use to him died on that boat transfer. Voldemort had neither the manpower nor patience to coerce a large group of unwilling wizards to fight for him. The Dark Lord now had somewhere else to be tonight, and leaving the prisoners where they were would still stretch Ministry resources as they had to guard and care for them. He spoke to the Dementors who had been monitoring his every move since they landed on Azkaban. If we have an agreement, then there's work to be done. It starts tonight though. Harry was having a very pleasant dream featuring Hermione on a deserted beach, a tiny bikini and a bottle of suntan lotion when he was rudely awakened by his mobile phone. Checking it, he was instantly wide awake at seeing the Code 1-foot message. Hermione burst into his room, tightening her dragon hide vest and pulling on her robe. "This is not a drill, Harry. Mom's already on the phone getting details. The alarm appears to have been sent from the Phoenix Force headquarters." Harry was soon getting ready too. He could hear Sirius and Remus rushing downstairs, heading for the ballroom. That was where the Order would gather to discover where they would be needed. Emma entered in her housecoat, her heart breaking at watching these two prepare to go off to battle. None of that showed though, she had a job to do. Diagon Alley is being swamped by Dementors. The Phoenix Force are saying this is no rogue bunch, there are far too many of them for that. All three of them rushed to the ballroom as Emma's phone rang once more. She soon heard some vital news that needed to be passed on to the group assembling there. There was no time for preliminaries, lives were at stake here. Emma filled them in as quickly as she could. The alarm was sounded by the Phoenix Force duty controller. It was Tonks. Dragon Alley is being overrun by Dementors. It's thankfully empty at this time of night and the officers are all safe at the moment. Molly had called earlier to say that the alarm sounded on Azkaban tonight. Knowing the Death Eater forces have been decimated, Arthur thought he had to take a squad of Aurors and investigate. "Should I contact Hogwarts? I'll check Phoenix headquarters are still secure just before you leave." Glancing around the room at the 20 or so bodies ready to respond, Amelia didn't like this. It makes no sense, there is nothing for the Dementors to attack at night. Leave Hogwarts for now, Emma. This is the busiest day on their calendar, and so far it looks as if we won't need them. Mad Eye agreed with everything Amelia just said, but also felt they had to respond. "We need to go, Amelia. We'll have a safe landing site, and everyone has an emergency portkey that will return them here if we hit unexpected trouble. Once we can see the actual situation, then we can decide how to react." Emma was busy keying Hermione and Harry as Amelia and Mad Eye discussed their next move. She was then using her phone to call Tonks and confirm their landing zone was still safe. "The Phoenix Reserve just portkeyed in, the area will be clear in about a minute." Emma's announcement had both leaders agreeing, and getting everyone ready to move, once they had the go from Tonks. Wand in one hand with the other holding the rope portkey, Amelia activated it when told and the room was suddenly empty of everyone bar Emma. Tonks' reassuring voice came over the phone. "They've all arrived safely, Emma. The Dementors can't get in here, and they can't damage any of the buildings. We're going to need a bloody good reason to leave the safety of headquarters." It suddenly hit Emma what was going on here. "That's their purpose, Tonks, to keep you in there. Something must be happening elsewhere that they don't want you to interfere with." After receiving the signal he was waiting on, it was now time for action. The bulk of the Dementors rose to the rooftops before flooding into Diagon Alley while around 20 waited as Voldemort blew the doors off the Muggle entrance to the Leaky Cauldron. It was just after 3 in the morning so the bar was long closed. The score of Dementors headed up the staircase, their job being to keep everyone in their rooms, and deal with anyone who came out. The 4 Aurors guarding the minister's door were caught on the hop. No sooner had they heard the spell being cast downstairs than they were up to their necks in Dementors. Their combined Patronuses were able to halt the Dementors' advance along the corridor but trapped them there too. All could see that, only by the 4 of them working together could they keep these foul creatures off them. There was no time to think about rescuing the minister, it was taking all they had just to halt the Dementor advance. When the green curse streaked down the corridor there was no escape. Shields wouldn't block the curse and there was no room to dodge. 2 Aurors dropped to the floor, only to then be pinned down by their now dead colleague who'd been hit by the killing curse. While both were struggling to escape, another killing curse took down the last Auror standing. They were the lucky ones, they died before the Dementors claimed them. The noise had of course wakened Cornelius. He instantly reached for the comfort of his green bowler, and the portkey it contained. His eyes then left the door he'd been staring at as his hand was flapping around a now empty bedside table. Knowing he'd left his hat within easy reach, a now panicking minister of magic shot out of bed and began a desperate search. Kneeling on the floor, a sense of relief flooded through Cornelius as he spotted his bowler under the four-poster bed. That relief vanished just as quickly when the hat moved away from his reaching hand. Scurrying around to the other side of the bed, the hat once more moved from his reach. It was only then Cornelius noticed his wand was missing from the bedside table too. He could see the tip of it sticking out from under the rim of his bowler. What looked like a rat's tail was also protruding, tantalizingly only inches from the tips of his fingers. Left with no choice, he crawled under the bed after his hat. When his room door exploded inward, his hat shot toward the person who entered. Cornelius was then left looking at two pairs of feet as his hat had disappeared from his now heavily restricted view. Well done, Peter. We couldn't have the Minister of Magic leaving his own party, a party I decided to throw in his honor. I have to say though that honor appears to be a lost cause amongst the Ministry's upper echelons. Umbridge will go to her grave a coward, and here we have the Minister of Magic hiding below his bed. The brave Aurors who just died trying to protect your life will be so disappointed. Hearing nothing but sobbing coming from under the bed, the Dark Lord decided to end this. He'd done enough talking, it was time to accomplish what he came for and then leave. Our minister seems quite happy under there. I think you should keep him company, my pet. Cornelius' last vision was of a horrendous nightmare, slithering under the heavy bed with ease. Tonks relayed Emma's conclusion to the commanders, a conclusion Shacklebolt, Amelia and Mad Eye instantly agreed with. Since most of the people here were Phoenix Force officers, Shack took control. Okay people, we didn't all come here in the middle of the night to hold a tea party. We have uninvited guests in Diagon Alley, it's time to show them they're unwelcome here. Cast your Patronus on 3 and we'll begin pushing them back. As Shack called 3, a magical menagerie of animals appeared. There were actual gasps as people witnessed the magnificent stag who instantly took the lead and charged through the still locked door. There was a patrol of 3 Phoenix officers who found themselves trapped but ultimately safe at the other end of the alley from their headquarters. They were in constant contact by phone though and were able to report the Dementors were being chased out of the alley by a virtual herd of Patronuses. That news being relayed back to the casters caused much cheering, and those positive thoughts actually increased the power of their corresponding animals. Headquarters. Door was soon opened and squads began to cautiously make their way along the alley. Sirius and Remus never moved from the 2 teams' sides, and also managed to steer them into the middle of the groups. Patronus after Patronus was being cast, though they were fading away as the Dementor threat appeared to have gone. It was only when Tom and his surviving guests were being led from the leaky cauldron to the safety of Phoenix headquarters that they discovered what the real purpose behind tonight's attack had been. The Dark Lord had just thrown down the gauntlet, announcing to the country he was far from finished. The Minister of Magic and his Auror Protection Detail had just been murdered by Voldemort. When Albus received the information from Shacklebolt, the old wizard immediately rushed down to the dungeons and informed Severus. Waking his potions professor with the news that Voldemort had killed everyone, bar the prisoners, in Azkaban was a severe shock to Severus' system. That the Dark Lord had then gone on to murder the Minister of Magic and his security detail in the leaky cauldron left the potions master shaking his head in disbelief. Albus, I scanned him not 2 days ago. That body of his wouldn't have had the power to even make a portkey to Azkaban, far less do what you're suggesting. It's simply not possible, unless Albus wasn't using legilimens. Severus' thoughts were closed to him anyway, their minds just reached the obvious conclusion at the same time. Unless he performed some sort of ritual on himself. The only ritual I could think of that would supply him with anywhere near that level of power boost, especially if he was so low in magic as you say, would be reabsorbing one of his Horcruxes. Albus could see that conclusion hit Severus hard. We're pretty sure the only Horcrux he has left is Nagini. That snake is the only living thing the Dark Lord gives a shit about. If that's indeed what he's done, then this could be bad. It would mean the Dark Lord has discovered or suspects the rest of his Horcruxes are gone, and will also be swearing vengeance on everyone for forcing him to end Nagini's life. Severus, you can't go back there, even if summoned. The castle wards will protect you until we can defeat him. After a moment's thought, Severus asked what was almost a rhetorical question. I'm assuming today's prophet will lead with that story. With a grimace, Albus answered him anyway. I can't see anything else pushing the Minister of Magic being murdered by Voldemort off the front page. That was what he'd expected. A determined Severus then made his intentions known. Then I need to return, if only to confirm our suspicions. Severus, I have to do this, Albus. If he has reclaimed his Horcrux, that means the Dark Lord is now mortal. We need to know for certain. If I can discover that information, and then slip away, nothing will get me back to his side again. I've got to do this, I'm the only one who can. Nodding in defeat at that reasoning, Albus had one last piece of advice for Severus. I'll ask Fawkes to listen out for your call. If things get bad, don't hesitate to call for him. As Minerva said yesterday, don't go all Gryffindor on us now. Severus was already trying to calm his mind, knowing one mistake could see him dead before breakfast. He decided to leave as early as possible. If the Dark Lord was sleeping, a chat with Pettigrew should provide all the information he needed. Neither Death Eater would dare wake their lord without a dire calamity that needed brought to his immediate attention, hopefully allowing Severus the excuse of calling back later, which he would never voluntarily do again. It wasn't much of a plan to pin your survival on, but it was the only one Severus had available. After hugging the life out of Hermione and Harry when they returned to Grimmauld Place from their Diagon Alley mission, Emma still couldn't settle. She more than any of them had been praying Severus would have been able to end this on Sunday. Hearing that Voldemort had returned and murdered the guards in Azkaban, before then doing the same to the Minister of Magic, had her really on edge. Picking up on this, Harry offered a solution to the group he now considered his family. Sirius, do you think we could stay at the safe house tonight? I'm sure I would sleep better knowing that only the people living in this house knew where we were, and there's always the phones if we have another emergency. All could see why Harry was proposing that, and it led to him being keyed on the cheek by both Granger ladies. Sirius quickly agreed and they were soon drinking their cocoa in a 5-bedroom Muggle house, which stood in a rather upmarket housing development on the outskirts of York. Hermione was saying goodnight to Harry when her mother returned and interrupted. Those elves know what we need better than we do. Hermione, our room suddenly has 3 single beds in it, and I would certainly sleep sounder knowing you both were in the room beside me. Harry went into his own room to change, giving the ladies plenty of time to do the same. He then knocked and was bade enter, smiling as he noticed Emma was in the middle bed. I think Mum needs to actually see us both. She's the one who needs reassurance tonight. Emma tried to protest but her heart wasn't really in it. Sitting alone in Grimmauld while waiting on that phone to ring was horrendous, and Emma was going to have to work out some way to be further involved. That, as a Muggle, she couldn't even see Dementors was just another hurdle to be overcome. Apparating to Riddle Manor, Severus walked into the building as if he had a divine right to be there. He was proud that not one sign of his understandable apprehension was externally showing in his movements or appearance. Not being able to find Pettigrew, Severus was forced to approach the bedroom where the Dark Lord had lain for over a month. As expected, quietly knocking produced no results, so he cautiously entered. If the Dark Lord was really here and asleep, Severus intended for him to stay that way. He slipped into the room and found it empty, really empty. Not only was the Dark Lord not there, all the furniture had disappeared as well. The floor had a rune scheme Severus didn't recognize etched into the wood, part explaining the missing furniture. Casting some scans, Severus found traces of fresh blood. He managed to collect a couple of drops, hoping that would be enough to determine if the blood was human, the Dark Lords or Nagini's. A few of his scans were also showing a residue of some really dark magic having been performed very recently. After scanning the diadem in Hogwarts, he recognized the dark magic involved here as belonging to one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Severus was now almost certain the blood he'd just collected would prove to be Nagini's. With the prospect of confirming that the Dark Lord was now mortal safely concealed in his pocket, Severus had no desire to meet Pettigrew or Voldemort. He practically sprinted to get outside the wards before disapparating to Hogwarts and safety. It was almost lunchtime when they rose from a surprisingly decent sleep, with Dolby and Winky serving a mixture of breakfast and lunch staples. The elves had created a brunch without even knowing it. With a sleep behind them and good food in front of them, their mood had certainly improved since last night. That improvement lasted until Emma put the telly on to catch the lunchtime news. The top story was screaming that 11 people in central London had become victims of some mysterious yet fatal occurrence that was baffling doctors. The police were also heavily involved as there were certainly suspicious circumstances surrounding these deaths. All the victims appeared to have in common was location, with neither age, say nor creed making any difference to this mysterious affliction. This of course had the result of severely worrying everyone in the surrounding area. When you took into consideration that this was London though, then the amount of people who could potentially be at risk from whatever this was ran into millions. While having no idea what had actually happened, the news machine was pointing their cameras at anyone who had an opinion on what might have caused this. While those ideas appeared to get crazier as the extended program filled their viewers' heads with more and more of this nonsense, no one even came close to guessing the actual cause. Remus was on his phone to Shaq while Sirius contacted Molly. The last thing they needed was the Muggle government chasing this up and accidentally running into a swarm of Dementors. There would be an obligatory Wizengamot meeting today. The Minister of Magic had just been murdered by a terrorist he'd claimed couldn't be back, with an order meeting sure to be called for later this evening. Sirius was passing on his conversation with Molly to the group. She would contact Arthur at the Ministry by Flo, when an excited Moony butted in. Albus was with Shaq. He'd been to Grimmauld looking for us, apparently never thought to call for Dobby or Winky. Voldemort reabsorbed the Horcrux that was in his snake, killing it in the process. Severus went over to Voldemort's hideout this morning and found the house empty. He was able to confirm though that the ceremony had taken place, and that was the only reason Voldemort had the magical power to do what he did last night. Not understanding the nuances here, Emma asked for an explanation. I must be missing something because I failed to see how that's the good news Remus obviously thinks it is. Hermione was just as excited now, and let her mother know why. Mum, Voldemort is now mortal. With no Horcruxes left, he can be killed, for good. Instead of smiling, Emma was fighting back the tears. She rose and took Harry in a hug. I was praying someone else would finish this, but your comment about Potter luck not working that way seems to be coming true. I hate that this is going to put you in danger again. All of you, because I know these three won't let you face it alone. Remembering the battle at the dock, where he and Hermione had been forced to wait behind, Harry had some understanding of what sitting alone at home and waiting for news last night must have felt like to Emma. Even with Arthur taking all his available orders to Azkaban, there were enough Phoenix officers and Order members to deal with the situation last night. Voldemort is now left with only one follower, and he's mortal to boot. This is way ahead of where we expected to be, considering how bad things were at the start of the summer. As I said yesterday, Emma, nothing has really changed. Hermione and I will keep training, waiting on Voldemort making his move. I would suggest we move here to live for the foreseeable future, since only the 5 of us know about this house. We still have Grimmauld for training and meetings, and the other Muggle house to relax in and throw people off from where we're really living. While happy to move here, Emma was worried about what Harry was suggesting. You think someone in the Order might talk? Shrugging his shoulders, Harry gave his best guess. I don't think we have another Pettigrew amongst us, but are we willing to gamble on someone being captured and talking under torture? They can't tell what they don't know, which is why I thought Sirius renting 2 houses was genius. We'll take it easy today, have a meeting tonight and then pick up our training again tomorrow. They didn't know events happening elsewhere that would change their plans. With the job once more of reorganizing guards on Azkaban landing on Arthur's desk, there really was no one else for him to pass it on to this time. He was missing the impromptu meeting Amelia, Mad-Eye, Shaq and Albus were having in the Phoenix headquarters. Albus was seeking their opinion on who to propose for the vacant Minister of Magic post. Arthur would be a front-runner, and certainly someone who could do the job. The problem I see is who could take over as head of the DMLE. It would have to be someone who would be willing to work with the Order and Phoenix Force. Splitting our forces up now would be utter madness. Amelia quickly ruled herself out of the running for either job. The state our Order force is in at the moment, I actually think I can do more good where I am for now. Even with Voldemort reduced to just one follower, he's still an incredibly dangerous threat. Being in somewhat the same position, Shaq agreed with his former boss, before pulling himself out of the running too. We saw last night that the Phoenix Force will be carrying most of this fight, at least until Amelia's work starts paying dividends and increases the number of Aurors. I can't help but think I'm of more use against Voldemort by staying where I am. While Mad Eye agreed with both of them, his thoughts had moved in a different direction. I'm more worried about what this mad bastard will do next. With just one follower he managed to sack Azkaban and then murder our head of government. I think the first job of whoever gets elected Minister of Magic should be to contact the Muggles and let them know what's happening. There's no way Arthur will have any spare Aurors to cover people like their Prime Minister or the royal family. We might need to look at deploying some Phoenix officers to those duties. Oh, and I don't want any of those bloody ministry jobs either. Moody was also beginning to think this meeting was being railroaded by Albus to a destination he'd clearly already chosen. The people not at this meeting were giving rise to Mad Eye's suspicions. No Hogwarts contingent, no Arthur, no one from Grimmauld, no one to really object to whatever Albus was about to propose. He decided to cut the old manipulator off at the pass. I think we should have an interim minister, with elections scheduled for January. That would hopefully give us time to finish this, and anyone interested in the job an opportunity to put their names and case forward. Liking that idea, Amelia asked her old mentor if he had anyone in mind for the interim position. Moody's smile was actually predatory. We have the perfect candidate sitting right here. With Albus taking charge of the ministry, we would then have the best chance of ending this before Christmas. Albus reacted immediately. I've made it plain many times that I never wanted the position of minister. And you wouldn't be. Moody was pushing home his advantage. You would only be looking after the position for a few months. We've come so far, now with an actual realistic chance of putting an end to this. We need those few months of non-interference, Albus, and you could easily give them to us. Our society is changing, but we need to end Voldemort to cement those changes. In January, we could have a new Minister of Magic. A minister who could start with a clean slate, and hopefully without the threat of Voldemort and his Death Eaters hanging over the country. The more Amelia and Shaq thought about Moody's suggestion, the more they liked it. I can't see anyone raising objections to you taking the job on in an interim basis, and certainly no one would attempt to stand against you. Amelia was actually becoming excited. This could really work. Without having to circumnavigate the minister and his entourage, without having to meet in secret, we could get so much more done. Shaq's thoughts turned to other matters. The ministerial decree that allows the Phoenix Force to operate inside Britain died with Fudge, so did Mad Eye's special investigator remit. We need those renewed as quickly as possible. We might even need the laws changed to allow the Force to legally operate after this is over. Last night taught us though that Voldemort won't go quietly. There's still a lot of work to do, and Albus Dumbledore as interim Minister of Magic gives us the best chance of achieving that. Moody was having a quiet chuckle to himself at how quickly his suggestion had scuppered whatever plans Albus had. He turned the screw even tighter by indicating the copy of the Prophet lying on the table. Let's not forget the only reason magical Britain isn't collectively shitting its britches this morning is because we were able to drive the Dementors off, and we have already stripped away most of Voldemort's support. The kudos the Phoenix Force is receiving for driving all those Dementors out of the alley certainly bodes well for continuing business when this is over. The rumor that Harry was in the alley too, and Voldemort ran away after killing Fudge, is also calming nerves. Albus Dumbledore taking over at the Ministry would reassure your average wizard or witch that things were well under control, and surely piss off Voldemort at the same time. Shaq and Amelia were laughing at that, while Albus could see he'd been neatly boxed in by his old friend. Rather than being annoyed though, Albus was actually warming to the idea. Those few months as minister would give him time to practically hand-pick his successor. He would also be able to throw the full weight of the ministry behind the eventual defeat of Tom Riddle. With only Peter by his side, most of the power Voldemort once wielded had been negated. There was no doubt he was still a powerful wizard, and still very dangerous, but he was still only one wizard. With a nod of his head, Albus offered his agreement to Moody's proposal. Peter felt as if he was living his worst nightmare. That he was awake, and currently experiencing an event worse than any nightmare he'd ever had or could imagine, just about had him fainting from fright. The only thing that stopped this happening was the utter certainty that, if he did faint, Peter would never wake up again. The massive and fiery snake was bad enough, especially when his master had ordered Peter to transform into Wormtail in Nagini's presence. Sitting in that tiny boat as a rat while those dead eyes just stared at him had Wormtail leaving some droppings behind. Now though was actually worse. Peter was standing on a small rocky island, surrounded by water that was deep in an underground cavern. His master's temper exploded. Mere moments before the stone font he was studying surrendered to a barrage of magic the Dark Lord had unleashed on it. An angry Voldemort picked up the silver locket that had obviously been contained inside the font, but Peter was looking elsewhere. The Dark Lord's magic hadn't just destroyed the font, it appeared to have awakened what Peter estimated to be hundreds of Inferi. The undead slowly made their way out of the water as a shaking Peter moved closer to his master, drawing the Dark Lord's attention to what was happening around them. Crumpling up the note he'd removed from the locket, Voldemort hoped that bastard Black had died a horrible death. He was also left with no option but to conclude that all of his anchors were now gone. This had been his ace in the hole, the one he was sure couldn't be removed from this chamber. All of that research, all of that preparation and planning, enduring the pain of ripping part of his soul from his body multiple times, all for nothing. He was once more mortal. Tom's thoughts flashed to that bloody prophecy he'd been informed of all those years ago. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. If he hadn't reacted to that, Lord Voldemort would have been ruling Britain within a matter of months. His thoughts then concentrated on the word that he'd had over a decade as a wraith to agonize over, vanquish. The word certainly meant defeat and, standing here with his anchors gone, and just Pettigrew by his side, Tom had to admit defeat, if only to himself. Defeat though didn't necessarily mean his greatest fear coming to pass, as in his death. With none of his anchors left, avoiding that final outcome was not only the most important thing to him now, it would be the overriding factor in any actions he would take. For the first time since he was 17, Tom Marvolo Riddle could now be killed. With the entire country seemingly focusing their attention on achieving that actual result, the die was already cast. With no support, money or political influence, he was helpless to affect how the dice should land. He would certainly have to leave Britain, but Lord Voldemort was still a powerful wizard. Lord Voldemort, however, was actually his creation, and creations could be modified, ended or changed completely. Reabsorbing one of his Horcruxes had certainly boosted his power. That power though was still well below where it had been that fateful Halloween at the Potters. While he had casually branded that Umbridge Witch a coward, here was his greatest weakness being exposed. Tom Riddle could admit to himself he was absolutely terrified of dying, and would do anything to avoid that fate. These thoughts had taken mere seconds to run through his mind, Pettigrew moving closer, disturbing his train of thought. Seeing what was happening around them, the Dark Lord cast a spell that stopped the Inferi advance in its tracks. You have served me well, and you will serve me again. Your time in this place is over, our next battle will begin soon. Glancing around at these decaying bodies, Tom was given a powerful reminder of what his beloved Nagini would one day become. He didn't want to watch that slowly happening to the creature who had shown him nothing but undying devotion. She would take part in his last throw of the dice, using the strongest weapon he still possessed in plentiful supply, terror. He would have his revenge on whoever destroyed his Horcruxes, and forced him to end Nagini's life. For decades to come, no one would even dare to whisper his name. That would be his legacy, his revenge on a country that had turned its ire on him. The shivering wizard standing beside Lord Voldemort would lead his dark forces into one last battle. Tom would watch on as magical Britain received a blow it might never recover from. He would observe this final atrocity from a safe distance, before then leaving to build a new life elsewhere. Lord Voldemort would leave them one hell of a going-away gift before dying himself. Killing off his Dark Lord persona, and then leaving the country, should complete the prophecy. Lord Voldemort would be vanquished while Tom Riddle would take a new persona and build another life for himself elsewhere. Yes, it hurt to admit defeat, but that hurt would fade away over time. Staying in Britain would eventually lead to his death, and that death would now be forever. Tom Riddle wasn't head boy and top student while at Hogwarts because he was stupid. That intelligence had weighed up the overwhelming odds he was now facing and reached the only decision available. It would soon be time to go, after he'd planned and executed the largest act of terror the country had ever experienced. He would then spend his time and talent researching for another method to achieve his final goal, immortality. They could brand him a coward if they liked. Living forever was far more important than any revenge on people named Potter or Dumbledore. When he achieved his aim of immortality, there would be nothing to stop him returning to Britain and claiming his revenge against their descendants. After Arthur had proposed Albus as an interim minister of magic, suggesting the 31st of January as a date for electing a new minister, there was a virtual landslide of Wizengamot members standing to try and second that motion. Not one voice was raised against the proposal, meaning Albus was soon sitting in a new chair. Before sitting though, Albus of course had a few words to say. As most of you know, I have never sought this position. I was convinced to take the post on an interim basis to assist with the defeat of Voldemort, and accept solely on those headings. I believe I speak for all of us when I say that is an outcome everyone in this chamber wishes to see happen, and as soon as possible. This was greeted by thunderous applause, giving Albus the green light to proceed with what he really wanted to bring up. What I would ask of those of you thinking of running for the post of Minister of Magic is please take a good look around you. The world we all live in is rapidly changing, and we are poorly equipped to deal with those changes. Burying our heads in the sand like an ostrich, ignoring those changes as the world passes us by, is no longer an option available to us. The shock of the traditionalist, Albus Dumbledore, proposing change had most of them sitting up and taking notice. Albus pushed them further by giving the Wizengamot a very pertinent example. By using equipment freely available to any Muggle, the officers of the Phoenix Force were able to coordinate a response to the attack on Diagon Alley last night within seconds of it taking place. I would want the new ministry or as Madam Bones is working so hard to train for us to be at least as well equipped as this private security firm. We now have a few people in our society who possess these devices, and the knowledge of how to use them, enabling these few to instantly call for help in any situation. With the entire contingent of Dementors from Azkaban now confirmed as having gone rogue, shouldn't that ability be available to everyone? If not, then that reflects badly on our ministry, and ultimately on those of us within this chamber who make the decisions. Taking his seat, Albus could see his last comment had thrown them. Accountability was not something the ministry or Wizengamot had thrust upon them too often. Without making changes however, Albus felt the country would be left ripe for another Dark Lord to come in and fill the vacuum left by the eventual defeat of Voldemort. Truth be told, he was getting too old to fight the good fight anymore, and be kneeling in fireplaces to speak with people. One of these phone devices that worked in the ministry and Hogwarts would make his life so much easier. While he strongly disagreed with the methods the Order and Moody had adopted, Albus couldn't deny their effectiveness. Thinking back to the evening of the final task, Albus was struggling to equate just how far their society had shifted in such a short space of time. He would work diligently to ensure whoever took over from him would find the country in a much better place than what it was back in late June, and hope the new minister would also never allow it to slip into such a desperate situation again. It was a rather quick meeting after that, with Arthur giving them the latest on what had happened on Azkaban. With no Dementors, and certainly no one applying for work in the prison, Arthur proposed approaching the goblins for aid with this problem. When Madame Longbottom added that wizards and witches might commit less crime if they thought they would be placed into the goblins' gentle care, Arthur soon got their permission to speak to Gringotts on this matter. As the session ended, many members made their way to Dumbledore for a few words. Having anticipated this, Arthur held back until he could speak somewhat privately with the new minister. It took a while, but eventually two of the most powerful figures in the ministry had some time together. I'm assuming your next move will be to contact the Muggle government. Yes, with only Pettigrew by his side, there's no telling what Voldemort might try next. I'm taking Shacklebolt with me. The ministry don't have any spare oars to protect some of the high-profile Muggle targets Voldemort might decide to go after. Kingsley will provide Phoenix officers for those duties. Having something to offer them might go some way to easing the mess Fudge's denials have left us in. While Arthur certainly agreed with all of that, he also had a suggestion for Albus. Take Emma with you too. Seeing Albus puzzled by that, Arthur offered an explanation. We both know how smart Hermione is. Her mother is no slouch either. She understands the problem but is also a Muggle. Who else do we have who could put across to her government the difficulties caused by a magical creature they can't even see? When Arthur put it like that, Albus left to contact the woman whose whole world had been turned upside down this summer. This was how Emma found herself sitting in on a meeting with the leaders of magical and mundane Britain. To say that meeting wasn't going well would be a gross understatement. John Major was destroying Emma's previously held opinion of him being a gray man with no personality. He was unleashing a temper she didn't know existed and using language that probably wouldn't see him being re-elected. If this was the real John Major, Emma might even vote for him next time. Thinking she hadn't been included here for appearance's sake, Emma decided to intervene, before things were said that permanently soured relations between their people. Excuse me, Albus, Prime Minister, perhaps I can help here. Arthur and I had quite an in-depth discussion on the problems you were just arguing over. Trying to smother his grin at how Emma had politely disarmed both these powerful men, Shaq explained to the Muggle exactly who, Arthur, was before sitting back to enjoy the show. Probably the biggest problem we, as non-magical people, have with Dementors is that we can't see them. Arthur though explained that they exude cold, a temperature change severe enough to freeze any moisture or water they pass. Those physical signs can be seen, hopefully giving our people time enough to run away and get inside. While we can't see them with the naked eye, an anomaly like that should clearly show up on the infrared spectrum. Nodding in understanding, the Prime Minister was now taking notes. There could be no witnesses to this meeting, so no secretary, and this woman had just offered him his first piece of practical advice. What was the point of writing down Patronus if he couldn't produce one, or was probably not even able to see this mysterious magical energy? Seeing such a promising result, Emma was encouraged by Albus and Shaq to continue. Neither of them had any idea what this infrared spectrum was, but it obviously made sense to both Muggles in the room. Emma had a lot more to offer. These creatures beat your soul out through your mouth, but a physical barrier stops them. That's why getting inside a building or vehicle will protect people, so might a fully enclosed helmet offer the same protection? It would need to be fastened in a way though that the Dementors couldn't undo, and then simply remove. The Prime Minister was again nodding as he wrote. This woman had just offered him a possible detection method and even hope of how to protect his people. Compared to the old geezer in the beard, you have no magic so you will be helpless, this was priceless. He didn't know Emma Granger wasn't nearly finished yet. When my Dan was murdered, the ministry swung into action and quickly covered it up. I don't think that can happen here, the entire country knows these people died. We also need a way to warn people when and how to escape if the Dementors turn up again. How about a wanted terrorist with some kind of chemical weapon? Knowing what to look out for, and what to do if attacked, might just quell some of the panic spread by the less savory side of our media. Outstanding idea, Mrs. Granger. Can I offer you a job? Albus was quick to put his two nuts in. Actually, Prime Minister, I was just about to make Emma hear the same offer. Shaq couldn't hide his smirk. Sorry to disappoint, gentlemen, but Emma actually works for me. She's in charge of the communications side of the Phoenix Force. The Prime Minister was not used to people telling him no, nor was he about to accept that answer here. Mr. Shacklebolt, if your group are going to be protecting some of our country's most important figures, the entire communications side of your operation is going to need a major upgrade from mobile phones. I will supply this upgrade, and the training needed to run this equipment. In return, your officers will be able to instantly report sightings of these foul creatures, hopefully allowing us time to get any innocent bystanders to safety. Knowing that would be any Prime Minister's first concern, Emma was once more able to help her head of government. Sir, the Phoenix Force has squads on standby around the clock. A device called a portkey can transport that squad to exactly where they are needed. While magic is required to make the portkey, and program where it will take whoever's touching it when activated, we can travel by this method too. As the possibilities of being able to instantly respond to these attacks anywhere in the country began to sink in, the PM began to think his government might just survive this crisis. Emma then gave him exactly what was needed to ensure that would happen, a possible method to fight back. Arthur and I discussed methods of destroying Dementors. As they radiate cold, we focused on heat. While magical people have a spell that produces extreme heat, it's notoriously difficult to control when cast. Add in the debilitating effects of being close to Dementors and you have a recipe for an instant disaster. We, on the other hand, have chemical ways to produce the required high temperatures. If an oxyacetylene torch can cut through steel, even underwater, I can't imagine a creature of cold standing up to that. The PM was certain their tech people could come up with some sort of protective helmet, one with built-in infrared capabilities. If the wearer was then armed with a tool to cut these things to pieces, he had the beginnings of a viable defense against these monsters. Emma then offered a way that might mean his troops wouldn't have to get up close and personal with a creature hell-bent on killing them. Dementors don't like sunlight. This could be a simple, creature of the night, kind of thing, or they may be susceptible to ultraviolet. Dan and I of course used UV for curing fillings. I'm sure there must be industrial or weapons versions that are many times more powerful. Finally putting his fountain pen down, John Major locked his gaze on the woman whose ideas might just have saved countless lives. Mrs. Granger, you have my personal thanks. When this is over, I will ensure you have your country's thanks. I was deadly serious about that job offer. We need you, your country needs you. Taking a moment to formulate her answer, Emma let her emotions show. Sir, a couple of this terrorist's followers turned up in our back garden. They wanted to kill Dan and I, and then take our nearly 16-year-old daughter to their master. The boy who loves my daughter, and I already consider family, killed them both, unfortunately not before they murdered my Dan. The former Minister of Magic then turned up and ordered my boy sent straight to prison, one guarded by these monsters, all because the people who had killed my Dan were friends of his. Tears were slowly running down Emma's cheeks, but the determination in her voice was what the three men in that meeting would remember. I would feel a fraud accepting any reward because I'm here for purely selfish reasons. A prophecy was made, stating my boy has to be the one to kill this arsehole. Harry's currently training like mad to do that very thing, and my daughter is training right alongside him. I will work with anyone, do everything I possibly can, to try and make that happen. I'm so proud of them, yet terrified at the same time. I want this arsehole dead, and preferably without my children being involved. Those are my motives, Prime Minister. As I said, purely selfish. Standing up, the PM moved over to the sideboard and poured 4 glasses of exquisite single malt from the decanter. Passing them around, he took a sip of his own before speaking. Mrs. Granger, that is probably the most honest answer ever given in this office, and just makes you working for us all the more important. I listened to these two gentlemen basically telling me there was nothing I could do about this situation, except it. I also noticed they didn't have a plan for dealing with these creatures either. You must know no sitting PM could ever accept that. Sipping her own tumbler of whiskey, Emma could only nod in agreement. Even amongst the 4 of us sitting here, you have knowledge and talents that make you unique. You have a grasp of what the magical problem is, but also a good handle on how we might deal with the same problem. I'm quite happy if you continue to work with the magical government and this Phoenix Force, as well as our government. In the matter of this crisis, there should be no secrets amongst us. In return, I will personally make you a promise. We get this terrorist's whereabouts, I guarantee our armed forces will take him out with extreme prejudice. The prophecy says, Emma was on Albus before he could say any more. She was being offered exactly what she wanted here, there was only one way she could react. Albus, I really don't give AF about some ramblings from a sherry-sodden old witch. Can you honestly sit there and say dropping enough explosives onto Voldemort to vaporize his body won't kill him? Albus just offered a rather wan smile. Emma, prophecies have a way of working themselves out. This one clearly says, either must die at the hands of the other. Fine, we'll get Harry to push the button that blows Voldemort to smithereens. Albus had no answer to Emma, but she did. Turning to the PM, Emma gave him the only answers she could. Sir, I gladly accept your job offer. One minister was now smiling while the other was trying not to sulk. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.